back to you guys. You guys got a good card at Aqueduct.
Thanks a lot, Paul. We are excited for today's card. Sarah Obadwi and Andy Serling. Beautiful day today on the turf for all the races, so everything is good around here. And an interesting allowance race in race number 3 today at 1 mile in the dirt. Feels like a number of horses and some others that could have run against Cornucopian, and they made the foolish decision to not face a horse that desperately held on for second at a short price. And Sand Devil getting back to a distance that I think he probably prefers more than the 1 1/8 of his last race.
Yeah, we'll see how he does with that slight turn back to the mile. This is a look at him as well as my Matoli in the Gotham. Of course, then he would go on to the Wood Memorial, not really run his race that day while trying some newer tactics to rate, but he'd shown a lot of talent, a lot of tenacity in his first couple of starts, taking a slight step forward in most of them. And then in here, he ends up finishing second to Flood Zone as your favorite. So we'll see if he can turn things around coming up in this start today, where he will be able to be eligible to get Lasix in here. He is facing a pretty decent rival as well, but he has the class edge as well as the figures edge on the rest of this field.
He is a horse that, while he's shown the ability to rate, he probably is best to be control in the front end, and I almost wonder if they've gotten themselves in a little bit of trouble in trying to rate him in some races, but he's probably not going to be the speed in this race because he's got a rival in here in Tip Top Thomas that is a faster horse than him early, as Tip Top Thomas is going to try to get back to this form that saw him finish second in the Champagne last year. I don't think his return race at Keeneland was as bad as it might look at first glance. It was a race that fell apart, and he should be the speed in here, but he has some questions to answer.
He needs to take that step forward, but he showed a lot as a 2-year-old. Of course, taking a look at him finishing second ultimately to Chancellor McPatrick in here, and I had some distance questions about him as it is more of a sprint pedigree on the dam side, but he was able to handle this distance well while being forwardly placed. Just a starting point last time, I think I completely agree. The pace was coming apart in there as well, and it seems as though he is one that is likely to be forward in this spot, especially drawing towards the outside of Sand Devil.
It's hard to imagine him not being in the lead in this race, and the winner of that race, Gunmetal, I would imagine is pointing towards the Woody Stevens. It's a horse that had run a very big figure, breaking his maiden first time out. But that's going to be a fun race to go, and we've got, of course, today's races brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. Race number 3 allowance we talked about. The cross country pick 5 starts in race 7, and of course race 5 at Monmouth Park is their stake race, the Miss Liberty. No stakes on our card today, but a whole lot of wide open betting opportunities. Want to remind people, no better time than the present to sign up for NYRA bets. Use the promo code Belmont25 and we'll give you a $25 free bet for the Belmont, as well as matching up to $200 of your initial deposit. Head over to nyrabets.com for more information. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through NYRA bets. When we come back, we'll be at Monmouth as the field is getting ready for the first race, under 15 minutes to the first. More from Monmouth as well as Aqueduct when America's Day at the Races returns after a quick break.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5. First post, 1250.
as the field turns for home. Mindframe on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch, and it's Mindframe and Dornoch head in head with a furlong left to go. Sierra Leone is closing ground. It's Dornoch hugging the rail. Mindframe a little erratic, but he's still right there with Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Well, that was almost a year ago. I'm not sure if it seems like more or less time than that, but that was the Belmont Stakes last year. And, of course, we are just 12 days away from the Belmont Stakes and about 9 days away from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival kicking off on Wednesday, June the 4th. And it's going to be a plethora of great days of racing, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting up there. The energy, the electricity that we felt last year on this day, as well as throughout the entire festival and even before that within the town. I mean, the energy is palpable in the air when we get up to Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes. And who knows, maybe Dornoch's younger brother could be the one to take this year's Belmont Stakes, of course, by that half-sibling to both he and Mage.
New York Bred Showcase Day kicks off the action on June 4th. On Thursday, we've got the Intercontinental, the Poker, the Tremont, and the Astoria for the 2-year-olds. Friday the 6th, kind of a ladies' day from a stakes perspective with the Acorns, the Phipps, the New York, the Just a Game, the Belmont Gold Cup, and the Better Roses as well. All those stakes, and a big day on Saturday. And my question for you, Sarah, is, other than the Belmont Stakes, what race are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I think every year we're all excited about the Met Mile because we've had such stellar performances and been treated to some really spectacular horses over the past couple of years, and I think that this year will be no different. We have an exciting older horse division, as many of those talented 3-year-olds did go on and do some good things already this year, and looking forward to the rest of them coming back this year if they haven't already. And it seems as though from our probables we're going to have an interesting matchup between horses like Furiousness, White Abarrio as well, and it seems as though White Abarrio has returned to White Abarrio of 2023, at least so far, resurfacing with some victories in the Pegasus as well as the Ghost effort.
No, I agree, and you've got Nisos with his second race off of the long layup. Just a Touch, who's really put it together with 2 races so far this year. There's somebody else I'm leaving. Oh, Raging Torrent, who's been terrific. We saw him win the Godolphin Mile. He also, of course, won the Malibu at the end of last year. I agree. This is going to be a terrific race. It's going to be such a great weekend of racing. I'm going to ask the same question to you down at Monmouth, Richie and Paul. What race or races are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, I'm with you guys. It's the Met Mile for me, and I know Richie and I were talking about it, and I know you're excited to see Fierceness too as well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought his comeback was terrific. You know, he's a horse that we've always known had a great deal of ability. Yeah. Seems like he might have matured a bit too, and you know, maybe can handle a little more adversity than he had been able to show as a 3-year-old. It's just one of those races, though, chock full of talent.
Yeah, it is. And I remember when he won the Travers, I remember you said you changed your mind as soon as you saw him in the paddock. And he might be a different horse up in Saratoga.
Yeah, because I thought he kind of went a little bit the wrong way. But then that day, it was like he came full circle. He was carrying good weight. You know, now Todd has a majority of his horses up in Saratoga now training. So here's Fierceness getting over the Oklahoma training track and making a nice impression. It's just going to be a tremendous week of racing up in Saratoga.
It really is. And Fierceness goes off as favorite over White Abarrio, you think? For sure, right?
I think so, but, you know, I'm not really good with those things. I mean, I just feel like Fierceness is the horse that I'm going to lean on more. You know, White Abarrio, he doesn't need any introduction.
No, he doesn't. No, he does not. But I'm with you. I think Fierceness will be your favorite in there. But yeah, I'm looking towards the Met Mile. But like you said, New York Bred Day, I think, is the kind of day where you can get some prices. That's always a fun day too on the Wednesday that we've added to this year, and now I think we're all excited for that big day too for all the breeders.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the New York breeders come out in mass on those days.
Yeah,
and,
they do.
It's fun to see how much pride they take in their local product.
Yeah, it really is. We'll get on to race number 1 here. We got 7 minutes here to Monmouth's opener. And, again, it closes out with a stakes race here in race number 5. 2 scratches in race number 1, a couple scratches in race number 2. And we turn around for the post parade here. And here is the one, You Make Me Charlie.
Tried turf last time. That was going a mile. Turns back to a sprint. Just feels like going to have to get a bit faster, but taking a lot of money.
My Vanilla with Frankie Pennington aboard.
Well, here's speed. She didn't have as much speed earlier in her career, but recently she's been showing brilliant. Her speed moves up in company on the grass.
Camilla T will drop back in distance for Juana Villa.
I'm really interested in this horse. Her 2 races stretching out really were subpar, but all her turf sprints make her competitive here.
We'll talk about the 5, Princess Gladys, in a little bit. Here's the 6, Rizadita.
This is my kind of horse because I think the 2 synthetic races kind of dirty up her form a little bit, but her turf sprints, particularly here at Monmouth and Meadowlands, were very good.
And then Runway Lights, the 7, cutting back in distance. And this horse has never run this distance before, so Greg Sacco taking a little bit of a shot, gets an outside cozy draw.
Yeah, outside cozy draw, but, is this one of these cases where they just made a decision? She's never sprinted in her life that, well, let's see if it'll kind of improve her closing kick?
Yeah, they seem like they've kind of been in and out of her going a distance to ground. They've been taking her to the front end. They've been trying to, raid her a little bit. So maybe going 5.5 furlongs, she can maybe launch from way out of it. I think that's the thought process here with the 7 Runway Lights. As you look at the betting board, we didn't really talk about the 5 that went through the post-break. Princess Gladys here getting back on turf after a pretty good dirt effort.
Yeah, it was a good effort at Tampa, and that was off the bench, so kind of shake some of that ring rust off, get a little bit more fitness level. Mike Deeney's somebody I've known for years, and I hadn't seen him in a while, and I ran into him yesterday. It was nice to catch up with him.
He's always got his blue shirt on. He's got the same outfit. I always tell Mike, you ever change? He goes, no, my blue shirt is my lucky shirt. Rizadita, the 6, currently co-favorites here with the 1. We'll take a look at one of his races or her races. She's a 5-year-old mare by Tunwu. And Tunwu was a horse for Bob Baffert that was working great guns. I remember when this horse, he was supposed to be the next coming, and he run 3rd first time out. And I believe he got injured right after that race, if I'm not mistaken. But he stands at Bridlewood Farm, actually, in Florida. This horse has got a couple good races to go to, especially last year debuted as a 4-year-old. She obviously had some issues getting to the races.
Yeah, I mean, here she is now a 5-year-old mare, only making her 6th start, but getting back to what she wants to do, and that's sprint on the turf. Now, some horses handle synthetic and turf equally as well, but they are 2 distinctly different surfaces, and obviously she has shown she is better on turf.
Yeah, I mean, she's run really well. She's run okay on synthetic. I have a feeling she goes off as favorite here. The 1 in here, You Make Me Charlie. Is this the Paco Lopez effect? But Michael Trombetta is dropping this horse, putting blinkers on. So there is some substance here, right?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, I know the horse is dropping in class out of an allowance race, trying a mile on the turf last time. You get Paco. Did you anticipate this horse being favored?
No, I did not. I mean, there's one turf race, right? And it's not good. The horse went off at 48-1. But that was a really good group, obviously. A starter allowance, non-winners won at the distance. But this horse has worked well with the blinkers. I don't know how it translates to the turf. You know, I always wonder, like, when they're sprinting, like, how do you know? Sometimes when horses go first time on turf, do you know the first 5-6 jumps out of the gate whether the horse is going to take it or not?
You usually know within the first 100 yards, Paul. Like, if they're level and smooth and balanced out, you know they're handling it. A lot of horses, when they're uncomfortable, they'll change leads quite a bit. Their head carriage is higher. They're just not happy with it. Now, that being said, all horses love turf. Just to eat it.
Yeah, right. One thing about You Make Me Charlie, she is a filly by Matoli, so she is actually bred to sprint. So we'll see what happens here. The 3, Camilla T, Juana Villa, he had a monster Tampa meet. As you look at another beautiful crowd, and I'm telling you right now, they're still filing in, everybody. So beautiful crowd. I think the pools will be nice today. But Camilla T, the 3, 7-2, and another horse. This horse had a 90 buyer on this turf course. First time out, then went into the Miss Griot at Aqueduct and just hasn't done much since.
Yeah, on the stretch out, that was, ill-conceived idea, but I just like to turn back for her. And I think she's going to get a decent trip. She's not going to be a part of the pace, but she's not slow either.
This is the lowest she's ever been as the kids are out. They were out yesterday. They got their American Pride out. I mean, that is a beautiful hat and that smile.
He's having a great time.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Daddy's shoulders are always the best seat in the house,
and
by far.
You get to see everything, too,
100%.
Right?
Even at the ball game. I remember my dad used to sit me on the shoulders, and everybody say, sit down. And my dad would look around with one look. And I was on Daddy's shoulders. There it is right there. Best seat in the house.
Have you ever seen the clip of a guy, he's got his infant son in one arm, a beer in the other.
And he caught the ball.
And he caught the ball, didn't drop the kid or his beer.
That was well done. A lot of people thought that was child and, I guess,
Endangerment?
Endangerment. But when you got hands like that and you go pull them out. Now look at the 3 right here. That had a little shot on the 3. Looked like he was a tiny bit worked up. Now, the sun is out today. It's a little warmer than yesterday, but it's kind of cool out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a day that you would expect horses to get a big sweat on. The big thing with me, Paul, is if I know what's in or out of character for a particular horse, right? In general, you'll say, well, that's a negative. But think back a horse like Shackelford who won the Preakness. If he wasn't washed out, he didn't run. If he was washed out, he ran.
He was washed out in the Florida Derby when he ran second at 48-1 or something like that. When he won that at 40-something. Well, you're right. Sometimes those speed horses, you're not as worried if they're washed out more than a horse that's going to settle.
Yeah, a horse that's just more of a closing type.
Yeah.
They're usually not as on edge. But again, it goes down to what's in character or out of character for a particular horse. And obviously, I don't follow these horses on a daily basis, so I don't know. But one thing we should mention, too, today. Yesterday, it was a little windier, a touch cooler. And I thought the dirt course was cuppy, and a little bit tiring.
Mm-hmm.
And today, it looks like they've got more water on it, and it looks less cuppy. Something we're going to have to keep an eye on when we get into the dirt racing on the day.
Yeah, it could be speed. As you see, just more beautiful faces here at Monmouth Park. Again, they have the food trucks. I'm telling you, there's got to be 20 to 25 food trucks. They got tattoos for the kids, not permanent for all the moms out there, so you don't have to be washing your daughters and sons. Yeah, it's a beautiful crowd. And you can see over in the picnic area is packed too as well. Listen, it's the Jersey Shore. It's beautiful down there. You're taking a look at the 1 here. And I know Mig's been trying to get reservations to Angelica, so I'll try to shout it out on FS1 and see if you can get any.
Thank you.
As they're getting close to the gate. I mean, the ultimate separator is turf, and that's why you get a betting board like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think the 1, by the way, making a nice impression on the racetrack, really framed up nicely. I think Paco money is in play here.
I'm kind of with you. And, Michael Trombetta, when he ships down here, he's very tough, and you get the blinkers on. I do think the public's got it right, as in Rizadita should be your favorite at 9-5. And if you want to reach for anybody, I get it. I landed on the 6, but I don't know if I would take her at 9-5. I thought Runaway Lights was interesting because you just don't really know what she's going to do.
Yeah, that's fair. First time trying, sprint on the turf after a lifetime of going 2 turns on the turf. Completely different races. They're going to go sharp. They're going to go fast. Position is critical, particularly here at Monmouth. Yeah. It's a bit of a tight turf course.
See, Paco Lopez got off the 1. They loaded the 1. Good job by the gate crew. And we talk about this all the time. The gate crew knows these horses, knows their tendencies. So they loaded the 1. And you can see Paco's going to get a board, or he might just sit.
Yeah, now
he's going to get a board.
He's supposed to immediately get back on board because
you can't sit for the other horses, right?
Every horse is supposed to carry their weight.
Okay.
So even if you get off, you're supposed to immediately get back on. And technically, if a horse unseats a jockey, the jockey is supposed to wait in the spot where he got unseated and the horse brought back to them and remount so they carry their weight the full time.
I never knew that.
Yeah, that's a rule. They don't always enforce it, but that is a rule.
It's actually a pretty good rule. As your 6 goes in the gate, Rizadita as your 8-5 favorite. Let's go to track announcer Matt Dinnerman to kick off this Sunday card.
The outside post, Runway Lights. 10 races today, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck on the turf to kick things off. Going 5.5. We're ready to go. Looks like they're still straightening out Runway Lights. Is going in and out. Now she's in. Looks like we're all set. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Rizadita gets the first call, is sent hard from post 6 to grab the lead. My Vanilla matching her from the inside as they head onto the course proper. Camilla T eases off of them as 3rd. You Make Me Charlie 4th, 5 off the pace, gap of 2 to the 2 trailers. Princess Gladys and Runway Lights as they head down the backstretch run. On the inside, My Vanilla has forged to about a half-length lead here. Rizadita on a hold, rationing her speed and getting a breather going into the turn. Camilla T saving ground. She's 2 off the pace, a length and a half to You Make Me Charlie getting closer. It is kept in the 2 path. Gap of 3 still to Princess Gladys and Runway Lights as they come to the top of the lane. My Vanilla hard sent to keep pace. Camilla T gets a dream split between horses. Rizadita trying to lug out on the turn and turning for home. Got caught in the 4 path. Far outside, You Make Me Charlie. Princess Gladys is coming with a flying finish up the inside here. It's Camilla T with the lead. Princess Gladys surging after her. You Make Me Charlie not going to get it. Coming to the finish. Princess Gladys slipping through on the inside, and it's a photo finish. Princess Gladys got a great bob, but it was tight between her and Camilla T, with You Make Me Charlie all the way on the outside rail third, and Rizadita disappointed at 4-5. She was fourth. Photo finish.
Very close on the wire here between the 3, Camilla T, who was lugging out in the middle of the racetrack, and the 5, Princess Gladys, Sunny Leone rolling the dice around the pine.
Yeah, I mean, you had Rizadita trying to get out. Then you had the 3, Camilla T, slip through, but then she bore out a little bit. And now it's heads up and down on the wire. Whose nose hit it just right inside, Paul?
Inside. Good call by actually Matt Dinnerman, who said Princess Gladys got the bob and is going to get the win. What a heady ride here by Sunny Leone. So 5-3-1 here, and I think you got 8-1 on the 5 here. So good price to start off the card, but we'll get back to New York with Andy Serling and Sarah.
We're sad to report some extremely sad news with trainer Christophe Clement passing away over the last day. It's hard to even know where to start with Christophe. You know, beyond his many accomplishments as a trainer, and there were so many, and a well-earned reputation as the consummate horseman, Christophe was a kind and generous man whose contributions to the fabric of racing go far beyond his accomplishments, which are many on the racetrack. It's an understatement to say how deeply he will be missed by his many, many, many friends. Of course, our condolences to his family, his wife Valerie, his daughter Charlotte, his son Miguel, their spouses Sean and Acacia, as well as his grandson Hugo. Christophe will be deeply, deeply missed by his many, many friends and his family as well. Christophe Clement passing away way, way too early.
And they're off at the NYRA Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from NYRA Bets. NYRA Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. NYRA Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is NYRA Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code BELMONT25.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Point Given, who comes roaring off the turn with a widening lead. He's pulling away to lead by 5. He's pulling away to lead by a half a dozen lengths here at the 8th pole. Then it's AP Valentine, followed by Monarchos. Dollar Bill is moving way too late. Here is a powerful, compelling performance by Point Given. He is under the line to win the Belmont.
The mighty Point Given on the list of many, many terrific horses that won 2/3 of the Triple Crown. He was a tremendous, tremendous racehorse, a horse that Bob Baffert talks about perhaps as the best horse he ever trained. And he trained a lot of extremely good horses. Point Given took some tough beats in his life, but he also delivered in many, many big races. Just an amazing, amazing racehorse, Point Given. Hard to believe it was almost 25 years ago. Point Given won that Belmont Stakes by 11 lengths, and he's not the only success Bob has had, but he's the only Belmont winner, Sarah, that Bob had that didn't win the Triple Crown.
Yeah, 5th in that Kentucky Derby as the favorite that went to Monarchos, but it was up from there in terms of sweeping all 3 legs of the Triple Crown for him. And Point Given still going on to do good things right after that Belmont Stakes win as well, taking the Haskell as well as the Travers.
And he's got a dangerous player coming in this Belmont Stakes. Unfortunately, wasn't able to run in the Derby, but he is a horse whose speed makes him dangerous, and it'll be interesting to see, Sarah, if there's anybody to run with him on the front end of the Belmont Stakes. He adds another layer to a race that's going to be extremely competitive.
We're all really looking forward to see that rematch between Journalism as well as Sovereignty, your Kentucky Derby and Preakness winners. But Rodriguez was coming into his own at the right time and has that dangerous early speed that we haven't seen from either of those two. So he might have that tactical advantage coming in. And he is one that will be coming in very fresh, having not run since this Wood Memorial.
Well, Belmont Stakes is going to be a great, great week and day of racing. Not just the Belmont Stakes, but many grade ones that weekend as well. Wednesday, June 4th through Sunday, June 8th. Festival tickets are on sale now. Head over to BelmontStakes.com for more information. You will not want to miss what's going to be an amazing, amazing week of racing in Saratoga. A little bit of an appetizer before we head up there for the summer, just a few weeks later. Business to attend to. Unfortunately, the number 4 horse had to be scratched, a New York State rule, because Christophe Clement passed away. He's not able to run, or she is not able to run, but a field going a mile on the turf course will head down to Maggie for more on today's opener.
Pretty somber paddock down here, Andy, to say the least, but let's check in with your current favorite. That's number 5, Lavender Disaster, as she comes back for her 3-year-old Bow. Now, I know that she was highly regarded before she even made her first start, which was a winning one in the latter half of her 2-year-old season in September. I wasn't in the paddock that day, but I do remember her as Chad actually gave me her as one of his 2-year-olds to watch when I did that series up in Saratoga. So he really liked her ever since she came into his barn, and I can see why. She is very into mischief, quintessential kind of prototype of his progeny. But I like that, and it looks as though she has filled out and gotten stronger, and she definitely has her mind on business here in the paddock. So all in all, she is making a great impression returning to the races today. She doesn't have the easiest of tasks, though. She does have to take on some more accomplished older rivals, which I always feel like these 3-year-olds are a little bit up against it, as her and Pookie were originally entered about 10 days ago in a 3-year-old restricted race, which was rained off. Let's move on to one of those older horses in the New York bred, not collaboration, though I think she's formidable in this spot. But I'm having a moment, number 1 in here really caught my eye. And when I handicapped this race on paper, I thought she was a little bit intriguing because I've always thought she has a bit of a look to her. Now, her one race was okay way back when she was a 3-year-old, and the other one was an absolute disaster. So I don't know what happened in that 7/8 race at Belmont, but I'm willing to give her another shot here because she looks as though she very well could be the speed in this race, as she is also really sharp and keen here in the paddock. And she is just now, as a 5-year-old, really filled out. I mean, she is big, strong, and powerful and makes a great impression. And Andy, sometimes I feel like with these mile races, you can get a horse to wire the field quite easily.
Not going to disagree with that, Maggie, and I'm having a moment, Sarah. Looks like the main speed in here. On the other hand, I just don't have any confidence that she's good enough to beat this field.
And I also wonder how far she really wants to go. A horse that has been primarily sprinting throughout her career, and one of those turf sprints was a decent finish, finishing second, and the other one did not go very well at all. So I agree. I think she's going to be forward and benefit from her trip, but I just don't really see her as a main win factor.
Yeah, she's also a horse that hasn't run in a while, and her form coming in here was a little bit questionable. We're taking a look at the favorite Lavender Disaster breaking her maiden first time out. Was a day the rail was good, and NYRA did a good job sitting inside before angling out in the stretch. She was badly interfered with, taken out of the race when a stablemate actually bore out badly and bolted on the final turn. She has a lot of promise. She needs to improve, though, as a 3-year-old to be able to beat this field, and she's a very short price.
She is a very short price, and that's to be expected given connections as well as how impressive she was first time out visually in there, and she was bet significantly that day as well. She is one that, I agree, she needs to get faster because there are some decent quality horses in here that have run races that are much more accomplished than that 68 Beyer speed figure she earned first time out.
Right, no, I agree. I mean, Collaboration has run well in the past. Vino Rouge didn't run well at Gulfstream, but she has prior races that are pretty good. So this is an interesting race, matching up some 3-year-olds with older, starting out with I'm Having a Moment, Junior Alvarado, and Belmont.
We'll see if they use that inside position and early speed to their advantage with her, but I just don't know how far she wants to go.
Another horse who can be forward is the 2 Collaboration, Kendra Carmouche riding for Linda Rice.
Coming off a little bit of a freshening, she is one that has run well fresh in the past, very tactical type as well.
The 3 Vino Rouge goes out for Tony Dutrow. His barn's been pretty hot lately. Jose Lescano has the mount.
She has some ability. She's run very well, going a route of ground on the grass, has a race actually at Saratoga that's her career best, where she was unfortunately DQ'd to 4th.
The heavy favorite, Lavender Disaster, Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz.
Betting on the idea that she would be one that takes that step forward in here at 6-5. Not my usual cup of tea, but certainly seems like a horse that has room for improvement.
Another Chad Brown runner, Miss Motley, Flavian Pratt riding.
She could be forward. The horse she beat last time down at Tampa did come back and improve, finishing 4th in her next turf start.
The number 7 rounds out the field. The other 3-year-old, Tom Morley and Dylan Davis on Pookie.
This one making the 3-year-old debut as well. Had a difficult race in the Tepin, so I don't want to hold that against her too much.
All right, want to let people know, as a member of NYRA Bets, we've got a $10,000 hit and split today on the late pick 5 here and at Monmouth, $5,000 on each. Opt in over at NYRA Bets, play the late pick 5s, and have a chance to share in those in the $10,000. And believe me, it is well worth doing. I have many friends who have done extremely well with those bonuses. We'll take a look at Collaboration next, who, in my opinion, I think she's the horse to beat. I'm a little confused as to why she's a distant second choice in this race. She's run the fastest figures. She can handle the distance. She has speed to be forward. This is her race 2 back in the Ticonderoga, where she finished second.
Yeah, finishing second to Moon Age Daydream, and here at a big price. You got 14-1 on her that day. And Moon Age Daydream, this was her 3rd consecutive victory, so certainly running into some quality company as she has through most of her career. She's been able to handle going a distance, sprinting, which is what she did in the race after this, as well as some beforehand. And she's just one that she might not be the easiest to ride. She can be a little bit headstrong at times, but she always shows up for the most part with some of that ability, and she can be placed forward. She can take back if she needs to. I think that there are many options for her coming into this spot.
An interesting race starting out the day. You know, I think there was a 3-year-old race that both Lavender Disaster and Pookie were in. Hopefully could have been a prep for the Wonder Again. We're running Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, but unfortunately that race was rained off the turf. These were the only 2 3-year-olds that decided to take on the elders. And of course, Lavender Disaster and Pookie have a lot of room to improve. Maggie, what do we think?
Yeah, I'm going to side with the older horses here, Andy. My original pick was the 4, but I'll scratch into number 2 here, Collaboration. I will say that with a caveat, though, in that I just wish she looked a little bit more together coming back off the layoff. It's kind of like she's 90% there, though I will say with gray horses, it's always a little bit tougher to guesstimate their fitness levels. Because for whatever reason, they're just sinewy looking. You know, there's a little less definition, and whether that's their coat or whatever, they all, you know, a little bit to kind of gauge where they are. She's
I promise what Maggie was saying was absolutely brilliant, and hopefully we can get any mic issues sorted out and we can find out exactly what she had to say about this race. Poor Collaboration, though, is dragging around the weight of all three of us.
I know, and coming off the layoff as well, I don't know if she has the fitness ready to go for you, me, and Maggie, but she just has some of the fastest races, and it's hard to ignore, especially given the price that she is right now with the presence of Lavender Disaster.
Yeah. We routinely see 2-year-olds that run figures, especially going long on the turf, in their early races, come back and improve 10, 15 or more points. So it's not unreasonable to suggest that she can run in a figure in the 80s is what she's going to need in all likelihood to win this race. But to be taking 4 to 5 on Lavender Disaster because of the connections and hoping all of those things, to me, it seems like a fool's errand as we now have things straightened out, and we'll go back to Mag.
I just swear I'm the audio change wherever I go. Somewhat reluctantly because I'm just not sure she's 100% fit. But I do love the mile 4. I've always loved the mile 4, and I think it's her best distance, and she's more accomplished. You know, I feel like in these other than types of conditions, these New York breds, they do start with an advantage when they enter the enter the starting gate against these horses who have only won one race, these open company foes. So I like her in this spot. She's tactical enough, and overall, I think she looks well heading into this effort. Then a horse that I wasn't necessarily expecting, but then when I kind of looked, I saw her and I loved what I saw, and that's number 6, Miss Motley. And then you kind of go back and look through her form a little bit. She was able to win first time out, right? Then she kind of gets thrown a little bit to the wolves. Not that it was a particularly strong edition of the Memories of Silver, but to take on that company in only your second start, a little bit of an uphill battle. Then obviously maybe something coming out of that race, an issue arising. She comes back with an easy of easiest trips in that allowance race at Tampa, but a nice setup. And now she has that race under her belt in a field where it's not that tough of a race, I don't think. And she really makes an excellent impression as the quote-unquote other Chad Brown horse. Andy.
Thanks, Mag. Miss Lotley's going to have her running shoes on after beating a field of mostly $16,000 claimers last time, but she was coming off a substantial layoff.
And the horse that she did beat did come back to improve. The rest of the field, though, I agree. I think that this one is much tougher than what she's going to be running into for the most part in the rest of the body of that field. But she did have those fast races as a 3-year-old in the 70s, and maybe she's one that could be forwardly placed as well with Flavien Prat aboard in here.
She is not my cup of tea, but I suppose anything is possible in this race. We'll see what happens, but this is an awful lot of money on Lavender Disaster, and this is a horse, and Maggie mentioned it, that Chad Brown was high on for a long, long time before she got to debut, and he did train her dam for owner Peter Brandt, Cafe Americano.
And I think that you had mentioned to me that there were some Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf aspirations with her. And unfortunately, with the situation that happened, which was, again, no fault of her own in that Miss Grillo, just not having the ability to run there. But excited to see her come back, and whatever she may do today, if she takes that step forward, I'm sure that we might see her in some of those graded stakes on the grass later on this season.
No, I expect that we will, and there were. Chad was very disappointed in what happened in the Miss Grillo, that she didn't get a chance to run in the Breeders' Cup, a race won by Lake Victoria, who came back and won the Irish Guineas today, a little bit earlier at the Curragh. They're almost in. Chris Griffin with the call.
For the opener, all set. Acting up there was Collaboration. Open to the front of the gate. Assistant starters closing it up. And they're off. Collaboration hopped in the air at the start. Vino Rouge is flashing early speed. Collaboration in that mix too, with I'm Having a Moment towards the inside, tightly bunched. Lavender Disaster. Irad Ortiz Jr. wants to take off of that early tempo, is now tucked in behind. He's going to have a ground-saving journey as to the inside of Pookie, the trailer. Miss Motley. They work into that turn, and on the front end, it's I'm Having a Moment, and Junior Alvarado, they're up by 3/4 of a length. Very keen is Collaboration. Kendrick Carmouche wants to go. He's within a half length of the leader. Out wider there is Vino Rouge and Jose Lescano. Lavender Disaster just had to steady as Collaboration was backing up. Now Collaboration is letting loose a little bit, and here's Collaboration trying to challenge for that front end. 23.56 for the opening quarter mile. They're trying to settle up front. Back there in fourth is Lavender Disaster. To the outside orange cap, that's Pookie, and Miss Motley is the trailer. 49 seconds flat.
Posted half-mile time. I'm Having a Moment is in front. Collaboration is ranging up on the outside one more time, and here comes Vino Rouge 3 wide. Lavender Disaster is still ground saving right in behind these leaders, is waiting for a seam now, and Pookie is following that move. Miss Motley has trailed throughout. They get set to reach the top of the lane. I'm Having a Moment is trying to shrug off the challenge of Collaboration. Lavender Disaster is trying to get out of there. Pookie is holding that spot for now. Vino Rouge has now thrust to the front. It's Vino Rouge who's the leader. Lavender Disaster starts to open up that stride, and here comes Lavender Disaster sprinting. It's Lavender Disaster who's going to pass on by Vino Rouge. Late rally here, Miss Motley from far out of it, but Lavender Disaster wins the opener. Lavender Disaster over Miss Motley. Then came Vino Rouge and Pookie in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Well, she justified her 4 to 5 odds, getting an absolutely perfect trip in this race and running down Vino Rouge and then being able to hold off her stablemate, Miss Motley. Lavender Disaster starts her 3-year-old season with a winning race.
And beating those elders as well, some with more accomplishments than she had on her resume. But once she got over it and had the opportunity to save some ground sitting about mid-pack in here, you knew that she was in all likelihood going to show up with a run. And once she tipped in the clear, it just seemed like she was going to go by Vino Rouge and her stablemate actually getting up for second. But she has some ability. It's exciting to see what we see from her going on.
I agree. Imagine it'll be a stakes going forward for Lavender Disaster, who is 2 for 2 in races where she didn't get eliminated at the top of the stretch, and Lavender Disaster gets it done. 4 to 5 seemed like an underlay, but it turned out it was the winning play. 4 to 5 on Lavender Disaster for owner Peter Brandt in race number 1 here at Aqueduct. Much more to come, and America's Day at the Races will continue after a quick break.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as you look at the picnic area here in Oceanport, New Jersey at Monmouth Racetrack, and some smiling faces and some good food, Richie.
Everybody's having a good time. It's a great atmosphere. Just it feels like a party. It feels like Memorial Day weekend.
It really does. I mean, everybody does have their American flags out. We've seen a lot. The thing about it is the young faces that we've seen out here, and that's one of the cutest ones right there. As we'll look at race number 2. A 5-pack here. Scratch the 3 and the 6. Going a mile here. It's an optional claimer of $12,000. Nice little purse of $23,000 on the line. And right now, this is a post braid on tape delay, so get to your NYRA accounts as soon as you can. This is your favorite right now, Carapara.
Yeah, she's a little bit up on her toes. This is a New York bred by Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. Middle moved last time. I think a little bit of a different trip. She's tough here.
Irie Empress, 2-back was a good race.
Yeah, more of a closing type. Wants a little bit of speed in front of her.
Scratch the 3. Here's the 4, Jesse's Gypsy Girl.
Yeah, comes back off the turf, but her dirt races are good, and she's a horse that can be forward.
Dixie Groove comes in for Jack Abrams, who's having a good 2025.
Yeah, has been facing much tougher at Laurel and Penn. She's eligible for this starter allowance.
And then summary judgment for Silvino Ramirez, who had another win yesterday.
And this is the lone speed here. I think she's the main and lone speed. She's coming out of a sprint. She always has good speed from that post. Dexter Haddock, just get out of her way. Let her do her thing.
Yeah, and as we take another look at Monmouth, this is America at its finest right there.
Oh, it's fantastic.
You got to love it. Waving the American flag. And there's the Mets jersey in the background. This is kind of you got to understand, you're about 40 minutes from Parks from here, or a little bit farther, but you're not that far. So you get a lot of Phillies fans out here, too.
Yeah.
Mets and Phillies fans don't really like each other. Eagles and Jets fans don't really like each other. So you do get a little clash here and there.
Rangers, Flyers fans.
That's kind of true, too.
Well, one thing you'd say about Philadelphia fans, they're extremely passionate.
That is true. They threw snowballs at Santa, so they are passionate. Here's the one, even money now for Jimmy Ryerson and Paco. Again, we always ask, is this the Paco effect?
Listen, she makes a lot of sense. I can definitely see her winning this race, but you're always going to take a little bit of the worst of it because Paco's always going to command money.
It is true. I mean, the 5 right now at 2-1, Dixie Groove. You know, she's a 5-year-old mare by Overanalyze, and she has not been out of the money in 2025. She's an honest horse.
Oh, she's honest. I mean, 8-time winner. She's a horse that's been facing, like I said, better. She should get a decent trip. I think if there's going to be an upset, I'm gonna lean on the 7 here a little bit, Paul. Summary judgment, because I do think she's going to be loose on the lead.
We've seen Dexter Haddock. He actually has a win. He even says 0 for 3, but he's a very good rider. He rides at Parks full time, and I would think Dexter does go to the front here. The 1 Carapara, Paco just does his thing. I thought the 4 Jesse's Gypsy Girl, Diane Marici, she's had 4 or 5 runners that have run well so far at this meet.
Yeah, a trainer is always usually judged by their wins, but really it should be judged by horses running well and hitting the board, because you get them ready, then you got to turn the keys of the car over to a jockey, and you got to hope you get the trips. So if a horse is hitting the board, at least the trainer's barn is going well.
That is true. This, by the way, will start off your early pick 4. And if you're not aware, the new wager here at Monmouth is race 3. They have a pick 5 if you want to start with that one. That's a 5.5 furlong race on the turf for some 3-year-old fillies. So that could be a grab bag there. And if you're alive in this early pick 5, you got 8-1 in the first race.
Yeah, good way to start off the sequence. And listen, Carapara is certainly a major player. I could see her being favored. I think she's a little shorter than she should be. The 5 obviously commands respect. I'm going to take a little bit of a flyer with the 7 summary judgment.
Yeah, and I think the 7's going to come down a little bit. I think the 1 will be your definitive favorite. When I'm looking at the fixed odds, it looks like the 5 will be your second choice. And again, another good betting board, even though it's only 5 horses in here. And I think you make a good point. I think Paco with the blinkers on is probably going to revert to where this horse, excuse me, Carapara, not with the blinkers on, will revert to going to the front end and play Catch Me If You Can, or at least force the 7's hand to go.
Well, one thing you know about Paco, he gets his position going forward, and he knows how to take advantage of an inside post position. So he's going to let Carapara come out running. And then if the 7 summary judgment really wants it, it's going to create separation, and he's going to get that sweet first over trip, right? He'll ease out from behind her and be stalking in hand.
He's good at that. He's very good at making a horse go fast, and if they don't want to go fast, then he'll take the initiative and keep on going. That's one thing Paco is very good at, especially here at Monmouth Park. So again, if you're alive in these pick fives, good luck. It looks like Carapar is going to be your favorite, like I said, at 6-5. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the call on the load for race number 2.
Groove. Summary judgment to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all. NYRA Empress had to take up shortly after the start, though. On the far outside, Summary Judgment gets into it early, crosses, clears, gets towards the rail, and establishes a clear position on the front end here. Summary Judgment setting the pace now. Jess's Gypsy Girl runs in second, Carapara third to the inside, 2 back to Dixie Groove, and NYRA Empress is trailing just 4 lengths off the pace, and the pace is leisurely. Summary Judgment is setting that pace, a length and a quarter ahead. Jess's Gypsy Girl in tracking mode second, Carapara shown loose rein in third. Dixie Groove on the outside, just 2 off the lead, another 2 to the trailing NYRA Empress as the quintet heads down the backstretch. 24-4 that first quarter, so not a fast pace at all, but you can see they're starting to pick it up just a little bit here. Summary Judgment, 3/4 of a length ahead. Jess's Gypsy Girl goes well in the bridle second. Carapara still on that loose rein third. Dixie Groove niggled along outside of her, 2 off the pace, space of 3 or 4 now to NYRA Empress, the long shot as they round the far turn. Summary Judgment, the leader a neck. Jess's Gypsy Girl turning up the pressure and easily passing Summary Judgment at the 5/16. Jess's Gypsy Girl is the one to beat here. Summary Judgment left behind in second. Dixie Groove is third. Carapara is switching to the far outside but needs to get going. They all do if they want to beat Jess's Gypsy Girl and Isaac Castillo, who have 1 furlong to go. A length and 3/4 lead. Dixie Groove leveling off in second, trying to catch the front runner, but Jess's Gypsy Girl is finding more on the front end. Jess's Gypsy Girl clear. Jess's Gypsy Girl your victor. Dixie Groove was second. Summary Judgment holds third. Carapara never got involved and was 4th across the finish. NYRA Empress 5th.
4, 5, 7 here as Diane Marici and Isaac Castillo get the job done here. The 4 actually broke on top, and Isaac actually took the initiative.
Yeah, he allowed the 7 Summary Judgment to clear, and then he was the one who set up shop in that coveted first over trip, always traveling well. I take the fractions in this race with a grain of salt. They reported 24-4 and then 46-1. There's no way they went that fast in the middle quarter, and then 3/4 and 14. So we'll get to the bottom of the times, but she set the right trip, and Isaac Castillo, good strong finish.
Yeah, Carapar just did not show up today. You could see Paco Lopez was encouraging her. You can see deep down the lane here, the 5 was trying to make up some ground in the middle of the racetrack, Dixie Groove, but at that time, before Jess's Gypsy Girl had got the jump on her.
Yeah, and that forward position, and they have posted the correct fractions. Now they actually went a half and 49 and basically won. So that correlates with what we saw, and she was good. Nice ride, forward position, gets it done. And this was a trainer, Paul, Diane Marici, that you pointed out. Horses have been running well.
Yeah, their horses have been running well, and she's done a good job for Marici Racing Stable. Now her 3rd win of the meet. Before we send it back to New York, because I'm going to be off the set for a little bit, we want to talk a little bit about Christophe Clement as well. You know, I didn't know Christophe that well, I'll be honest with you. And then when Acacia joined our family, who married Miguel, his son, it felt like Christophe became part of the America's Day at the Races family. And I got to know him a lot better. And he was such a witty guy, his humor. And I'm getting chills now because he passed away so young. He was so kind to me, a guy that was getting into the sport. I remember he told me that, you know, you're not bad at what you do. And I always used to take that more as a compliment than a baseball compliment, to be honest with you. So, and Richie, I know that you rode for him and you got some amazing stories. You actually spoke to him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and we were friends. You know, just a tremendous individual, a great man, a great horseman, somebody that we're all going to miss deeply. My condolences to his wife, Valerie, his children, Charlotte and Miguel, and obviously, you know, all of his friends and family in Acacia. Just a very, very tough time, very sad. news that we were hit with today.
Really is. It's been earth-shattering, Andy, and it's just one of those things that we bless the whole Clement family and hope that Godspeed for Christophe.
Heading into the winner's circle for race number 2, Irad Ortiz, and there's Dan Stopp, Chad Brown's assistant in New York, with Lavender Disaster, who was able to work out another good trip and get it done.
Yeah, nice ride here, saving ground, having the right kind of finish. Her stablemate Uncoupled getting up for second, and Miss Motley and defeating some older rivals. So certainly looking forward to seeing her in some graded stakes for those 3-year-old fillies later on this year.
That's race number 1 here at Aqueduct. A lot more to come. And yesterday's stake, the Paradise Creek, turned out to be a one-horse affair as Clock Tower for trainer Wesley Ward dominated on the front end.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by our friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Every time we show pictures from Claiborne, I wish I was going to visit. It's really a terrific, terrific place. And big race here yesterday, named for one of the best U.S. turf horses of my lifetime, Paradise Creek. And Clock Tower, a little more speed, I think, than was expected. Boy, was he dominant here.
He was impressive. He was one of the ones cutting back in distance. Wesley Ward had good numbers with that move on the grass, and he had won at a mile on the turf before, but this was his first sprint victory. And I think he surprised everyone, including Junior Alvarado, with the early speed that he was able to possess on that cutback. And thankfully, it wasn't taken away from him. He was allowed to have that forward position in here, and he was impressive.
Yeah. I'm not sure why anybody would be surprised that a Wesley Ward horse has speed, but understandably, he's a horse, the rare one for Wesley Ward that had never run in a turf sprint before, was rained off of a turf sprint early in his career, but his success had come in route races, going a mile. We don't usually expect that from Wesley. I wonder when he's going to run long again, if ever again, after this effort. Clock Tower was impressive and dominated yesterday's Paradise Creek. We see him going the winner's circle, and there you see his silks as well. Paradise Creek was such a tremendous racehorse. One of my favorite horses going back quite a long way. Race number 2, horses are heading onto the track. They're going 6 furlongs. It's a $16,000 claiming race, and a lot's going to depend on where you stand with the favorite. She's a little edgy, but we'll start with Maggie T from the inside with Manny Franco.
Taking some action, has speed from time to time as well.
She's a little edgy. The drop down, Flavian Pratt riding for Rudy Rodriguez goes by.
How she likes to go. She likes to be forward.
They're going fast. Gold Crest off the claim for Antonio Arriaga.
Certainly worth paying attention to the horses he's claiming lately. He's 50% over the past 5 months here.
Long shot, She's an Arctic Queen.
This one is getting some class relief as well and cutting back in distance. Did run okay, 2 back.
Jackie the Joker with Lane Luzzy going by. The number 6, Collect Dat. Robert Johnston off the claim with Ruben Silvera.
This one got the win, 2 back at a price. Disappointed and finished second as the favorite last time.
The number 7, Talkin' in Cursive. Christopher Elliott goes by. And here's the 8 to round out the field, Trade Secret, Wayne Potts, and Francisco Martinez.
This one, they're putting blinkers back on, something she wore for the majority of her career, and she might not be in her best form, but certainly has plenty of back races to go to.
I want to remind people that coming up in just 12 days, one of the fun parts for players on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend is the Belmont Stakes Betting Challenge, a $5,000 buy-in for this 2-day event. Unlike most of our contests, you can play this through NYRA Bets, but also you can play on track, seated with 2 seats to the BCBC, the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge. More information and where to register at nyrabets.com/contest. Looking at the 2, She's a little edgy. She has speed, and she is taking a precipitous drop in class.
She is, and the barn is heating up significantly lately as well, so certainly one coming in with plenty of credentials to do well, but she's also one of those types that when she has that early forward position and she's able to really get comfortable on the front end, she usually finishes off her races. However, if that's not the case, if we see her take some pressure, or if we see her in a position where she's not as forward as she likes to be, she usually throws in the towel and calls it a day. So she's going to be extremely dangerous if she gets the right kind of trip that she likes. It's just that question of whether you think it's going to happen or not.
No, I think it's an excellent point, Sarah. She is a horse that badly underperforms when she can't control, and with the presence of Maggie T inside of her, I'm not sure that's going to happen. Rudy Rodriguez did not have great numbers. I mean, he's 24% with 54 starters, 50% drop with non-maidens in dirt sprints. But the ROI is $1.40, and when you're dealing with a 6-to-5 shot, 24 and 25% win percentages doesn't make you rich.
No, but I will say over the past 14 days, 25%, 6 for 24, 50% of his horses have finished in the money, $2.78 ROI. The horses are showing up, and some of that, of course, boosted by a couple of those long shots when he and Ruben Silvera teamed up for much success on the day recently. But worth paying attention to this barn going in a good groove right now and making the right types of moves.
Well, they are a barn that has been fairly cold for the last few years, but they have been heating up lately. Maggie T on the rail is the one that I'm interested in this race. I've seen the work that Stephen Shower's done. He was overly optimistic off the claim with the last spot, also on a sealed track, and I'm hoping that Manny Franco just sends her the lead, and I'm hoping for the best.
And she seems like one that does her best running when she's able to have that early lead as well. So she is one that I think could be a challenger for She's a Little Edgy, and I don't expect her to fold quite as quickly as we've seen from She's a Little Edgy either. I think she has a little bit more tenacity, a little bit more of that will to win, and I agree. I think last time's just a race that you can draw a line through where she was facing much tougher company than she had been as of late and had been able to be competitive against recently.
Well, we just can't keep her down. She's supposed to have the race off, but Maggie Wolfendale cannot be stopped.
I got to read the fine print when it comes to my schedule, I suppose. But yeah, I'm here. I figured I was in the paddock anyway. Might as well just stick around and talk about this race. And you kept saying Maggie T, and I just got excited. Like, okay, he's coming to me. So this is why I'm here. Anyway, I do think that your current favorite in here, She's a Little Edgy, is much the horse to beat. But let's take a look at a horse who is turning back off of the claim for Antonio Arriaga, who is on quite a nice run here for this Belmont at the Big A meeting. And I do like the fact that she gets back to a sprint, actually, as she is a little bit more compact overall. Now, truth be told, maybe she wants a little bit more ground than this to work with, but if the 1 and the 2 go out hitting, then things might set up favorably for Gold Crest. Now, I will say this, she does add the front wraps, but then again, Antonio is a trainer who generally does run his horses in 4 bandages. Moving on to number 6, Collect Dat. You know, last time she was wired by Jackie the Joker in here, and she's been beaten by several of her foes in this race. But as she makes her first start off the reclaim for Robert Johnston, I really like what I'm seeing from her. She looks great. Great coat, great weight to her as well. She had a wide journey last time. She was running on hard. She kind of was swapping leads back and forth, but she was doing so to kind of try to propel herself and find a little bit more fresh energy, fresh legs to run on. So she's one, too, at 9-2, Andy. Really just looked good and could pose the potential threat to upset your heavy favorite.
Thanks, Mag. Now, Maggie, you know, if you're looking for something to do, I'm a little hungry up here if you want to go get me a little lunch and bring it on up the set. Just saying, because apparently Maggie does not want to break. Maggie will be up on the set as well a little bit later, in the later stages of today's card. What else going on in here? What about Gold Crest off the claim for Antonio Arriaga? His horses have been running out of their skin.
They have been. I mean, Maggie touched on this one coming in that might benefit from the 2 horses towards her inside, hooking up and showing that early speed and sitting just off of them. And maybe she's the right kind of price if you like her, because 9-1, Irad Ortiz aboard with a race 2 back that fits, not impossible.
No, I don't think you should ever, at this point, be dismissing horses for Antonio Arriaga, especially at big prices. Not an easy horse, though, to make on paper, Sarah.
No, I mean, like a Rolling Stone got overlooked and won at a huge number for him, really bolstering his ROI with first off the claim horses as of late. But this one is going to have to take a little bit of that step forward.
Yes, she is. Chris Griffin with the call of today's second.
And they're off. Step slow for Collect Dat. She's a little edgy with the customary speed right to the front, and there She's a little edgy is up by 1.5 lengths, almost 2, with Talkin' in cursive. Now stalking second at the rail, that's Maggie T in third. Moving forward, in between horses comes Jackie the Joker. Collect Dat towards the outside, and the red cap is in 5th, just past. She's an Arctic Queen, who's going to be towards the back end of the field, second to last Gold Crest, and the trailer, Trade Secret, 22.41. The opening quarter mile, She's a little edgy is in front. Still chasing is Talkin' in cursive at the rail. That's Maggie T and Manny Franco. They're on the move. Towards the outside there is Jackie the Joker, who's back to 4th. Collect Dat is trying to rally on with Gold Crest from the back end of the field. The rest got to pick it up from there. Still in hand. She's a little edgy, has controlled the tempo throughout. Hugs the rail and kicks away. Flavien Prat says go on She's a little edgy, is up by 2. Still chasing there is Talkin' in cursive, has not given up that pursuit, is still coming right after She's a little edgy with a furlong left to go. She's a little edgy, and a stubborn Talkin' in cursive is trying to straighten up inside the final 16th. It is still She's a little edgy finding enough. She's a little edgy. Front running score. Talkin' in cursive was second, then Maggie T and Jackie the Joker in 1 minute 9-4.
Once nobody put any pressure on She's a little edgy, Sarah, this race was over, though the 7 Talkin' in cursive, not sure where this effort came from, but she ran big to be second.
And I think just sensing that there was no pace on and nobody really going up to challenge your heavy favorite, at least got this one in position. And we've seen that from Christopher Elliott quite a bit, where he gets horses in the right position to be effective lately. Gave this horse the best chance to go by, but ultimately She's a little edgy. If she gets that lone lead, she's just so dangerous. She will keep finding on the front end.
Boy, this field just completely spread out. And honestly, nobody really changed positions around the racetrack. Whether or not we have a track that's kind to speed remains to be seen. But at 3-5, the number 2, She's a little edgy. Once she got comfortable in the front end, nobody catching her. On the drop down, Flavien Prat, Rui Rodriguez getting the win. More to come here, and Monmouth as well, after an upset in yesterday's cliffhanger, America's Day at the Races. Will be back in just a moment.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot 1-2-166 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, as always, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any race and place at any time. Visit NYRABets.com. To get started, joining Richie Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Richie just happened to be driving into work when I heard Andy Serling announce to our viewers that world-class trainer Christophe Clement had passed away at such a young age, 59 years old. I didn't have a lot of interaction with him, just the professional in terms of those settings, interviewing Christophe Clement, always so present and engaging, and the same person our viewers saw on camera was the same person he was off camera. I heard you and Paul discussing Christophe as well. I don't know what else to say that hasn't been said other than the blatantly obvious. What a massive loss, of course, for his family, friends, and for the racing world, the passing of Christophe Clement.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't replace people like Christophe Clement. He was a consummate horseman, loved the game. His passion, love, and enthusiasm for the game shone through constantly. Some of the most thoughtful, intelligent conversations about horses, about racing, about breeding, the differences between European racing and American racing. He was an absolute treasure, a blessing to have known him, to call him a friend. Be deeply missed. Sorely missed, and our thoughts from everyone here at America's Day at the Races with the Clement family and his friends, trainer Christophe Clement, having passed away at the age of 59. Very clumsily going back to the racing here at Monmouth Park, and a post parade for this upcoming third race here on the turf course, listed as firm. 5.5 furlongs, about 5.5 furlongs, maiden claimers. We start with Blame the Banker there, 3-year-old debut and a big class drop. Yeah, big class drop. Her first start, she did have some trouble and actually showed some life, and now this is a drop in class.
Corib Queen, 3-year-old debut for her.
Yeah, another one dropping in class out of the maiden allowance. Feels like she's going to have to get faster.
Starview Twinkle back to grass after 4 dirt races. The 4 Awesome Sunshine, first start on grass for her.
Yeah, there's some pedigree there. Grand Dam Mop Squeeze was a stakes place runner on turf.
Lost in Thought, the vet of the crew, 8-year-old 8-race maiden.
Has been showing speed going longer and turns back in distance. Maybe that helps her hang around a little longer.
Looky here, Two-Tone Farms debuting homebred, the 7 Mom's Empty Pockets. More on Axel's Monmouth debut shortly.
Yeah, and then we're to the 8 now, right?
Moving quickly.
Yeah, Grand Dam was also stakes place on turf. We're always looking for that pedigree key to point us out.
9 Laugh Like Lucy, turf debut. Number 10 Bonita Diamond, also turf debut.
Mare has produced turf winner, so there is some pedigree there.
Turf Sprinting Maidens, race 3 Monmouth, post time 5 minutes, plus 65 miles to the north. Aqueduct, Belmont in the Big A. Andy, the 2-horse in the second race.
Thanks, Lafitte. The popular win for She's a Little Edgy. A couple of odds-on favorites winning the first 2 races today. Not sure how many heavy favorites looking at the rest of the card, but She's a Little Edgy, allowed to do what she does best, Sarah.
Nobody wanted to challenge her early, and we know that she's the type. If she's able to secure that front-end advantage, she usually finishes off those races, and seemed like that merry-go-round type of race in here where she got that class relief, she was vet, and she was able to get the right kind of trip that she likes.
Interesting looking at the odds for race number 3 as the 4 Tip Top Thomas, a heavy favorite over Sand Devil right now, but looking at multi-race bets, those things will change and flip-flop when we get closer to races, but She's a Little Edgy, 350 on the win end, 2.7 exact at $12.90 for $1. And let's head back to Monmouth Park.
All right, Andy, as the warm-up continues, the $16,000 maiden claimers, all for sale, all winless, 5.5 furlongs. And wanted to circle back to number 7, Mom's Empty Pockets. And there is Axel Concepcion. Yesterday, first day riding at Monmouth ever. And in the main event, this was a scene in the cliffhanger. Richie, Axel delivers aboard Otago.
And just a really good heads-up ride. Kind of got that inside-out trip, right? Save ground, edge out, and I love the way he made the corner before he kind of angled towards the middle of the course, right? You can be 3 wide, but you don't have to be 4 wide if it's unnecessary. I thought he rode it just right, and all of his powerful finishing skills on display. He is a strong finisher. That's something that we've seen consistently from graduates of the jockey school in Puerto Rico.
That late surge, strong finish. Axel wins the cliffhanger. Paul picked Otago 12-1. You had runner-up, highest distinction 14-1. Like, everybody wins.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of all on it yesterday, and good way for us to start, at least my Monmouth TV debut.
Along with Axel's Monmouth debut. And serving notice that's how you make an impression. Who, for Axel Concepcion, like yourself, like a rookie of the year, right? In Eclipse Award winning apprentice a couple of years back, lots of ability, lots of upside, and to make that impression in his first day on the job here at Monmouth, yeah, that's the way that'll leave a mark.
That is how you're going to get more business, right? It's a catch-22 in this game. When you win, more people want you. You're going to get on better horses. You're going to win more races, and it gets going. The flip side of that is when you don't win right away and you're in a little bit of a slump, you start spiraling the other way. It's what have you done for me lately? He got a lot of people's attention. You know what I really like the feat? I got here pretty early today. Watched him get off a horse, go right to the jock's room, start preparing. That's my kind of rider. I want a guy, bring your lunch pail, go to work. You know, you're not going home in between. You're focused. You're locked in. You go from morning work to afternoon work. And when the day's over, then you get to go home.
That work ethic to go with the God-given ability, that combination breeds success, and we'll look forward to seeing what Axel Concepcion does throughout this spring and summer at Monmouth aboard Mom's Empty Pockets there at 8-1, 9-5, the favorite, the filly pictured on your screen here. Blame the Banker. And so what do you make of her here in that we haven't seen her since last fall as a 2-year-old, her 3-year-old debut, and this big class drop showing up for sale off the layoff?
Yeah, listen, I think this is a little bit of a lean group, like kind of needs someone to step forward. I think this filly's favored because of Paco Lopez aboard. Yes, she's taking a drop in class. Yes, she did show a bit on debut when she had trouble. But do you really want her at 9-5? I don't. I think there's other directions you can go. I think the 3 is more interesting to me, even though she's been running for the $16,000 level, but that's on dirt. Her turf races are just as good as what we saw from Blame the Banker, and she's 10-1
Big
as
number.
opposed to 8-5.
Big number. Off the board in all 6. Will this be graduation day for her? Starview, Twinkle, number 3, 10-1. Crossing over to the turf course, not far behind number 6. Looky here. This is the first time starting homebred for Two Tone Farms. She's by World of Trouble, who was a Grade 1 winner on dirt and on grass sprinting, and trainer Bruce Levine, who knows how to wind up and crank up a first-time starter.
He really does. It's something that people maybe didn't realize how proficient he's been over the years with first-time starters. He does get World of Trouble, that is, Grade 1 winner on turf as well. 15% winners from his turf sprinters. And going with a stranger may not be the worst idea in this spot here. Bruce sends her down here. I did go back and look at all of her workouts going back all the way through last year, because being in Saratoga, they do have an opportunity to work over the turf course on the Oklahoma training side, and she doesn't have any turf works. I was hoping I was going to find a turf work in there that's maybe spoke about, the confidence that Bruce might have running around turf, but alas, there was none.
None. But the pedigree suggesting the versatility, if that's been passed along as a trait from World of Trouble. At his best, he was some kind of sprinting demon on any surface. We'll see what his daughter does here in her debut. Looky here and looky there, and this terrific crowd, this enthusiastic crowd, great shades, another enthusiastic gathering and atmosphere here at Monmouth Park celebrating this Memorial Day weekend.
It's really amazing how many families are here with young children, and everybody looks like they're having the best time. And I will say, we have enthusiastic racing fans in New York, obviously. I've been stopped more at Monmouth Park than I've been stopped at any racetrack. People, say they watch the show, that they, want to talk about horses or remembered some ride I had from 100 years ago now. But it's fun to feel that enthusiastic atmosphere.
Sharp racing fans here at Monmouth Park, celebrating 80 years of tradition, the Shore's greatest stretch, and thrilled to be here on this Memorial Day weekend. This 10-race program, the featured event is soon. It's early. Race number 5, the Miss Liberty Stakes, the female equivalent of yesterday's Cliffhanger, and hopefully every bit as exciting as yesterday's Cliffhanger. We'll have it for you right here on Fox Sports 1. Final thoughts as they march towards the starting gate for this third race, this 5.5 furlong turf sprint.
Well, I'm going to take a little bit of a flyer with the 3 Starview Twinkle. You get Christian Mirage, who's part of the Mirage riding family.
There's a lot
now.
of them.
There's a lot of them. Been impressed. The young man, 7-pound apprentice, meaning he hasn't won 35 races yet in his career, but certainly he's got a lot of good family support and advice from cousins and uncles and aunts and brothers. So
speaking of popular, walking around here with Rajiv.
Yeah.
I could run for mayor. It's no joke. The Mirage family, generations of riders, top riders, talented riders, and another one in this third race at Monmouth Park. Final check of the tote board reading 9-5, though. Paco aboard Blame the Banker. Graduation day for whom? Post time, race 3 live from Monmouth. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Lost in Thought, Laugh Like Lucy, and to the outside post, Bonita Diamond to round out the field. Here's Bonita Diamond, Samuel Marin to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning from Awesome Sunshine. Bonita Diamond a little bit quicker from Awesome Sunshine, and Laugh Like Lucy second and third. Corab Queen advancing position on the inside in a little bit of a tight spot. Has to tap on the brakes here. Starview Twinkle has passed that runner on the rail. Coming back to the lead, Bonita Diamond, the pacemaker, 1.5 lengths from Starview Twinkle inside of Awesome Sunshine. They're 2 better than Blame the Banker, who's 4th racing alone. Another 2 to Laugh Like Lucy. Maddie Cat has plummeted back to midfield with Corab Queen. They're 6 from the top as they corner into the far turn run. Then Lost in Thought, Looky here, and at the back here having a steady hard was Mom's Empty Pockets when got caught behind a weakening rival. Coming to the top of the lane and back up top, Bonita Diamond is scampered away. Bonita Diamond coming to the top of the stretch, hugs the rail, kicks to a 2.5 length lead. Starview Twinkle chasing Blame the Banker, grandstand side, producing a strong finish, but still has 2 lengths to gain, but she is gaining. Here's Blame the Banker on the outside to strike the front inside the 16th pole. Blame the Banker gets the money. Tight photo for second there between Starview Twinkle and Bonita Diamond. 4th was Looky here.
It's not the healthiest racing pattern, the long layoff, the class drop. None of it mattered. Against this crew, anyhow, for Blame the Banker. Premier Stables filly graduates in her 3rd career start. Paco, another win at Monmouth.
Yeah, wound up, I think she wound up going off at 2-1, kicked up a little bit, but worked out a good trip, got to the outside and ran down the 10, Bonita Diamond, who was showing good speed, trying turf for the first time, who was also run down late by Starview Twinkle for the place. So I was on the right track, Lafitte. I just couldn't beat Paco in the
Losing intelligently, Richie Migliori, losing intelligently. Results forthcoming as we send things back to Aqueduct. Belmont at the Big A, horses in the paddock. Maggie, very interesting race for 3-year-olds on deck. Tip Top Thomas, odds on.
I like how slow and deliberately you said that name, Lafitte. That's right, Tip Top Thomas, the horse of now here for this third race. And he's coming second off of a layoff for this 3-year-old season in which, two back, he ran very well in the Grade 1 Champagne, going a mile, in which we saw the winner that day, Chancer McPatrick, come from well off of it. So he really running valiantly, and same thing can be said from his maiden win and even his race last time at Keeneland, in which he was a part of a pace duel that ultimately kind of came apart just a little bit, but against some nice horses. Gunmetal was always highly regarded for Brad Cox. Retribution would come back and win his next start with an 87. So he brings the credentials. The problem is that I've just never been his biggest fan physically. He kind of outruns his frame. He's a bit small, he's a bit fine bone, but I will say that he has grown and lengthened a bit because I questioned whether he really wanted to go a mile. And now I kind of see where Todd's going with him. And really, there's no other trainer you want in your corner for getting longer distances than Todd Pletcher. Now, a horse to his inside that I wasn't really expecting to like or expecting to take that much money is number 3 in here, Turn and Count, who will have to get faster to take down this field, but he does have a lovely pedigree, obviously being a half-brother to Grade 1 winner Come Dancing, and he's very much of the same physical ilk, big, long, leggy, and he's really come together mentally and physically. He's a horse that did get the pace to come back to him last time, but I think having that wind under his belt, Andy, is set him up well for this start here.
Thanks, Mag. Horses are on the track. We'll start the post parade with a 5, Griffin's Wharf. Manny Franco riding for Tom Morley.
Faced some good ones in his maiden special weight races. Got that first victory of his own last time out.
The 1, Joey Muscles, Jen Antonucci and Ricardo Santana.
It does seem like he's moving in the right direction. I don't know how far he ultimately wants to go, but he has been improving.
Number 2, Sand Devil, probably the favorite by post time. Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice.
Yeah, favorite in doubles as well as the pick 3, as you mentioned, getting a little bit of class relief and cutting back slightly in distance.
Turn and Count, Carlos Martin and Louis Rivera.
Seems to be putting things together now, but will need another step forward if he's going to compete and the top 2 run their race.
Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher team up on Tip Top Thomas.
As mentioned, he was a part of a pace that was coming apart. He has that early speed, and he's really outwitted me with his ability to get the distances as well, running second at a mile 2 starts back.
We'll skip over the overachieving My Matoli, a generous price right now at 11-1, Christopher Elliott and Carlos Martin.
Could certainly do worse than a horse that has some of the fastest races on the page at this price, and I don't hold that last race in a 3-horse field against him by any means, finishing 3rd behind Garamond and Cornucopian.
Toga Euro for Rick Dutrow and Flavian Pratt.
Blinkers go on this one. He regressed a little bit last time over a muddy and sealed track, getting a nice warm up there alone. Race 2 back puts him in the hunt for a piece of things.
I want to remind people it's a good time. If you're not a member of NYRA Bets, no better time than the present. Use the promo code Belmont25. Head on over to NYRABets.com. Use Belmont25. We'll match the $200 initial deposit and give you a free $25 bet for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Play through NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through NYRA Bets. We're looking at Sand Devil right now, but I think we're going to switch over and take a look at Tip Top Thomas in here, who I thought ran well last time. I've always liked this horse. I'm hoping he gets back on track in here.
And I think that the number last time, an 80 in defeat, it's not a disgrace to say that he isn't one that's going to take that step forward now as a 3-year-old, because he was already running some fast competitive races as a 2-year-old. The one that we're looking at here, he was able to put away any other horses that wanted to be forward early. Chancellor McPatrick was certainly highly regarded as a 2-year-old, and he was able to run him down in here with that big closing kick of his. But I think that he ran extremely well, finishing second in here, and it was a distance back to your 3rd place finisher in Mo Plex, who is no slouch either, that New York bred who's certainly very accomplished in his own right.
He won what was a very, very competitive maiden race to start his career as well, but he's going to have to show that he can run big races as a 3-year-old, though I don't think his return race was that bad. Sand Devil will benefit from the return of the cutback, and you know, to be honest, I don't think he ran that badly in the Wood Memorial. What chance did he have rating him in that race?
Well, what chance did anyone have after Rodriguez didn't take any pressure? I mean, he was just able to run everyone else off their feet. My question with him is just what the tactics might be today with another horse who has that early speed to his outside. He's run his better races when he's been forwardly placed. I don't think he needs the lead by any means, but I want them not to take anything away from him anymore.
I tend to agree, and especially going the mile. You know, he won his debut rating at 6 furlongs, but I agree. He's been a horse that's run his best race when they've been aggressive with him, and even his win 3 back, where he ran his best buyer figure, kind of slowed down the pace, and I'm not sure how much it really benefited him. Good effort in the Gotham when he finished second behind a very nice performance from Flood Zone. And Garamond, who was third, is turning into a very, very promising 3-year-old for Juddmonte and Chad Brown. And even My Matoli, who came back and almost picked up Cornucopia in his next start, finishing fourth. These are good horses. I mean, I like Tip Top Thomas, but I don't think you want to discount the talent of Sand Devil. They are the big two, Maggie.
They really are, and they're the main attractions here in this third race. As we'll take a look at Sand Devil, and I really don't think he's a horse that wants to go 9 furlongs, so I like the cutback to the mile, and furthermore, I don't think he wanted to be ridden, as you guys mentioned and hinted at, like he was in that Wood Memorial. And at least from observations here on the racetrack, Jose Lascano giving him a rigorous warm-up, constantly keeping him moving, and I like the way that he is moving out there. So all things good for Sand Devil. You know, if you put these two horses next to each other, I am going to pick Sand Devil 10 out of 10 times over Tip Top Thomas. Just looking at them physically, not to take anything away from what the favorite at even money, though, has accomplished on the racetrack. Moving on to the other Carlos Martin horse, as the odds are kind of flip-flopping on the 3 and 7, but honestly, both of his horses made really nice impressions on me. Now, My Matoli never does himself too many favors. He likes to not switch leads down the lane, but he is a horse that does tend to overachieve. As Andy said, he never really gave up the plot against those two talented runners in Garamond and Cornucopian last time. He was trying to the very end. He came in with run on his mind here in the paddock and out on the racetrack. They've kind of kept him more or less with the pony overall, but really well muscled and well turned out for a horse that at times has run races that can win here, Andy.
You know, it's interesting, Maggie. We were saying in the post-parade how My Matoli was just way too big a price, and not sure why he was like twice the price at that time as the other Carlos Martin horse. Not saying that horse is impossible, but My Matoli's really improved for Carlos.
And he has the credentials, right? I mean, he's one that is stakes-faced and certainly didn't disappoint as much as not having that ability to show us that he was capable of keeping his own with some tougher company. Turn and Count is the mystery moving forwards, and that pedigree that Maggie mentioned certainly has the upside and ability to take a step forward, but at similar prices, I agree, you want the horse that's been there and done that a little bit more than someone else.
We're dealing with a stakes quality allowance race. I mean, you've already seen Sand Devil run well in stakes, Tip Top Thomas in the Champagne, and these others are trying to show that they too can belong. I mean, it's early in the year. It's not halfway through the year yet, and there's a lot of big races to come, whether or not these are horses that want 7 furlongs or a mile to a mile and 1/8 in a race like the Curlin remains to be seen. But this is some talent in this field as they head into the gate. It'll be interesting to see if Tip Top Thomas, currently they're both 6-5, but in all likelihood at post time, Sand Devil will be the favorite.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And look, it's not every Sunday in race number 3 you can have a graded stakes grade 1 place 2-year-old returning for his second start of his 3-year-old season. But this is an exciting one where we're going to really see maybe a stage set for some future races that we'll want to take a look at from these horses moving forwards.
Horses in the gate for race number 3. Chris Griffin with the call.
My Matoli to the outside. Not quite in yet. Now goes in. All set. And they're off. Joey Muscles is trying to show speed towards the inside, but in between horses, here comes Tip Top Thomas. Tip Top Thomas is a clear leader, is up by a full length, and they're lined up right in behind. A lineup of 4 is out wider. There comes My Matoli. Togadoro is moving forward, is now in the 3rd spot. In between horses with Joey Muscles at the rail is in 4th. In between horses comes Griffin's Wharf, is there in 5th, and behind them that's Sand Devil off the pace, and the trailer Turn and Count. 23.24 for the opening quarter mile, tightly bunched, and they're lined up across the racetrack. Tip Top Thomas and our Rat Ortiz Jr., they're in front. They've got control of the pace, and they're up by 3/4 of a length. In between horses here, moving forward is Togadoro. Out wider there, 3 wide is My Matoli at the rail. Patient right on Joey Muscles looking for a seam. Sand Devil has worked forward, and Sand Devil sees a lane, and here comes Sand Devil to challenge. Out wider is Griffin's Wharf from the back turn and count. They're trying to pounce on this leader who went 46.26 for a half-mile time. It's Tip Top Thomas doing it nicely. My Matoli is ranging up on the outside. Griffin's Wharf at a big number is starting to range up too. Sand Devil Jose Lescano is just right in behind the leader. Tip Top Thomas is in hand. Sand Devil is chasing now. Sand Devil tips to the outside. Tip Top Thomas, though, is now sprinting clear. 1:10.3 for 3/4 of a mile. Tip Top Thomas is approaching a final furlong. Sand Devil is the main danger to the outside. Tip Top Thomas just keeps on going inside the final 16th. Give it to Tip Top Thomas. Wins it nicely. Sand Devil second, My Matoli, and turn and count. 1 minute 34.57 seconds.
Sarah, this race was over at the break. Not only did Tip Top Thomas break extremely sharply and was IRAD allowed to comfortably set a pretty modest pace, but Sand Devil got completely left, and take nothing away from Tip Top Thomas. Track is fast, but he ran a big race. Sandman ran a good race in defeat as well.
Yeah, Sand Devil not getting out of the gate all that well, and he was one that he'd had some issues at the gate before, but this was significant, and with him not doing that and breaking well, I thought that he still got himself within range. You can see here he's sitting in second towards the fence, and I don't think he was going to go by Tip Top Thomas, Andy, but I think it might have been a closer margin between the two of them in the stretch ultimately had they been started on even playing fields.
Well, you know, if Sand Devil breaks, the pace could have been faster, a different situation,
Possibly.
but regardless, turn and count. Tip Top Thomas gets it done for the connections, getting it done fairly comfortably. And if you're looking at those silks and saying, I've seen them before, Jack Christopher comes to mind when you see Tip Top Thomas. A nice performance by both him and Sand Devil. 134.57, setting a modest pace and coming rolling home. A nice win for him, and another win on today's card for Irad Ortiz, who already has 2 wins on today's card. I believe you're leaving us, Sarah. Is that true?
I am soon. I don't know if it's quite yet,
No?
but
Oh,
I think you have to
okay.
put
I'm
up
sorry.
with me for just another
Not
2
putting
or
up.
so
No.
minutes.
I just have an inability to be able to read properly. Sarah will be back. We'll come back to go over the official results of race number 3, 4-2-7-3.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from NYRA Bets. NYRA Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. NYRA Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is NYRA Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Smart move.
Mandaloon fighting for the run.
Mandaloon and Midnight Murder battle to the line. Mandaloon. For Rangeroo, it's Mandaloon. And Mandaloon wins.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical 3rd leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets. I want to let people know about the New York Bred program as we're back on America's Day at the Races. NewYorkBreds.com. Learn more about how to join the lucrative New York Bred program by purchasing a broodmare in foal at a public auction for $50,000 or more. check out the New York Breds. They start with an advantage. Winner's circle, Tip Top Thomas gets the job done for trainer Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz.
3 races today, 3 favorites, and 3 decent performances. And we saw him really get an easy time of things on the front end in here. Sand Devil, not the best of trips, braking slowly. Still running okay for second in here, but nice return to the winner's circle for Tip Top Thomas.
Yep. As he ends up favored at even money, as you said to me, the Irad Ortiz money may not show up as much in the multis, but it certainly shows up on the win end as Tip Top Thomas gets it done in race number 3. Parade of favorites on today's card continues. I don't think it's that chalky after race number 4 because it appears there are some fairly wide open races on today's card, but Tip Top Thomas gets it done at even money, $4.30 on the win end. Sand Devil second, My Matoli third, the Exacta $4.75 for $1, the Try $4.85 for 50 cents. Race 4 coming up. Probably one that most of the money is going to boil down, I would think. Of course, the 5 Miss American Pie unfortunately scratched because of the passing, because Christophe Clement passed away, and that's going to leave Scarlett's Dream as a fairly heavy favorite.
And she should be with the drop in class. I think it's warranted based on her recent numbers. They're adding blinkers for trainer Horacio De Paz in here, and she just seems like one that's going to appreciate a little bit of that class relief.
Sarah, thank you so much. You'll be leaving us now. Jonathan Kinchin, I believe, is showing up, though he's nowhere to be seen. We'll send a search party out for him, but thank you very much.
I'll see if I pass him on the way back down.
You might. You'd have to. He's very elusive, that Kinchin, but we still have a lot more to come on America's Day at the races. We know Sovereignty's running. We know Baeza's running. We're still waiting on the official confirmation on journalism, but the first and third finishers in the Belmont Stakes will be there for sure on Belmont Stakes Day.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Chemino take the Jimmy Durante. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So glad you could join us. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.com. NYRA.net today. Sure, the horse walks right over the logo. Right over the logo. No respect whatsoever. Memorial Day weekend on the Jersey Shore, beaches, boardwalks, and Monmouth Park. So glad you could join us on Fox Sports 1 as the field hits the track for this upcoming fourth race. 4 minutes out. Another maiden claimer again, all winless, all for sale. 5.5 furlong sprint this time on the main track. A good betting race, a couple of them at 3-1 towards the outside. As you take a look at Go Yoshida, second career start, first try on dirt.
Yeah, getting back to dirt. Interesting, the Grand Dam, the Hanta Cat, was 2 for 2 on dirt before Barclay Tech switched her to the turf. Ultimately, she was a stakes winner on turf, though.
Midnight Legend in 6 races. He's beat 6 horses. Not great. Emirates Honor contender.
Yeah, certainly a contender. Comes out of a good effort, but was 80 cents on the dollar in that effort, too.
Lock Barrel ran well opening day at 15-1. The first-time starter you like, Fierce Cat.
Yeah, I like to see precocity and pedigree. The mares had 7 foals to race, 6 winners, 3 of them won on debut.
Brad's Bet, 5-year-old debut. Number 7, Flatter's Chance. Improved efforts at Tampa last pair.
Yeah, and if that Tampa form translates here to Monmouth, this horse is a player.
Mind Seeker doesn't have that knockout punch. Blue Marble showed speed. Big effort opening day.
Yeah, and you get Paco. Paco rode this horse, and Paco sticks. And I always like that because Paco has options.
My pal Max from 2 turf routes to this dirt sprint.
Yeah, but the one dirt race was pretty good for the maiden 16 level when she was claimed. So he has shown that can handle dirt. And you get Maddie Oliver, who's just got the greatest attitude.
The runners in the fourth, who's ready to graduate? We'll find out in 3 minutes. Another question at the forefront of the thoroughbred racing industry. Who is the finest 3-year-old in North America? Maybe we'll find out in 13 days. The 157th running of the Belmont Stakes for the second time at Saratoga. Richie and Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby winner. He's been at Saratoga for weeks, skipping the Preakness, the 5 weeks off, breezing yesterday with Whitney winner, Arthur's Ride stablemate, and by all accounts, dude is doing very well.
This is a horse that was noted for not being the most enthusiastic workhorse in the mornings. I think he's changed a bit since the Kentucky Derby because he's always going better than Arthur's Ride, who is a Grade 1 winning older horse that has speed, and usually those kind in the morning really impress you. Look how easy he's going compared to Arthur's Ride. Maybe he's even gotten better since the Derby.
It's like you were there when trainer Belmont was talking to the Daily Racing Form. Mott stating, quote, "I think he's gotten stronger since the Derby, more aggressive. He's doing great." Unquote. Sovereignty, Oklahoma training track, 5 furlongs, 102.45. I had a question about the rider, Junior Alvarado, Richie. Let's say you just won the Kentucky Derby, and you get the call, the horse you just won the Derby on is going to skip the Preakness. No shot at a Triple Crown. Like, you personally, what would your response? What would your reaction have been?
Well, I think to get a hold of me, if I happen to win the Kentucky Derby, you'd have to catch me with a butterfly net first. That being said, I think you'd have to be disappointed, to realistically, just disappointed that you weren't going to have the opportunity to maybe get the Triple Crown. He's only 3-year-old after the Derby that had a chance to go on to maybe win a Triple Crown. But the relationship that Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado has, after we get over the initial disappointment, you would say, that's my guy, and he knows his horses, and I'm on the team. Whatever he's comfortable with, I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, it's not a suggestion that there's like bad blood.
No,
it's just that it would be understandable that a disappointment, the opportunity to maybe have a chance to bid on a Triple Crown. So no Triple Crown bid this year. We hope for a Triple Crown grudge match. We await the decision from Team Journalism, On Journalism, the Preakness winner. Will we have a chance to see the top 2 finishers in the Kentucky Derby rematch in the Belmont Stakes? Will we have a chance to see the top 3 finishers from the Kentucky Derby in the Belmont Stakes? Because yesterday out west at Santa Anita, make it Friday at Santa Anita, Baeza here with stablemate Westwood. Those two ran 2-3 behind Journalism in the Santa Anita Derby.
I like Baeza. He's lightly raced. He ran huge in the Kentucky Derby. When he finally got clear of all the kickback, he really finished. He's trained by John Sheriffs. John Sheriffs is a guy who knows how to prepare a horse for the big days. I think this horse is improving. That being said, I was not impressed with this work. I mean, the time was good, but didn't he just look a bit discombobulated through the stretch? Like he cleared off from his company. Maybe he lost a little bit of focus.
Wasn't the same as watching Sovereignty at Saratoga.
No. And listen, Sovereignty, went an easy 5 furlongs in 102, but his gallop out was good. He was always in the bridle. You couldn't say the same for Baeza, even though the time of the work was definitely more impressive. 3/4 and 12 and change. And that's a good stamina building work. That's old school. John Sheriff's got a lot of that old school horseman in him.
In the Derby, rounding the far turn, Sovereignty has found his best stride. He's on the outside in the clear. Baeza was bottled up for a few strides. I'm not saying it makes the difference, and that's why he didn't. I'm saying he was bottled up for a few strides till he found the lane and was actually finishing best of all. Baeza. How much of a threat do you think he is to Sovereignty and journalism should he show up?
I think he's a huge threat. And again, John Sheriff's preparing him for the Belmont. Immediately their decision was easy. Well, we were third in the Derby. We'll skip the Preakness and we'll point for the Belmont. And part of the thing, too, about him being bottled up, in conditions like that, slop, mud, some horses don't run through kickback that well. He really had never had the opportunity to compete on an off surface before, and a lot of trainers won't even train, at least fast works, on an off surface. So to me, it was glaring. When he got away from horses and completely in the clear, his stride changed. He leveled off, his head dropped, and he really finished. He's a very good horse. This is a good 3-year-old crop, Lafitte. We're really, really fortunate. I think we're going to look back from a historical perspective and say, wow, that crop in 2025 was really good.
Can't wait. Can't wait. 157th Belmont Stakes in 13 days at Saratoga, all day on Fox. And the crowd here, well, they've been here all day, bright and early, for the best spot so they can see everything right there on the apron. This field in the upcoming 4th race. Well, they're going to break on the other side of the track for this 5.5 furlong dash. And you're looking at the 5 here. Was that sure? I forgot. I got distracted by the Triple Crown talk. Who was your first-time starter you like here, Richie?
Yeah, taking some money now. Went from 9-1 down to 5-1 now. You get Axel Concepcion, who we had an opportunity to catch up with yesterday and watch him win the stake. Mike Deeney, a very good trainer, won the first race today. I'm just not so enamored with the horses that have run. I'm just trying to find an alternative, and the Stranger is the alternative from a mare that has produced 3 foals that won on debut.
I did think the last race opening day might be productive, and you have 2 exiting that opening day nightcap heat. Number 4, Lock Barrel, a good 4th. He had some trouble. And number 9, Blue Marble, who showed that speed. He was rushed and roughed up a little bit in the stretch and still finished up big effort opening day.
That's the best speed the 9, Blue Marble, has shown in his career, and that was with Paco. The other thing about Lock Barrel, comes back with the ultimate equipment change. First time gelding.
We'll have you explain that to our FS1 audience perhaps after this 4th race from Monmouth Park. It's post time. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Fierce Cat, post position 5. And to the outside post, My Pal Max. My Pal Max walking up to the gate. We're ready to go. They're off. Fierce Cat was away slowly. Go Yoshida also slow to go. Blue Marble from post position at number 9 steps on the gas. Here's Go Yoshida to apply pressure and pass. Go Yoshida, the front runner early from Blue Marble, who takes a hold, will track in a good position, running in the 2nd spot. Brad's Bet 3rd with Emirates Honor to the inside, already shaken up with a half mile to go. The gray Lock Barrel right behind that rival. Flatter's Chances Park Deep going into the far turn run as Emirates Honor has lost a few positions under pressure already. Fierce Cat now 3rd last, scrubbed upon 6 behind, gap of 4 to the 2 trailers. Brad's Bet, who's given way, Midnight Legend alongside, coming to the top of the stretch. Go Yoshida at the top of the lane, challenged by Blue Marble, far outside. Here comes a run from My Pal Max. These three are across the track as they wheel for the judge. Blue Marble between horses, nose in front. Go Yoshida to the inside, back in second. Blue Marble inching away. Now coming late is Mind Seeker into the third position. Blue Marble half length in front and starting to inch clear. Blue Marble to the winner's circle today. Go Yoshida second best, got there over Mind Seeker and Flatter's Chance, who was fourth.
Cleaner trip today, not bumped or bothered in the stretch. Blue Marble graduates. Paco at 7-1.
And
wow.
You get Paco at 7-1. That might be the biggest upset all day. He takes money, and rightfully so. This horse, again, showed improved speed with Paco, always in the right position. Trained by Pat McBurney, was a long-time assistant trainer to John Forbes, who's legendary horseman here. And this is a New York bred getting the money. So the New York breds followed us down to the Jersey Shore.
And your fans have followed you here. They're clamoring for you downstairs. You're
they
headed
are.
downstairs. Don't come back without the sausage and peppers.
All right.
Don't do it.
Paulie, two? We're
Just
getting
don't do it.
two sausage and peppers?
Okay, don't come back without the sausage and peppers. My mood on the rest of the broadcast depends on it. As we send you back to New York, Andy Serling on set, joined by Jonathan Kitchen. Now it's a party, boys.
Two Mets fans, very happy to see your Dodgers go down to defeat yesterday. We're hoping for more of the same tonight. We're rooting for misery for you, Lafitte. But I'm happy to be joined by Jonathan, a fellow Mets fan. The two teams with the billion-dollar payrolls. Good to have you back. Nice to see you. Everything good?
Yeah, everything's great. Yeah, Lafitte was sad last night when he texted me.
I'm happy that he was sad.
Me too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I like rooting against Lafitte. He still has to wear that Mr. Met uniform. I want to bet he never paid up. We have to get them the Mr. Met uniform to wear in Saratoga. Well, we got plenty of action to go. You'll be here with us the rest of the day. I'll be here through the 6th race. Horses are heading on the track for race number 4, where Scarlet's Dream, with a scratch of Miss American Pie due to the unfortunate passing of Christophe Clement, is going to be a heavy favorite for trainer Horacio de Paz, the number 1. Dat dares right. Christopher Elliott riding for Rachel Keithan.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on. We'll need to try to show a little bit more speed. Has shown speed in the past.
The probably biggest threat to the favorite, Jose Lezcano, riding Bella Voce for Linda Rice.
Yeah, if they can somehow find that race from June 2024, they can absolutely win.
Margot Treasure off a win for Barclay Tagg.
Yeah, ran well enough with a tough trip last time, but just seems to always have bad trips. Doesn't do much running from the gate.
Rudy Rodriguez looking for another win, this time with Ruben Silvera with Moonlight Weekend.
Yeah, ran extremely well from a figure standpoint last time on the turf. We'll need to show that here on the dirt.
Horacio de Paz trains Scarlet's Dream. Kendra Carmouche with the mount.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the one to beat, drawn well outside of the main competition.
And we round out the field with a horse taking a lot of money, kind of a new face in here, Open Soul Autism, going out for Chris Englehart with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it's taken money in the last 2 starts and hasn't particularly run all that well. But this horse always takes money if you look through the past performances, 2-1, 2-1. It just, but you know, it's got to have to find that number from the second career start.
Does find his first dry track for the new connections who purchased him out of Pleasanton. We're ready to take a break here. We're just about 5 minutes away from race number 4. We'll be back after a couple of messages with America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper By Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, he was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And, you know, Jonathan, there's a good chance after Tuesday night that it'll officially be the end of sports season at Madison Square Garden until next year.
Oh, come on. They're going to play well today.
Okay. You just stick to that story. You just keep going for the Knicks. As they play tonight in Indiana, looking to get back on track. There's the #7, trained by Horacio de Paz, who, like so many of us, was a very, very good friend of Christophe Clement's. Scarlett's Dream, 4-5 right now with Kendrick.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a horse that when you look through the past performances, you know, I like when I see horses that when they do get beat, they're not getting beat as short price favorites. That's when you become a little frustrated with them. But if you look through this horse's races, I mean, you know, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, this horse was all, you know, 5-1, 6-1, 7-1, 8-1, 3-1. And I think that if you can find a horse that like this, that can finally find a group where she can end up, being 3-5, 4-5, you'd like to think that she'll deliver. She kind of always shows up and runs where she's supposed to run. And if the board has her at 3-5, I feel that she'll run like she's supposed to run.
I mean, she's consistent from a speed figure standpoint, and those numbers are just faster. I mean, she's almost what we call an omnifig, in that every number she's run is faster than all the others. When you look at the dirt race of everybody, the only horse that's run figures comparable as Open Soul Autism at Pleasanton ran a couple of figures, but she's consistent. And Horacio's such a good trainer. I think he's just putting her in the right spot.
Let's see here.
Taking a look at the 8 right now, as you'll see.
Can't tell if that's an adjustment or an off. Let's give it a...
It looks like an off.
Looks like an off,
The 8 Open Soul Autism is scratched from this race. Most important thing to do is to make sure the horses are okay, and that's going to make the 7 Scarlett's Dream an even shorter price. I'm going to look through. I don't think, fortunately, we have a card where we're going to have a lot of short price favorites, if any, going forward, as some of these races, these turf races, look like they're wide open.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the things people love about turf racing.
Yeah.
It's hard to be a reliable short priced favorite, I guess, unless it's Saratoga and it's Chad and Klarovich. Like, it's some of those horses, it feels like they get a little short and win a lot. But you know, in this situation here, the 8 was a little bit of a possibility, I think, based on some of those previous races. I mean, to me, really the only horse that I could see jumping up here and giving the 7 any problems would be the 2, but that's only based on a race that happened last summer, and only one race that happened last summer. They'd have to reach to that.
Though I'm going to say, with the kind of ridiculous price at 1-4 right now in the 7, Bella Voce is an intriguing play as an alternative at 5-1. That's a pretty generous price, considering she feels like the only other horse you could play.
Yeah, and I think the thing about her that gives you a little bit of comfort if you want to go in that direction is that she does have that big last number, or not last number, she does have that big past number. But when you come in, when you have a horse who comes in fresh off of a break, there's kind of you can say in your brain that maybe the reset button was hit. Right, her last 2 races definitely can't win this race. But if she can somehow hit the reset button and go back to what she did last summer, then it makes sense. And I think coming in off of a break gives your brain the opportunity to see that reset.
I'd be a little more confident if her good figure wasn't at Finger Lakes, if it was at NYRA. You know, if that race was at NYRA. But I think she's a viable play here at 5-1, and I certainly think she's much more likely to win this race than Margot Treasure, who's the same price.
Certainly. No, certainly, and she has a lot more tactical speed, I think, in a small group like this. When you're facing a horse that's 1-4, it's pretty obvious that the horse that's 1-4 is probably better than you are. The one thing you can try to take advantage of is a pace edge that you might have, and to me, the 2 has that, not the 3.
We'll see what happens. The favorite heading into the gate, Chris Griffin with the call of the 4th.
All set. Fractious the 1. That dares right. And they're off. Scarlet's Dream shows speed towards the far outside, and at the rail, here comes Dat Dares Right, and in between horses, Bella Voce. It's Bella Voce with a nose advantage. To the inside, it's Dat Dares Right there, 1-2. Scarlet's Dream, Kendrick Carmouche, they'll settle right off of that top duo. Keen there, climbing just a touch in the 3rd position out in the center of the racetrack. 4 lengths in front to Moonlit Weekend and the Triller, Margot Treasure. 22.75 for that opening quarter mile. They're chasing Dat Dares Right, who's in front. Approaches 4 furlongs left to go, is chased all along by Bella Voce, and here comes Scarlet's Dream. Scarlet's Dream has now taken second, is in pursuit of the big long shot. Moonlit Weekend is all in. Far back still the Triller, Margot Treasure. Dat Dares Right awaits the challenge from Scarlet's Dream, and here comes the favorite. The favorite is ready to pounce, but Dat Dares Right is not giving it up easy, and here comes Moonlit Weekend, tries to launch a rally from 3rd. Scarlet's Dream, a confident look back there from Kendrick Carmouche. Dat Dares Right continues to battle on. Margot Treasures come into the frame. Moonlit Weekend is trying to surprise the favorite up on the outside, and here comes Moonlit Weekend to push right on by. Moonlit Weekend has just run right past Scarlet's Dream. Margot Treasure is also rallying on towards the inside. Moonlit Weekend has a 16th left to go. Margot Treasure's making up a ton of ground late. Moonlit Weekend gets the victory. Margot Treasure 2nd, then Scarlet's Dream in 1 minute 24.77 seconds.
No excuse for favored Scarlet's Dream, who came up empty in this race, as Moonlit Weekend, 2nd winner on the card for Rudy Rodriguez, whose barn seems to be really turning things around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, trying to understand. I suppose the horse, like I mentioned in the post parade, ran a fast figure last time on the grass, and maybe the horse is just in good form, and now getting back to the dirt was the key for Moonlit Weekend. But I mean, that horse looked like she was shot out of a cannon right here. It looked like it was a foregone conclusion.
No, I agree. This is a barn that has been cold for a while. They're really running well right now, though I do wonder a little bit if the result here has a lot more to do with the 7 not showing up, because when you see the 3-horse Margot Treasure, who's fairly slow herself, finishing 2nd, it just makes me feel like the 7 Scarlet's Dream did not run a race and was dropped for a reason.
Yeah, typically when a 1-4 shot gets beat, it's a combination of those things where the favorite obviously doesn't run their race, and another horse jumps up and runs better than they typically do. And the combination of that, you end with an exacta like this, it's going to pay pretty darn well.
Yeah, 1-4 favorite finishing 3rd, but we finally saw a favorite go down to defeat after 3 favorites, 2 of them odds-on, won the first 2 races. And in this case, it was Moonlit Weekend that getting the job done. Ruben Silvera riding for Rudy Rodriguez. We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll come back with so much more. We'll go back over race number 4 after a quick break on America's Day at the Races.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kinchin, and Andy Sterling here at Aqueduct. And we've got the crew at Monmouth as well as the first upset winner of today's card comes in. Moonlit Weekend gets the job done. Ruben Silvera, and a second win today for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, like we said, just looked like he was shot out of a cannon at this point. I mean, it was a foregone conclusion.
Yep.
You wondered if the 7 had any horse and was going to give any resistance, and it looked for a second and a half, and then at this point, it was over.
Yeah, the 7 came up completely empty. The favorite, Scarlet's Dream, a distant third at an oddly low 1-4, but Moonlit Weekend gets it done. Starting out the pick 6 here at $19.60. Getting the job done. Ruben Silvera riding the winner.
Andy, I find this game is a game of lessons when you're handicapping and playing the races. And even when you're wrong, I think you try to pick something up. The one thing I'll try to put in my bag from this is identifying a horse who's just gotten good, regardless of the surface they're running on. This horse did run well on the turf last time. I think it was an indicator she was going in the right direction. Couldn't have predicted this.
I could not have played her. I could only have said every horse of Rudy's seems to be running. That's my only thing I could say, and I could not have played this one. But Moonlit Weekend gets it done. Stakes action coming up at Monmouth after a quick break.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from NYRA Bets. NYRA Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. NYRA Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is NYRA Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Day at the Spa, hanging on to Veranda. Danker's trying to make headway. Secret Gestures in there. Just the Judge. Stephanie's Kitten coming with a late run on the outside. But Day at the Spa. Day at the Spa's going on with it. Stephanie's Kitten late. But it's Day at the Spa. Perfectly ridden by Javier Castellano.
The New York bred. Day at the Spa, one of 4 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winners, trained by Chad Brown. Paulie, she went out on top, the final start of her career. She goes out winning on a Breeders' Cup stage.
Yeah, and it's really hard to win gate to wire, but that was her weapon. She had such tremendous speed, and she could keep on going. You could see Javier through the wire. She was hard to pull up that day, I remember. But got $12 on that day. That might have been the best price she got on her in her whole career,
yeah,
maybe.
There were 3 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winners in that race. Day at the Spa, Stephanie's Kitten, and the European Dank, who either won the year prior or the next year. A loaded field.
Yeah, it was a loaded field. It really was. But brilliant horse, and the offspring, Spaladay, I would think it's going to go off as your second choice, currently 5-1 right now.
Spaladay, yeah, Day at the Spa. Her legacy continues in the form of Spaladay. What will she do in this Miss Liberty Stakes, the Sunday feature? Memorial Day weekend here at Monmouth Park. The field, they'll make the turn. These are fillies and mares, the female equivalent to yesterday's Cliffhanger, a thriller. On grass, same distance, mile and a 16th, and no surprise about the heavy favorite here, the classy Mission of Joy, who does seem to have that significant class edge over her rivals, 3-2. Race complexion changing with the defection of Precious Avery. Anticipated pace setter is out, so 7 of them now, starting with Dreaming of ABBA. Like, if she had walk-up music, Paul, it would be Dancing Queen.
Yeah, right. Sunny Leone in the irons, and you get an 11-1. She won last time out.
Fun with flags. Irish filly, more expected from her in her first couple of starts.
Yeah, second time in the Chad Brown barn. She did not have the best of trips last time. You get Sammy Camacho aboard, who's a very good turf rider.
Damaso, maybe she controls things from the start now.
Well, Paco keeps winning races, and yeah, she does have speed. It's going to be between her and the outside filly, the 7, I would think, not the complete outside, for the lead.
Peter Brandt's Spaladay.
Yeah, and a horse that's really been complexing the last 2 starts, but she's been so wide. She gets a better trip today. I think she's there.
Mohawk Trail, trainer Kelsey Danner settled the cliffhanger winner yesterday. Otago, then Joyful Lass, improving 4-year-old filly.
Could be the speed of the speed in here. It depends on what happens with the 3-horse in here, Damaso.
Nice long look. Mohawk Trail we saw. Joyful Lass, who should be stalking early on. Then the classy Mission of Joy, 3-2 for Grand Motion.
Yeah, she's really classy. I mean, she was in the Just a Game behind Chili Flag a couple times, White Beam. These horses are tremendous horses. She come back and win at Churchill Downs. Now you get Jersey Joe Bravo, where he owned and still does own this turf course. I would think he's still got the most wins ever on this oval.
He was Paco before. Paco was Paco here at Monmouth Park. Sunday feature, 4 minutes out. The Miss Liberty Stakes. We check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, this is a really good competitive group here. I like everything I'm seeing from most of the runners here. We'll start with the 3, Damaso, Kathleen O'Connell. You get Paco. Listen, you discount Paco at Monmouth Park at your own peril. I mean, the guy just delivers. She should be forward, big, stout mare, really making a nice physical impression. Love everything I'm seeing from her. The 7-horse Joyful Lass for Anthony Margata. Another one looks good. She has speed, natural speed, and she was pretty fired up. So I think she's probably going to be the one that shows the most speed. It was kind of interesting with the 8 Mission of Joy, your favorite, and a deserving favorite, I believe. She was outfitted with earmuffs in the paddock. But they were removed before she went on the track. And the reason they'll put earmuffs on a horse is to just kind of negate some of the noise. A lot of horses get very noise sensitive and they'll react poorly to it. The way they had it on her, usually like when it's underneath the bridle, it leads you to believe they're going to compete with it, but it was removed and she warmed up and she looked very settled, very good. And, Paulie said it. Joe Bravo has a knack on this turf course, and, he's been winning races here forever. It's kind of like the old guard and the new guard, right? Joe Bravo reigned on the Jersey Shore for years, and now it's Paco Lopez. And it's been that way over the years where guys just seem to kind of get all the business and dominate. And obviously when you're winning, your confidence levels up and kind of creates more success. And that's going to bring me to my selection, which is the number 6 Mohawk Trail. And what I try to do is handicap races on paper and see who I think has a chance from their form, and then match it up with what I see from a physical perspective. Well, she checks both boxes for me. I liked her on paper. I think she's a filly, a mare that is versatile. If they go very quick, which I don't see a tremendous amount of pace on, she can be further back. If they go a little slower, she can be forward. She gets Antonio Gallardo, who I think rides the turf extremely well. And she is an absolute standout from a physical perspective. She looks like a coiled spring ready to be released, dappled out. Her coat's great. And we saw Kelsey Danner win the stake yesterday, the cliffhanger, at a big price. Well, I got a good feeling about the 6 here, Mohawk Trail, at 7-1.
The Monmouth Stakes Race Synergy with Richie and Paul. Yesterday, Paul, you liked the winner 12-1. Richie liked the runner-up 14-1. You give Mohawk Trail a big look here as well.
Yeah, I really do. Kelsey Danner's tremendous trainer. What I do like about the horse, I thought the Bogey was a better look effort. And then when she won the Distaff turf at Tampa, she was so far back. I can't believe she won that race. Now, I do agree with Mick. I love Antonio Gallardo, and he's a little bit more forwardly placed than probably Adam Beschizza will have this horse. And I think you need to be that way. But, could sit a very good trip. You're getting a very good price. But the 5 and the 8 do have the class. Now, the 6 was close to Chili Flag way back when, but needs to get back to that form.
Let's circle back to Mission of Joy. Key in on her. Among her best efforts, Belmont Stakes Week last summer. Grade 1 Just a Game at Saratoga. Mission of Joy, Paulie, mixing it up and hanging with Grade 1 company.
Yeah, I mean, she's been hanging with Grade 1 company. On this day, it was Chili Flag and White Beam. Two really, really nice horses. The race before that, she lost to Chili Flag. I mean, she was in the QE2 Cup in a Grade 1. She's just been a notch below of winning these races, but she's right in the thick of them. And, her 5-year-old debut, she was a winner at Churchill Downs. Now she comes down here for this race. So she's going to be a tough customer if Joe can carve out any kind of trip.
Her first start this year, that win at Churchill Downs. All the credit to Marcus Hirsch and the Daily Racing Form and the write-up for this event. Her final quarter mile, 22.15. 22.15, the final quarter mile. A week later, all those stakes races, Oaks Week, Kentucky Derby, Oaks Day, Derby Day, the Modesty, the Distaff Turf Mile, and Turf Classic. They finished the final quarter miles in those races with that classy of horses. None of them finished as fast as Mission of Joy did in her final quarter mile of her comeback race.
Yeah, she flew home. They didn't go fast. Churchill Downs 1:13.4. In the stop the clock in 1:36.1, and she was behind the pace. You're right. She came flying home that day, but she's shown that kick. When you don't have Chili Flag and White Beam in front of you, you can fly home. And I think she obviously is the one to beat. And here, Richie and I are taking a shot here with Mohawk Trail, but I'm also not going to discount Spaladay here, the 5.
Spaladay right on cue, her last win. This was 3 starts back. Grade 2 Sands Point at Aqueduct. Spaladay here, Paulie closing with a rush.
Chad put the blinkers on this filly about, 5 starts ago, and it paid off in the first start with him on, and then it really paid off here in the Sands Point. And when she won this race, she kind of went to the sidelines. I think Chad was like, okay, let's give her a little time and bring her back as a 4-year-old. Now, she has not progressed, but the trips that she's had have just been brutal in her last 2 races. She was 7 wide in her last race, and to be honest with you, when I watched that race, it might have been 9, and she was about 7 wide the race before that. If she can get some kind of trip, I think she'll fire today.
Spaladay, 1 and 2 for Chad Brown, and with fun with flags number 2, it's 6-1 for Brown, the Irish filly, and it's just the softer, heavy ground that she thrived over in France on firm ground here in the States. We just haven't seen that same kind of production that was expected.
Yeah, but second time Chad Brown's usually very dangerous. You're getting 6-1 on this horse. Is if there's any give in the ground, now we didn't get any rain, I think it's playing just fine, but if there's any give in the ground, the 2 should love it. It's hard to toss out any kind of Chad's horses, especially when they get on the turf. And I think especially when he has a filly for a little while. Now he's had this horse since March, a little time to work with her. Flavian Pratt got aboard her last time. I think that's a sign of confidence.
What are we looking for early? The absence of Precious Avery. We expected her to control the tempo early on. What are we looking for right from the start?
Well, I think Damaso and Paco, like I've talked with Mig before, he's really good at pushing out of the gate. So I think he pushes out of the gate, forces the 7, like Mig was saying, could be the more natural, speedy horse. So I think he pushes the 7 out there, tries to string it out a little bit. And that's probably good for the 8, because if the 7 goes, then, Joe can probably drop in with only 7 horses in this field.
Something to watch for right from the start as they approach the starting gate and this Miss Liberty Stakes, mile and a 16th. $100,000 purse, these fillies and mares. Even money now. Mission of Joy. You and Richie going with the 6, Mohawk Trail, what could be a Saturday-Sunday Stakes sweep for trainer Kelsey Danner. Mission of Mohawk Trail, 6-1 at post time. Spaladay, second choice, 4-1. Mission of Joy, even money at post time. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call, all set for the Miss Liberty Stakes, live from Monmouth on Fox Sports 1.
Joy. This is our feature race today on the turf, and today, all in racing, remember Christophe Clement, legendary trainer. We will miss him in our game as he passed away today. We're ready to go in the Miss Liberty Stakes on the turf. And Lyruff Spaladay got squeezed a little bit coming out of there, drops right to the back. And the pacemaker early is Joyful Lass, who comes out of the chute with the lead. She's clearly ahead, not going all that fast in the first furlong here. Damaso takes the second spot. Gap of 2 to Dreaming of Abba. Mohawk Trail to the outside. Then the next pair, Mission of Joy, Fun with Flags. They run together. And Spaladay is at the back. Must be 9 or 10 lengths behind the front runner, who goes a little bit wide into that first turn run. Is about 3 paths off the rail, now getting towards the fence. Leads the way and is a bit keen here, a length and a half. So is Damaso on a strong hold to sit off the pace setter. They really slow the pace down now. Gap of 2 to Mohawk Trail. Dreaming of Abba to the inside, a length and a half to that pair of Mission of Joy and Fun with Flags. Spaladay doesn't have that much pace to chase as they head down the back stretch. Now it's 8 or 9 lengths from first to last. Joyful Lass on an uncontested lead. The margin's 2 1/4 lengths. She's opened up a little bit here. Damaso more settled down in second. Mohawk Trail third with Dreaming of Abba. Mission of Joy getting closer with Joe Bravo, 3 wide. All the way adjoined third going into the turn. Spaladay, Fun with Flags, the 2 stablemates together at the back as they all pack up now. Just 3 lengths from front to back as they round the far turn. Damaso on the outside, challenging Joyful Lass on the front end here. Mohawk Trail sent along farther out. Mission of Joy is parked 4 wide, being asked to go at the top of the lane. Dreaming of Abba next. Fun with Flags behind horses, searching for racing room badly. She's got nowhere to go. Spaladay trying to floor it on the grandstand side. Here comes Spaladay down the center of the track, unleashed with a powerful finish. She's coming like a rocket, and Spaladay has run from last to first to win the Miss Liberty Stakes under Samuel Marin going away. Joyful Lass was second. Mohawk Trail third. Fun with Flags, unlucky trip in fourth. But Chad Brown will be smiling because his other contender, Spaladay, got it done in the Miss Liberty.
Very different than how her mother won that Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf Day at the Spa. Spaladay closing with a rush. Sensational in the Miss Liberty Stakes. Wow.
Wow, when she got flagged with the crop right-handed for Sammy Marin, she hit another gear here. And the 7 held the pace. She was the only one, and she got left in the gate. She did not have the best beginning. Matt Dinnerman called that she got squeezed out of the gate. Ooh, she ran like mama. A little bit different, but that was absolutely impressive. She got the right trip with Sammy Marin, saved ground, and then swung out and just mowed these horses down.
George Ruiz. Check that. Samuel Marin, Spaladay over Joyful Lass, 5, 7, 6, 3, 2 in the Miss Liberty. Results forthcoming. Back to Aqueduct. Andy, for the 5th time for that post-parade.
Thanks, Lafitte. That was some powerful stretch run for Spaladay. She just inhaled the field. Gorzo and Romero Mirage, David Duggan.
Yeah, hasn't done much running. Maybe the grass could help.
My pick. If you're taking even money on Make Your Moment, don't complain to me, Ray Handel and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is the best horse on paper, but I have a hard time at 4 to 5.
I just feel like there's some hidden gem in here somewhere that can beat Make Your Moment, but maybe not. Daytona Moonshine, a long shot, Dalton Brown riding?
I don't think this is that.
Probably not. Magny, one of many trying the turf for the first time for Mitch Friedman and Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has a couple of okay runs if they take to the grass.
Jovia's first. Louis Rivera.
Yeah, stretching out, it doesn't feel like one that's going to appreciate the added distance.
The 6 Classic Martini went by. That's one of my bombs as well. The 8 Viking Warrior and New Gelding. Irad Ortiz riding for Rick Dutrow.
Sometimes that New Gelding can wake things up.
Needs to speed this one up. The 9 Dancing in the Park. Tom Morley and Christopher Elliott goes by. The 10 Kissing Me, whatever. Gary Siaka.
Kiss me.
I don't know.
Hold me, thrill me.
I don't know.
Okay.
And Big Ego, first time on the grass. For those of you that like flatters, first time on the grass. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, this horse was 0 for 13. I mean, I guess you could try to make a case that the grass is going to help. I don't see it.
I cannot take. I scratch into the 2 as my second choice with the 7 coming out. She may win. I like the 1 Gorzo a little bit, but it's a bit of a stab.
Well, I mean, that's what you got to do in these types of races, right? I mean, there's value everywhere else because the 2's overbet. The 2 is, I mean, I don't think
it's the horse to beat.
Yeah, 100% the horse to beat. And the most likely winner. And you talked about kind of like that Omnifig look where every race that this horse has run on the turf is better than anything else has run on any surface. But it still just doesn't feel great at this price.
There are also figures based on the races the horse was in because the horse has really never done any effective running in there. Maggie, what do you think?
I too, Andy, did scratch in to the favorite in here with Intellectual coming out. And look, Make Your Moment makes a good impression. Second off of the layoff. You know, last time and times before, he has gotten quite nervous. But today, for whatever reason, and it could very well be with the blinkers going on, it's more focused energy. It's still lively, but it's not frazzled. It's not, unfocused and spastic. It's just sharp, and I like that. And he's well prepared, second off the bench here with those shortcut cheater blinkers going on. I do not love that field he comes out of, as several that we see between these two split divisions of this condition, races 5 and 9, come out of that doomed race. And it, like I said, when turf races end with a blanket finish, they're usually not that good. But again, he's even money. If you want him, he's yours. Because on the flip side of that, I don't really like the second choice, and that's number 8 in here, Viking Warrior, who has the one turf effort. It was against maiden special weight rivals, better field, but he did no running. He dropped out the back immediately and never picked up his feet. Now, he is a first-time gelding coming back here off the bench, but he also doesn't look that fit. He doesn't look great in his coat, and these are not things that Rick Dutcher horses generally are. They're very well turned out, and they're at least strong-looking individuals when it comes to kind of coat and flesh, and I just will take the wait-and-see approach gladly with him. As we'll move on to some horses trying the turf for the first time, and that does include number 1, Gorzo. And while Andy brought this horse to my attention, I didn't really love the pedigree other than being by Big Brown. I like that influence. He's the one that's most convincing physically. He looks fantastic on top of that, but that's also typical for Dave Duggan horses. But definitely has that more turf hoof, that more angular frame to him, and I feel the most strongly about him trying and switching to the turf here today. As number 11, Big Ego, some people not tired of going back to the well here with this horse, who has yet to get it done in 13 starts so far at somewhat short prices a lot of those times. Now, there isn't much turf pedigree, and I'll be honest, he's not that convincing. There aren't many physical attributes that say, ooh, he's really going to like the turf. But Andy, when he walked into the paddock, he was the horse that caught my eye the most, and the fact that Gustavo Rodriguez horses are really running well right now, I wouldn't be surprised if he does run well here in this spot.
We'll see what happens, Maggie. Thank you. Because honestly, this is a tough horse to take at 4 to 5, and I really feel, Jonathan, as though Make Your Moment may win, but he's only going to win if absolutely none of the horses trying the grass the first time can run. And maybe that's the case.
Yeah, exactly. It's possible. It's really just depends on, to me, this is one of those races. It's like, what is your goal here? What are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to get alive to a horse that you like later in the sequence in the pick 5 and you need some coverage in some of the other races? Then I don't have a problem in a situation like this taking a horse like this and singling, because he's the most likely winner. But if you're betting this race to win, I don't think he's a smart wager from a win probability. It's tough.
I don't like. I scratched him for second. I like the 1. I think the 6 is a little bit interesting first in the turf. I threw the 11 in as a horse. The 2 may win this race, but I think horses like this are horrendous gambles. Sometimes you just got to hold your nose a little bit, and you got to just bet. And a horse like the 1 at 15 to 1, the 6 even has some pedigree, because as you know, horses can be completely different from one surface to another.
6 is 58 to 1.
Yep. Well, I'll be happy if he wins. See what happens in race number 5. We'll see if another favorite gets it done. We've had 3 so far, or do we get a bomb? Because it's almost a favorite or bomb in race number 5. Chris Griffin has the call.
Kiss me, hold me, thrill me. Kiss me, hold me, thrill me. Big Ego. Last 2 to load. Big Ego to the outside and in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Jovius first in between horses. There's Make Your Moment, who's going to get rail position. It's Make Your Moment with a head in front. Jovius first is going to apply the pressure towards the outside and joining them. That's Dancing in the Park. These three across the course early. Down to the inside, there's Gorzo, who's back to fifth, gets passed by Magni, who's now taking the fourth position. They are very well spread out here as they're approaching that first turn. It's Dancing in the Park, who's well off the rail. Is about the 2-path, almost 3-path there. Dancing in the Park is now sprinting on. Content to sit second is going to be Make Your Moment, is just stalking that pace setter who's really running off on the front end. Jovius first is back there in third. At the rail in fourth is Gorzo. Magni's moving forward. Biggie goes towards the outside in that mid-pack group. They're in front of Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. And towards the back end of the field, Classic Martini with the two trailers, Viking Warrior and Daytona Moonshine. 46.74 for the half-mile time. Dancing in the Park has been sprinting throughout. It's Dancing in the Park, trying to catch a breather here up the backstretch. Make Your Moment starts to move in closer. Here's Make Your Moment, who's ready to challenge Jovius first as the front runner starts to back up into rivals. Here's Big Ego circling the rivals too. Make Your Moment starts to sprint for home. Big Ego's ready to pounce to the outside. Magni is now ranging up on the outside too, and here comes Magni with a run. It's going to be 4 wide. Dancing in the Park has not gone away quietly. They reach the top of the lane. Make Your Moment has taken the lead. Big Ego, but Magni made that sustained rally. Here comes Magni down the center of the course. It's down to these two right now. Make Your Moment and the oncoming strides of Magni. Magni is catching the leader. Make Your Moment has a final furlong to get, but Magni is taking the lead. It's Magni out in the center of the course. Make Your Moment not done. Comes right back towards the inside. Give it to Magni to win it. Magni over Make Your Moment. Then came Viking Warrior, who's in a photo with Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me in 1 minute 43 and 4.
Well, it was the first time turf for Magni, who was coming off a solid effort on the dirt, relatively speaking. Last time gets it done for Mitch Friedman, and another win, 2 in a row for Ruben Silvera.
Horse showed a little bit of talent last time, ran okay. There just wasn't a whole lot to lean on to think this horse was going to really move up this much on the grass, but he certainly did. I mean, you were right in this regard that one of these horses trying the turf for the first time just had to improve enough to beat the two. The two ran well enough. This horse just ran better.
You just can't discount those dams that are sired by Lawyer Ron first time on the turf. That's a potent combination. I am kidding, by the way. He wasn't quite a racehorse, though. But he runs down our friend Ray Handel, and Magni gets it done, and I'm saying it's pretty secure right now. We're probably looking at a pick 6 carryover into, tomorrow. Right. I was going to say, I don't think it's a mandatory payout tomorrow, because I think the Belmont Stakes Race Festival is considered part of the Belmont meet. So I don't think tomorrow's a mandatory, even though we're going to Saratoga. I think it's considered, but I could be wrong. To look into that. But I think we'll have a carryover. But I forgot we're running tomorrow.
Well, don't we run next week here?
No.
Oh.
No, we don't run after tomorrow. We don't run again until Wednesday of the week.
I didn't know that. Well, I'm going to Monmouth next weekend, so I wasn't aware.
Jonathan Kinchin, ladies and gentlemen. He said it, not me. A lot more action to come. The Acorn coming up in Saratoga. And the favorite, Be Good Cheer, as she looks to extend her undefeated streak for trainer Brad Cox.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the winterly pick 5 on our wagering venue. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
That crowd still buzzing here at Monmouth Park. We welcome you back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Buzzing as a result of that show put on by Spaladay, the daughter of a Breeders' Cup Filly mare turf winner, Day at the Spa. I'm not saying she's ready for that kind of competition, Paul, but I don't know. That was really, really good.
Yeah, it really was. Her third start of her 4-year-old season, and wow, she exploded. And you see Sammy Marin here going to go the long route because he had such a lot of horse. And watch when he gets it with the crop right-handed. One more time right here. The explosion right there. Wow, she took off.
The acceleration jumps off the screen. A no-show from Mission of Joy, finishing last, I believe, the heavy favorite. A non-factor. Spaladay takes advantage. Joyful Last was eager and rank, aggressive early, still good enough to finish second. Mohawk Trail, your top selection with the MIG, completing the trifecta, but no stopping Spaladay or Samuel Marin, winning pilot with the MIG moments ago.
Yeah, I'm so pleased to be here with Sam Marin. Sam, this was some ride. I mean, Spaladay had some turn of foot. Did you feel like you were going as fast as she finished?
Yeah, I mean, like I just said a minute ago, I was her replace. And, you know, the last race she won, last time she won, she did it the same thing, you know, off the pace, and she came flying at the end. So I would just question finger to her, give me everything she had right at the end, and she did it.
Well, now, Sam, you were leading rider at Meadowlands last fall, short meet, leading rider for the whole winter at Tampa Bay. And I've been watching you. You ride the turf really well, but it's opened a lot of opportunities getting to ride horses for people like Chad Brown.
Yes, sir. Well blessed, and, you know, appreciated all of them opportunity from Mr. Brown. And it just is such an honor riding for for these people over here.
You keep riding like that, you're going to get a lot more opportunities. I know you ride the next race, so I'm going to let you go. Guys, a good rider, but really watch out for him on the turf.
Paul, you know all about pinch hitting in the clutch, right? Sitting on the bench all game and stepping up and delivering when it matters most at the end of the game. That opportunity for Marin to deliver, wearing those silks for Peter Brandt, for Chad Brown, and getting this win and that opportunity, that's good for him moving forward.
Like Mick said, it's a ton of opportunities. It'd be like myself as a young kid now facing Mariano Rivera, because that's who Chad Brown is in this game. I get a hit off Mariano Rivera. Now my manager goes, the next time he comes in or a tough closer comes in, I can rely on Paul to put the ball on the bat. That's what Chad Brown and Samuel Marin's been doing. He's been using him in that Tampa, and when Sammy delivers, he's going to get more and more mounts.
And Andy with Spaladay, I'm not sure what was going on in the Bogey. He was in the mix early on, kind of prompting the pace. Today, taken back, produced late, and what a finish in the feature here at Monmouth Park.
That was quite a finish that horse put in. Just absolutely trounced the field. It was like in a different race than everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a great feeling for a rider, too, to turn the corner like that and ask for something and get that much of a response from a horse.
And the number 4 Magni get the response for under Ruben Silvera. Nice win for Mitch Friedman, beating the favorite. Make your moment. A couple of decent prices to kick off the pick 6. See what happens in race number 6, a race that will not have a heavy favorite, though. Right now, the 4, Silsby for our buddy Reagan Swinbank, is the favorite 8-5. I'm afraid to say anything bad about it. I don't want to make Reagan cry.
He texted me, Silsby, a town in East Texas. Very, very proud Texan is Reagan.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And a good guy as well that we like to make fun of. Good cheer, of course, coming to Saratoga for the big race on the day before Belmont Stakes Day. And you know, I'm curious to see just how good she is, and kind of hoping that we get a fast track as well, because she was, no doubt about it, much the best in this Oaks. I still have some questions about her.
Yeah, I mean, she's one of those horses that just keeps winning. And I think she feels like one of those horses that when she gets tested, she just shows up and she'll run as fast as she needs to run. You can't argue with 7 for 7. You'd like to think that the mile and an eighth of the Acorn she's passed that test already. And I don't know what it is, but there's something that's kind of fun about having a really good 3-year-old filly in training. It's fun.
I'm in the minority, but people go crazy for good 3-year-old fillies. I agree.
Fun.
No, they do, and I'm not knocking her, but I am also interested to see what Shred the Gnar, who I believe is pointing for there as well, what she does in that race, because she ran a bigger figure, albeit the track was dry at that point in the day, but earlier on the card on Oaks Day.
Yeah, and look, I think that with the good thing about having a horse like Good Cheer is regardless of the weather, you know she's going to run well. She handles all types of surfaces, and she feels like the type of horse that she's going to – I think the 11 post of the Oaks really helped her, where she was out in the clear, and hopefully she can draw well here or there up at Saratoga.
Yeah, the DK horse Acorn coming up on that Friday card. One of a number of grade ones we're running that day, including the Just a Game and the New York Handicap, expected to attract – she feels pretty, Cherie DeVos filly, who's absolutely sensational, the Leal runner. Also the Better Roses that day, as well as the Belmont Gold Cup being run at Saratoga for the second year in a row, which means we may get to see that Melbourne Cup trophy again. Kelly Breen, a Belmont winning trainer. He is back at Monmouth.
And they're off. And the NYRA Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from NYRA Bets. NYRA Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. NYRA Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is NYRA Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Ruler on Ice is in between horses. And Animal Kingdom is fourth as the field turns for home. Shackleford is wilting. Brilliant Speed is coming up now. And Brilliant Speed and Ruler on Ice and Stay Thirsty. And Animal Kingdom is sputtering in the final furlong of this year's Triple Crown. They're coming down to the finish. Ruler on Ice, Stay Thirsty, and Brilliant Speed. It's a shocker in the Belmont. Ruler on Ice is the winner.
That 2011 Triple Crown grudge match. Derby winner Animal Kingdom, Preakness winner Shackleford. Who would it be? Ruler on Ice and Jose Valdivia at a massive, massive price. Defeating eventual Jim Dandy Travers winner Stay Thirsty.
Yeah, Stay Thirsty, a really good racehorse. Actually, since Stay Thirsty's moved out to California, he's been the leading sire out in California, but it was Kelly Breen's day on this day, and you can see Kelly in that hat and tie. He's wearing that same hat and tie today. He's probably one of the best dress trainers out there.
Very sharp.
Yeah,
very
sharp.
Always ready for that trip to the winner's circle. All smiles. Jose Valdivia, career moment, signature win. Belmont Stakes Ruler on Ice. Breen, represented by Royal Performance in this upcoming 6th race at Monmouth Park. These New Jersey breds in a sprint with a $68,000 purse, Paul. A competitive 6th race at Monmouth.
Yeah, it is a competitive race for New Jersey breds. You have the one in here, JJ Zozo, who is your tepid favorite here. Now, a horse that has shown ability, obviously, in the New Jersey bred races, actually won the Smoke Glacken and then actually ran in the Champagne against Chancellor McPatrick. But this horse has got blinding speed, and I think you're going to see it today. It's just whether he comes back ready, like some of the other horses. Sea Wizard seems like he's been the sires here in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm. That's a fast New Jersey bred, as you referenced. JJ Zozo last September right here. That smoke blackened. Now, yeah, on the strength of that win, wound up in the Champagne. All right, so he was 54-1. He wasn't competitive with grade 1 types, but excited to see what he does in his first start now as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, I am too. You know, because when you look at the 2 Royal Performance, he was, 16 lengths behind JJ Zozo that day. So what's the difference here between those 2 runners? Now, the 2 outside runners, do you want to side with the 7 or 8? The 8 shows a great race, 78 Beyer, but it was a 2-horse field. So how do you really...
More competition today.
Yeah, I mean, how do you really gauge that race from the 8?
The Isabella de Tomaso homebred Go Irish at 5-2. A Wild Crazy Night will break to his inside by 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner and Midnight Loot. Wintered at Oaklawn without winning, but exiting the Bachelor on Arkansas Derby Day. What are you expecting from Wild Crazy Night?
He's a tough horse to figure out. The Oaklawn horses and Dan Ward's horses have gotten off to a little bit of a slow start. I think it takes a little, maybe 1 or 2 races off that racetrack. You got to understand, Oaklawn Park, you were there, I've been there. So much rain, the training goes in and out. The track's either sloppy, it's hard. It's very hard to get a horse back into a condition. And Dan's horses have struggled a tiny bit. So I'm against the 7 a little bit, although on paper, probably the horse to beat.
Wild Crazy Night for these New Jersey breds. Isaac Castillo looking for a second win on the afternoon. Staten Flurry, the owner, a former leading owner, champion owner at Oaklawn a couple of years back. Wild and Crazy Night, 2-1. JJ Zozo, 2-1 as well. And Royal Performance to his outside, hoping for better fortune. The second time he hooks up with JJ Zozo.
Yeah, if you've ever been to Oaklawn Park, you probably parked in one of Staten Flurry's parking spots. He's got most of the parking right across the street, but a wonderful guy, man. He's a young kid in the game, brings a ton of energy. I love Staten. He's very, very, he's good for horse racing, and he's in at every level. That's what I love about him. And, you know, he gave some horses to Dan Ward, and this is a horse that's, you know, been climbing a little bit. You know what? The Renaissance and the Ozark, you look at the 2 Jersey bred races way back when, they're very good. JJ Zozo just beat him by a head. So if you barometer that race, the 7 should be right there.
You saw how much of a lead JJ Zozo was able to establish and run his opposition off their feet in that smoke glacken. Whether it's Go Irish, Wild and Crazy Night, has good tactical speed, though. How much of a discrepancy, if any, how much pressure do you think others can apply to JJ Zozo in the early stages?
I don't think any can. If he breaks well, I think he's by far the fastest horse in this race. Now he gets Lasix for the first time for his 3-year-old bow, so maybe the 2 at Paco, but I just don't see it. The outside horse, the 8, is the unknown, winning a 2-horse field, but did trounce and went 109, was going fast, and has gone gate to wire before here at Monmouth. So the 8, maybe on the outside of the 1, is the one that maybe can cross over and stalk, but I do think the 1's the horse to catch.
Confidence riding high in terms of the rider. Samuel Marin just rode Spaladay to perfection in the Miss Liberty moments ago. That was a turf route, now in a dirt sprint. And just overall, big picture, this spring and summer at Monmouth. We're not saying he's going to dethrone Paco Lopez as leading rider, but big things expected from Samuel Marin this meet.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people move their tack. We had talked about this before. For a lot of people that don't know, Jairo Randon was the second leading rider by a mile. He had almost 66 wins. He actually is a farmer in the offseason, and he had an accident at his farm, and he's tending to his farm, so he's not going to ride this meet. So 66 wins has to go somewhere.
The rare, successful, like part-time jockey, Jairo Rendon. So, Samuel Marin now. What will he do with JJ Zozo? Already a stakes victory on the afternoon. Aboard the favorite for the 6th race as these New Jersey-bred sprinters file into the gate. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call. Race 6, Monmouth live on Fox Sports 1.
Two back. Wild and Crazy Night. And to the outside post, Go Irish. Here's Go Irish rounding out the field. We're ready to go.
Got him.
And NYRA. Good dispatch for all the runners in the race. Pallid to take up shortly after the start. J.J. Zozo from the inside going right to the lead here. Royal Performance will press hard from the outside. And Wild and Crazy Night 3 deep, keen to get after those top 2. And 3 are pretty much across the track now with Go Irish, who sets up shop right behind that trio. Max's Glory running in 5th. Gap of 3 lengths to Fully Committed. And Pal has been out sprinted well behind, detached from the rest, maybe 18 to 20 lengths behind as they go into the far turn. Contested battle on the front end. Wild and Crazy Night in the 3 path is up to challenge J.J. Zozo, and the 2 favorites square off. Royal Performance out of that trio, blinks in 3rd and loses position. Go Irish makes a move with J-Ron Barbosa on the outside, coming to the top of the lane, and 3 runners on the lead are battling. J.J. Zozo being asked for more. Wild and Crazy Night between horses. Outside it's Go Irish, who's confidently handled here, and now the reins get shaken at him. Down the lane, Go Irish. Wild and Crazy Night's coming back at him from the inside, and Wild and Crazy Night has repelled the challenge of Go Irish with a 16th to go. Wild and Crazy Night to get the victory. Go Irish second best today, no excuses. J.J. Zozo 3rd, and Max's Glory was 4th.
Repelling the charge of Go Irish, Wild Crazy Night. Staten Flurries, Wild Crazy Night digs in, holds on in the 6th at Monmouth, and goes favored at 6-5 in the end.
Yeah, the last click went to the 7. Smart money here. Isaac Castillo, 3 wide, pressed on and went on with it. In the 8 Go Irish, Ron Barbosa had a lot of horse, but the bottom side, and I think just the class of the 7 got this horse home. Second win for Isaac on the card.
Wild Crazy Night here. Back to Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A. Andy, all set for the late pick 4.
Very impressive timing, Lafitte, the 1 mega changer. Jose Gomez riding 4. I have to find out. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, okay. This horse hasn't taken much money in his first 2 starts. Not taking much here either.
The 2 fiery. Jimmy Ryerson takes over the training.
Didn't run horribly in that first turf sprint attempt.
Accelerated News, the 3, Lisa Lewis and Jose Lezcano.
It's great timing for my iPad to turn off.
No.
So, but it's all right. We'll be back by the next horse.
Actually, the turf race wasn't great, but does turn back. Silsby, the odd heavy favorite. Irad Ortiz, and George Weaver. That's
well, this in Reagan Swinbank, of course. This horse did
Reagan and Irad. They're like the same.
Yeah, this horse took a lot of money on debut. Was meant for the turf on debut.
Ultra Cameo going by. I think this is a weird long shot that Maggie kind of likes. Chris Elliott riding for Bobby Hawthorne. The 6 Garden of Grace, another one for Weaver. This one with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, this one didn't take any money on debut, and is not taking too much here either.
The number 7, Last of My Kind, a firster for Mike Maselli and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, Mike, only 5% with first-time starters. It's not something I don't think he targets with his barn.
My top pick, Stormy Disco, Javier Castellano riding for Mike Deeney.
Yeah, I mean, this horse's turf sprint back in 2023 was pretty darn good, and this horse just kind of runs okay in the last couple starts.
The number 9 is Wild Mischief. To me, a big overlay at 8-1 for Mike Maker and Manny.
Yeah, another one who's got 2 turf sprints on his record that were pretty good. Could get the job done here. Does need to run well. Hasn't run since February.
Forever to go. I think back to his preferred surface here, or her preferred surface for Mark Hennig and Joel Rosario.
Drawn really well. Tactical speed outside and has run well on the grass before.
The number 11, Sunshine Lily, Greg DePrima and Kedrick Harmouche.
Another one with some tactical speed outside. I love tactical speed horses drawn outside in turf sprints.
And we round out the field with Graceful Warrior, Jenna Antonucci.
This horse does not have a lot of speed and feels like one that's going to end up wide one way or another.
Please tell me you're not sucking up to Reagan and picking the 4, Silsby.
No,
You're picking him, but not to suck up to Reagan.
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
I'm gonna pick the 4 because I have to root hard for my friend. I can make some excuses.
I root for him too.
Yeah, I think the 9 is interesting. I think the 9 has a lot of there's a lot of value there.
It's a crazy price, right?
The 10 and also very interesting. But I will say this about the 4. Especially though George had this horse ready to run first time out. Obviously, they wanted to run on the grass. Then they had to go to the bench. Now they come back. They get the grass. The horse was bet on debut. I do follow money. I talk about that all the time. When a horse is bet first time out and they don't particularly show up, I'll give him another chance. There was obviously something to suggest the horse was going to run well.
I won't be shocked, obviously, if he wins. George wins these races, got IRAD and all these things, and you're right, they intended the turf. This horse does not have a lot of turf pedigree. Vacoma's been okay as a turf stallion so far, but the dam side, this is a dirt pedigree, a Rockport Harbor dam. I could never warm up to a horse like this at 9-5.
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get a little bit of a drift here, but like you said, that IRAD and Swinbank money is tough to overcome.
Yeah, it is tough, you know. There it is. Maggie, help us out.
Yeah, Reagan piling it on here with Silsby. But Silsby is a horse that, at least of the two Weaver horses, I prefer her. And overall, this is a fascinating race. I mean, I could pick through each and every one of these fillies and come up with some little tidbit to kind of like about them or not like about them. I think you can play both sides of the coin with all of these. As Silsby, yes, she did take money in a race intended for the turf, though taken off, and they paid a lot of money for her. $330,000 at that OBS Open June sale is a lot. She did work 10-1 over the synthetic surface and looked very good in doing so. She does look as though she'll handle the turf. I've kind of found that with a lot of these Vacomas. They have that just overall athletic frame that they're kind of versatile in their physical makeup, but she comes in ready. She's fit, she's strong, and I think she is formidable in this spot. Can't necessarily say the same thing about her stablemate, uncoupled stablemate, Garden of Grace. I wasn't in the paddock when she debuted back on April 27th. I think I was off that day. She was flattered when Munnings Express came back and won, but she was well beaten. And there is a little bit of turf pedigree to give her that credit. The second Damn Raw Gold, she was a multiple graded stakes winner, although on the dirt, but she was a stakes winner on turf sprinting down the hill at Santa Anita. She looks fine for the surface, but she's just a washed out nervous wreck. And those are just horses I can't necessarily recommend. Now on to my long shot at 43-1, sandwiched in between those two George Weaver horses is the Bobby Hawthorne trained Ultra Cameo. Now, if you do some digging with this filly's pedigree, the second dam she went 3 for 10 on the turf, and the dam is a full sister to Ring Weekend. There's turf there. Now, she did take some money in that Parks debut, albeit against weaker foes than what she meets here, but I like the fact that she didn't break that well, but she rushed up to show some speed, and physically looking at her today, she looks like a turf sprinter. Everything about her says it, and I love the way that she's shipped in here. She's handling herself with poise and class. She looks fit, strong, really well-rounded, and strong hindquarters on her as well. So I like her at a big price currently. As we'll move on to another horse that is a decent price, actually taking more money than I suspected she would, but that's another daughter of Vacoma in Sunshine Lily. As she makes her fourth start, and they tried to get her on the turf last time on April 27th. Look, there isn't that much turf pedigree to report home upon, besides being a daughter of Vacoma. The dams actually have to upstart, but she looks as though she should handle it. Same thing goes that I said about Silsby with her. Now, she is pretty sharp, and she's shown a bit of speed. Often it doesn't translate from dirt to turf speed, but again, she's sharp in here, and Kendrick gave her his patented Kendrick warm-up, but with a lot of smooching and encouraging to really get her to jump into the bridle. So look for her to be at least forwardly placed in this one, guys.
Thanks, Mag. I want to talk a little bit about the horse that I like near Stormy Disco, Jonathan. I don't trust this horse running for a quarter, but a year and a half ago or more, this horse made her debut in a turf sprint. The only time she sprinted the turf. She didn't break well. She bore out at the start, and she came running after Being Betty, who won the race down the inside with a big 4-wide brush in there, ran up there, took the lead. Now, Being Betty outgamed her, but she still ran very well, I thought, to be second, and probably ran the best race. It's very hard to judge how good the field was because most of them never ran back on the turf. Being Betty has turned out to be a very solid New York bred, so based on that, she's okay. And she hasn't sprinted the turf. I don't trust her, but she's getting back to what she is capable of doing best. And at this price, I have to bet a few dollars.
Yeah, I mean, those back races make a ton of sense. I guess my one question would be is why did they give up on a horse so quickly in that time?
I agree. And why did nobody claim this horse? Wild Mischief and Forever to Go. Forever to Go has gone down to 2-1. Okay. Why is Forever to Go such a heavy favorite over Wild Mischief, as they both basically at the wire together? And actually, Wild Mischief beat this horse in their debuts in the turf at Saratoga.
Forever to Go always takes money, a lot of seconds, but that's a lot of short price
overlay,
seconds.
Right?
Yeah,
the nine.
Yeah,
I mean, the nine.
Yeah, the 9
Huge
for sure
overlay.
is the bet to make here. But I'll be rooting like heck for the 4.
All right, we'll see what happens. They're heading in the gate. Chris Griffin with the call of the 6th.
Sunshine Lily. Right in behind the gate there is Ultra Cameo. Just a little reluctant. Almost in. Now in. Sunshine Lily. Garden of Grace. There's Last of My Kind. Graceful Warrior to the outside. Graceful Warrior. Katie Davis. Moving in. All set. And they're off. Ask for speed there is Garden of Grace. In between horses is quickest. Mega Changers in the early mix, and Silsby's going to take back right in behind this leader. Out wider is Forever to Go, and joining them on the far outside, Graceful Warrior, very tightly packed. The leader, Forever to Go. Keen on the front end, wants to go. Forever to Go is ahead in front. Silsby moved to the inside of Garden of Grace, who broke on top, is now back to third. Out wider, there comes Graceful Warrior trying to rally on. Ultra Cameo's in a tight spot there. The gray is trying to muscle on through. It's a wide run there for Sunshine Lily, is about to challenge and take third. 22.59 for the opening quarter mile. Silsby's still in front. Mid-pack is going to be Mega Changer, is running on there with Stormy Disco, who's in the blue silks. From the back there, Fiery. Also Accelerated News, the two at the back. Wild Mischief with Last of My Kind. They reach the top of the lane. Silsby is the target, 45.63 for a half-mile time. And now, getting the encouragement there is Silsby and Irad Ortiz Jr. trying to open up. Garden of Grace is back for more, has taken a clear second once again. Accelerated News is lifting on the far outside, but Silsby is just strutting away. Silsby, impressive. Dominates. Garden of Grace second. Ultra Cameo's in a photo with Accelerated News. Final running time, 1 minute 8.70 seconds.
Silsby made that short price look like stealing money. This was a stakes quality performance by Silsby getting it done for George Weaver and Irad.
That was impressive. When you get Irad doing the shoulder taps at the top of the stretch, you know he's got a ton of horse. And this horse obviously wanted to get to the grass. They finally scratched an off-the-turf race recently. Now they show up here on the grass. And like you said, a stakes level type performance. That was pretty impressive.
That was extremely impressive by this horse. Maggie's Bomb, the number 5, Ultra Cameo getting up for third behind two horses that took money in here, but no doubt about it with the winner. This horse was much the best.
Wow. You love to see it. Look, you'd like to think that they'll be thinking bigger and better things after this.
They will be with this horse. I mean, she's a New York bred. I don't know where you really necessarily go looking forward. Maybe just try to find a non-winners of one, but we're going to hear more from this horse. This horse can run. That was a very impressive performance.
And has the type of speed that you'd like to think that the cutting back to 5.5 not going to be a problem up in Saratoga.
Not at all. I mean, it is funny how the 6 furlongs seem to be better to speed, though in Saratoga we see a lot of those races fall apart, but this is a very talented runner and a nice performance there.
Reagan's, I bet you he's screaming at TV somewhere still.
Well, he may be screaming at the TV most of the time regardless, but that's a whole other conversation, actually. I'm going to leave. I've had enough. It's been fun, though. Fierceness will be leading a very, 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 very strong field for the Met Mile when we get up to Saratoga. That's coming up next as America's Day at the Races continues.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
final 16th of the Derby, and it's still epicenter. Zandon surging, and here comes Rich Strike down toward the inside. It's a wild finish in the Kentucky Derby, and on the wire, Rich Strike does it! Wow! A shocker in the Kentucky Derby!
Shocker that shocked the world. Not just the racing world, shocked the world. Rich Strike, 80-1, Sonny Leone in the 22 Kentucky Derby.
Drew in because Dwayne Lucas decided not to run. That is even a bigger story about it. And the crazy part about it is, you know, we had Final Gambit run fourth. If Churchill Downs does not buy Turfway Park before this Kentucky Derby, he doesn't even get the points to get in.
Wasn't in the race the day before the race.
Yes.
Rich Strike.
I remember Lafitte, true story, because I was there, and he was not on the Derby shirt. So everybody was going nuts, wanted a Rich Strike shirt. They had to give away Rich Strike shirts about 2 weeks later.
The T-shirt with the names and the colors of all the horses competing.
Yeah.
I don't know how Steve Asmussen does not get literally sick every time he sees that.
Yeah, Epicenter
replay.
and Zandon. And Chad Brown.
Him too.
Zandon looked like he was going to go by Epicenter. And then Rich Strike comes rolling around the rail. I mean, you know, we talk about Brian Hernandez's ride, but, you know, Sonny Leone put on a pretty good ride that day.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Sonny Leone, here at Monmouth, for the first time this season, riding full-time at Monmouth Park and about to ride in this upcoming 7th race, is Sonny Leone. He wasn't just in the right place at the right time. Like, that was a world-class ride on the sport's biggest stage.
It really was. I mean, he went to the inside where everybody was in the middle of the racetrack, and you could only see the 2. You thought it was the 2 at first, and then when the 21 crossed the wire, it was a big shot. You could hear a pin drop. All you could see was Eric Reed in his red suit come rolling down, and they were screaming the connections.
Number 21, not bad in the Derby. Rich Strike, Baeza, 3rd this year, number 21, and we'll see him in 13 days, the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Meantime, race 7 minutes out. Sun's out, gorgeous day, great crowd, Memorial Day weekend coverage from Monmouth Park. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. And this 7th race, these fillies and mares, mile and a 16th on grass. Nice to have a full slate of grass racing here. Paulie, who'd you come up with?
I thought this was a tough race. I mean, the 7's the horse to beat, but I have a feeling the first time started the 4 up by Lope de Vega for Chad Brown. Out of a Hurricane Run mare. Hurricane Run was more of a sprinter in Europe, and I have a feeling this horse can run a little bit, and you get Sammy Morin aboard again.
It's a good race, this 7th. And we'll meet the field with 6 minutes to go. Start of the late pick 4. Here at Monmouth Park, a 50-cent late pick 4. And you're looking at an outsider, 22-1. Keep it sweet. 6-year-old debut, 14 race maiden, 12 of those losses on grass.
Yeah, really tough to endorse. Although Jean Aguilar, a young rider, had a couple wins yesterday.
Yeah, a Social Triumph. Jersey Joe aboard for her Monmouth debut.
Not a bad turf debut last time for the maiden 50. Now she'll jump up to the maiden special weight.
Pharaoh's Mark, not as fast as her Triple Crown winning sire, then growth trajectory. Seth Klarman's debuting English Filly.
This is the horse that I think has got a big shot in here on debut.
Colt Next Stables, first-time starter, tight line.
Yeah, I would give this horse a start being by Constitution.
Channel check 4-5 in her debut at Tampa for Powerhouse Connections, finished off the board.
I wouldn't dismiss this horse, putting the blinkers on.
Favorite, Restless Dreamer.
The horse to beat. I mean, listen, been close with 3 seconds in 7 starts.
Sonny Leone on Enchant.
Should show speed. I think the speed of the speed, putting the blinkers on.
Lady Mays, the Irish filly, winless in 6 U.S. starts.
You know, she used to show speed. Now they kind of backed her up a little bit. I kind of think she's a mare that's kind of in between her running styles.
Good race. Fillies with potential, some upside. How will it all unfold? Coming up, 7th race, 5 minutes out, late pick 4 in front of this enthusiastic, good crowd here at Monmouth Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
That's a great shot. Crowd here, Monmouth Park. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 is always brought to you in part by Hill & Dale out of Lapa. Horses warming up, handicappers, the fans here figuring out who they like in the 7th race. 2 minutes out, we check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I think this is a very, very difficult race to handicap. But we're going to start talking with both of the Chad Brown runners, the first-time starter, the 4, Growth Trajectory, daughter of Lope de Vega, very well turned out, handling herself extremely well on debut. You always want to see horses kind of take this in and, you know, be settled and comfortable with it. They're just so many new things introduced to them in the afternoon as compared to training in the morning. The 6 Channel Check didn't do a great deal of running on debut at Tampa, but does add blinkers. And one thing about the Chad Brown runners, every single one of them, they're all kind of sinewy, and their musculature is so defined. And it makes sense because if you ever watch Chad Brown's horses gallop in the morning, not their fast works, their gallops, he has some of the best exercise riders, and they make them use themselves, right? So the horses bow their heads, they don't gallop on a free rein, and it really builds up and develops their hind ends because they have to use themselves, get up underneath themselves. So it makes sense that his horses would always look like that sinewy, muscular, look to them. The 7 horse, Restless Dreamer, your favorite, Paco, has speed, looks good, makes sense. Again, maybe slightly overbet because of Paco, but good buyer figures coming into this. Start worrying when a horse gets beat consistently, short margins. She was second by a head last time. Looked like she had every opportunity to get it done. She was second 2 starts back, beaten a half a length, and she kind of hit the front that day, and I thought maybe lost a little interest. So she might be a little bit herd bound. And I thought the 8 Enchant had a real look at a big price. I think this plays out to be the main speed. Adds blinkers, Sonny Leone, a Kentucky Derby winner aboard. And Mike Deeney's gotten off to a really good start this meet, and his horses are looking good. And when a barn starts going good, you got to pay attention to them. Horses feed on energy. When a barn's winning, the grooms come in a good mood in the morning. The exercise riders, everybody's happy, and they're all pulling together, and the horses get happy. And I know some people think I make too much of that, but I've just seen it consistently. When an atmosphere in a barn's good, the horses respond in a positive way.
The guy next to me doesn't think you're making too much of that.
No, it's
the parallel, just like in baseball, as you know better than anyone, a lineup gets hot. That hitting is contagious. Same in horse racing in a barn.
Yeah, it is. It's very contagious. That's why you see a lot of teams going 8, 9, 10-game winning streaks. And Mick's right. You come in, and the parking lot attendant guy's happy that you're winning games because they're all involved with it too. So, and when you play as a team, and it just gets better and better as you see the young faces still holding strong. They're going to sleep well tonight, the youngins that are at the racetrack today.
A lot of dads in the Oceanport area. They're going to have sore shoulders after this Memorial Day
100%.
weekend.
I've been saying the best seat in the house is on Dad's shoulders.
You ain't lying.
Dad's shoulders aren't as good as they used to be.
After several hours and 7 races, of which after this 7th race for I don't know how long, but we're going to switch our coverage over to the Fox Sports app after the 7th race. The Indy 500 running a little bit long and approaching kickoff. USFL fans in Houston, the Roughnecks, hosting the DC Defenders. That'll be on Fox Sports 1. And once the Indy 500 is over, USFL on Fox, and we'll be back on FS1. Got all that? Jotted all down?
Got it all. Just how many laps are left in the Indy 500?
Good question. So is it 150 or 3? That'll give you a gauge to how long we'll be on the Fox Sports app. But again, you won't miss a thing. Coverage continuing on the Fox Sports app. So you're going with the first-time starter here, Growth Trajectory. Does that feel cold 7-2 given the connections, given it's Chad Brown and another one of these purchases owned by Seth Klarman? How well they've done with the European imports, a newspaper of record, one that comes to mind, same sire, Lope de Vega.
It might be, but I also think the 7's a real horse. Now, Chad used to have the 7. Now Kelly Breen does. And the 7 really hasn't progressed for me as a filly. She keeps running the same race, and she's right there. I just think, listen, I love the Lope de Vegas. These fillies, they usually are really good runners. And the dam could run, Wakila. She was a nice runner, and all the runners from the family have been winners. So I say this a lot, especially when we go to Saratoga. Sometimes, Chad has horses at Monmouth. Don't dismiss them. They're not his second string. He runs them where they can run.
And Brown with Channel Check number 6 as well. Now, she was hammered in her debut, 4-5, a non-factor in her debut. How does she respond? I'm told in about 30 seconds. In about 30 seconds, we'll be saying goodbye from Monmouth. The USFL game in Houston, kickoff approaching. Indy 500 continuing on Fox. At some point, we'll be back on Fox Sports 1. But this race, if you want to see it, the Monmouth 7th over on the Fox Sports app. Welcome to the Fox Sports app and our coverage from Monmouth Park. This 7th race, it is post time. Start of the late pick 4 here, Monmouth Park. Mile and a 16th, maidens, non-winners. On a firm turf course, Matt Dinnerman with the load and call.
Trajectory. Lady Meese to the outside post to round out the field. We're ready to go. And Leroff, tight line, had to take up sharply right at the start. Enchant on the lead, the gray. Restless Dreamer also there with her. Growth Trajectory takes a hold and is back running in the 3rd position. Channel Check alongside now. Lady Meese taking the 3rd position away from Channel Check, who's in 4th with Growth Trajectory. A gap of 2 to keep it sweet. Pharaoh's Mark, then Tight Line, who took up at the start, is second to last, passing Social Triumph, who now trails into the first turn. They go. The gray, Enchant, carving out the fractions, getting towards the rail, leads a length and 3/4. Restless Dreamers second with Lady Meese. They're 2 lengths clear of Channel Check and Growth Trajectory. The 2 clear of its Chad Brown runners are together, 3 lengths off the pace. Gap of 2 to keep it sweet. Pharaoh's Mark, another 2.5 to Tight Line, and a similar margin to Social Triumph, who can only see backside as they head down the backstretch. Enchant at 13-1, a length and a tail ahead. Lady Meese sticks her head out, claims second from Restless Dreamer, patiently ridden on the inside 3rd as the odds-on favorite. She went off at 3-5. Then Growth Trajectory claiming the 4th spot. Channel Check shuffled back to 5th now, clearly in that position. Niggled along as they go into the turn. Tight Line is 5 lengths off the lead in the Colts Neck Racing colors. Social Triumph trying to rally from last, joining Pharaoh's Mark and Keep It Sweet. Back up top, Lady Meese pounces on Enchant, And Lady Meese comes looking for the lead, grabs it from Enchant. Here's Growth Trajectory on the outside, looming to run a big one. Restless Dreamer getting caught behind horses, has to angle towards the outside, but Growth Trajectory got the jump and kicks on. Growth Trajectory with a nice kick, opening up 3-4 lengths coming to the finish. It's Growth Trajectory coming home strong, wrapped up, had a lot more in the tank, and this first-time starter looked awfully good in her first lifetime race. Tightline second. In third was Lady Meese, Photo for fourth, Channel Check, and Restless Dreamer.
She looked good, all right. Remember her name. Growth Trajectory, clear of any traffic and congestion. Samuel Marin gives her her cue. She responds, accelerates, and dominates in her debut. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown.
Just really, really impressive by this 3-year-old filly. She did not get off to the best beginning. She got squeezed at the start, but I turned to you and I said, wow, she got back on her feet real quick and got right into the race. An athletic filly, because after the break, she kind of got, squeezed a little bit, but she got right back up into the race. And Sammy had a ton of horse, and these Lope de Vegas can flat out run.
Yeah, they can. She can run.
Yes.
And perhaps another look at the start if we get a chance, if we have an opportunity, because the two first-time starters, Growth Trajectory, the winner, was sort of sideswiped, pinched a little bit. The filly to her outside, the first-time starter, Tightline, took the worst of it. She was last early. She winds up completing the exacta, running second at 26-1. You're looking at numbers 4 and 5. Watch the start, your eventual 1-2 finishers.
Yeah, the 3 sort of comes out a little bit. See how the 4 kind of gets sideswiped, but watch this. Right back into the race and sitting in a perfect spot. And you see what happened to the 5, kind of lost her legs a little bit, but what Sammy has her right in front of the 3 already after that bump. It's like it just didn't even bother her at all. I mean, that's a classy filly in the way she finished.
Professional efforts from both. 4-5-9-7 Growth Trajectory over Tightline, 26-1 second place finish. And for Samuel Marin, 2 wins today for Chad Brown, including the feature Spala Day earlier in the Miss Liberty, and now with this filly with a bright future. Growth Trajectory, sensational at Monmouth, who will be sensational in 2 weeks at Saratoga. The August Belmont Trophy. Last year was Jason Worth hoisting the hardware. Who will it be in the 157th running of the Belmont Stakes in 2 weeks at Saratoga?
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Welcome back to the program. You're watching America's Day at the Races on the Fox Sports app, and we are proudly brought to you by Gainesway Farm. As here at Aqueduct, or Belmont at the Big A, I should say, physically at Aqueduct, I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and please be alongside Jonathan Kinchin. JK, beautiful day outside. I was a little remiss to come inside, I'm not going to lie.
Well, look, I'm glad you did. I've been very lucky. Yesterday, Andy left. I got Acacia. Today, Andy leaves. I get you. Serious
Things
upgrade.
are looking up. Both accounts. As we do have some racing to get to. Horses on the track for today's 7th race. It is a claiming 20, and big favorite scratched out of here with Power Seeker, an early defection. But we'll kick things off with one of the grays in this race. That is a likely speed, JK, with Sundays with Sandy.
Yeah, and you get the inside rail draw with Kendrick Carmouche. You'd like to think they'd be forward.
Number 3, JJ's Joker for Wayne Potts.
This is where I landed. I'm going to draw a line through the last race. There's a little bit of trouble there and go back to that 7-furlong race where I thought the horse ran really well.
First off, the claim, number 4, Flat Out Flying.
Yeah, another one who was stuck down on the inside last time. Hopefully can try to work out a better trip here today.
High Tide for Fernando Abreu dropping.
The opposite. This horse was wide all the way around there last time. Maybe they can try to save a little ground.
Here's another gray, Winter's Ghost.
Yeah, hadn't ran well last time, showed some speed, but the pace wasn't particularly quick.
And Suerte off the claim.
Odds on last time for Brad Coxon, couldn't win. I'm having trouble with the trainer change.
Another off the claim, but a formidable Bill Morley. Morey. It's like, it is.
Morley,
yeah.
huh?
It is Murphy's Law with that one. And rounding out the field, Bad Larry.
Some might say you might have a crush on
No.
Mr. Morley.
So, yeah, a little bit. That being my husband, who has a brother named Bill Morley.
Wow. That's easy. That's easy to mix up.
Murphy's Law for me, so.
There you go.
Anyway, JJ's Joker, tell me what you like about this 9-to-1 shot.
Yeah, well, the price is the big thing I like. It's just I thought the horse ran poorly last time but had trouble, and I think that a lot of times people overreact to the most recent race. And I think if you can sometimes just pretend those races don't happen, which I can understand could be a dangerous proposition, you can help with your creativity of figuring how the horse could run a little bit better. If you could run back to that race 2 races back, the horse could absolutely win this race. And at 9-to-1, I'm willing to pay to find out which race was real, the last one or the one that was 2 back.
It does feel like a little bit of an outlier, but we'll see. As this does kick off the cross-country pick 5 between here, Belmont at the Big A, and Monmouth Park. We'll have 3 from the Jersey Shore, as well as the 8th from the Big A2. So looking forward to that. And we have it's post time. So get those bets in for that cross-country pick 5. Number 4, Flat Out Flying, who really just flat out loves to win, but his Achilles heel is getting out of the gate.
Yeah, and you know, when you're going the mile here, it shouldn't be that big of a deal if he's a little bit tardy, but it certainly would help his chances if he could just kind of get that sorted out.
Yeah, and last time, too, he just never looked particularly comfortable over the sloppy racetrack, wired by Quick Hammer that day. And we've seen Steve Schauer have success with his claims.
Yeah, it's not the most comfortable thing, the amount of ground this horse gives up early in the early parts of the race. If for whatever reason they could just be a little bit more engaged, I think they would continue to probably win more races. I mean, look, he's figured it out. He's worked through it. He was on a 3-race winning streak prior to last time, but it's definitely not something at a short price that you like to see.
I will say, though, that still horses like him that kind of refine their form for Rob Atras and then get claimed away, I'm always a little bit leery of.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, he moved to Rob's barn and then had 3 wins and was really basically doing the best of his career recently. And then, you move away, you start to be a little bit concerned. Are they going to be able to find that form again?
Yeah, exactly. As they are moving into line, there is your favorite, the horse we were just mentioning, Flat Out Flying. Look to see how he breaks and whether he gives himself too much to do. Can he overcome it today as he's 9-5 here? Race number 7 kicking off that cross-country pick 5. It's Belmont at the Big A, and we send it up to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Very sluggish start for Sundays with Sandy, the early trailer. Speed from Suerte towards the outside with Winter's Ghost in that early mix, and in between horses High Tide. Towards the rail, here comes JJ's Joker, tightly bunched as they're well spread out here. Immediately moving to the outside was Sundays with Sandy, who had a sluggish start, has moved all the way out to about the 6th path there as they work up the back stretch. The leader to the inside, it's High Tide. With a neck advantage, Suerte is taken back, is now a stalking second, 23 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Bad Larry has joined them 3 wide. Here comes a inside move here from JJ's Joker, is now taken 4th. Out wider Sundays with Sandy, and in between horses there comes Winter's Ghost, flat out flying. It's at the back with Prove Worthy. As they approach a half-mile left to go, they bandy back and forth, and Suerte is back for more towards the outside. High Tide is not going away, is still at the inside, is still ahead back there in second. And here comes a run from JJ's Joker, who is watching that early action, trying to run on 2. That Sundays with Sandy is starting to just grind away in place, and Winter's Ghost is trying to rally on Bad Larry from the back, Prove Worthy. And the trailer, flat out flying, is going to have to pass all rivals and just had to steady. They reach the top of the stretch, 1:10 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. High Tide is back for more. It's High Tide to the inside of Suerte. These two are shoulder to shoulder. Trying to join them as JJ's Joker, and all the time Prove Worthy and hot riding Ruben Silvera. They're going to pass them all. Grandstand side, here's Prove Worthy. Prove Worthy has now sprinted to the front. Prove Worthy wins it. Prove Worthy over JJ's Joker, Winter's Ghost, Suerte, and flat out flying in 1 minute 36.43 seconds.
Ruben Silvera with his 3rd win on the card. This one with Prove Worthy and Bill Morey.
Yeah, I mean, look, it didn't have very much early speed, but it just worked out. I mean, the horses that were on the pace, it kind of fell apart. The horse that I picked, the 3, you felt like he was going to get there and pass the horses that were on the lead, but the 8 just had too much momentum.
He didn't necessarily kick on the way you thought he was until the 8 came up on his outside, and that kind of re-engaged JJ's Joker.
Yeah, brought him along. And it's a race that, you know, I think the 5 and the 7, if you're looking, you know, at the next time these horses run, I'd consider this pace fell apart, right? I mean, these 2 horses were on the lead, and they got swallowed by the 3 and the 8 who were coming from off of it. So I think the 5 and the 7 actually ran a little bit better than it looks, considering the way this race kind of fell apart.
Yeah, and the complexion completely changing with the likely speed. Sundays with Sandy completely blowing the start. So it was kind of like High Tide found himself there just because nobody else was there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of worked itself out when he found himself on the front end. Yeah, it's probably a different, not too much of a different result, I would imagine, if the 2 does get involved in that pace early. It just probably would have been a little bit more dramatic of a win for the 8, setting up very nicely.
Yeah, he came with all the momentum at 8-1. Prove Worthy gets the win here, taking a little step up in class for Bill Morey, first off the claim, and a horse that he's actually 0 for 6 at this 1-turn mile distance in the past. Now 1 for 7. I honestly I was, you know, threatened by the claim, thought Bill could move this horse up, but I just always thought he wanted to go longer than this.
Yeah, I mean, his last race was going 9 furlongs and the mile before that, but it seems like a couple people have been right. They've tried to claim this horse a few times now. We'll see if he continues to streak, but he's running well.
All right, making their way into the winner's circle at 8-1. But yesterday in the Cliffhanger Stakes, we'll bring you a recap of the upset performance from Otago. Learn a little bit more about this Kelsey Danner training.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 buyer. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from NYRA Bets. NYRA Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. NYRA Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is NYRA Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the chosen front. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, NYRABets.com. Great shot from the park. Meantime, about 65 miles, I believe, to the south, Oceanport, New Jersey, the shore's greatest stretch, alongside Paul LaDuca. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We had to say goodbye to our FS1 audience a little bit earlier. A very busy sports weekend, this Memorial Day weekend. But the 7th race that took place here at Monmouth Park, it was good enough to revisit. A name you'll want to remember, Growth Trajectory, number 4, white and red colors, Paul, in her debut, leaves an impression and then some.
Yeah, this is a horse that you got to look forward to coming up. I mean, she was still a tiny bit little green, but she handled everything perfect. And like I said, you know, her mama was a runner in the right hands with Chad Brown. I just love how she's small and looked like compact, just efficient mover. And Lope de Vega, 25% with his first-time starters. Crazy, and you got 940 on this filly.
You mentioned her mother, Wakila, won the 2017 Eatontown here at Monmouth Park. Growth Trajectory, tight line, a first-time starter, trouble at the gate, good enough to complete the exacta. That was impressive, but Growth Trajectory, a filly with a bright, bright future.
Yeah, I would think so. And like you said, tight line, those are a couple fillies that you want to pay attention to.
All right, turning the page, New Jersey-bred sprinters, 3/4 of a mile dash, $68,000 purse. Protected, Paulie, why such a heavy, heavy favorite?
Well, New Jersey bred that broke his maiden at Aqueduct, going 116 and change. That's actually really quick in an 8-horse field. You know, this horse took this field basically gate to wire for Johnny Kimmel. This one for Dennis Drazen. And now going into a New Jersey bred race, probably the horse to catch and much the horse to beat, at least in my eyes.
Already being ridden. This is what I like, how tenacious he was in the stretch. Just his second career start, mind you.
Yeah, he was very, and listen, he lost a really good horse in Showcase first time out, and I'm with you. He looked like he was beaten. Then he kind of got away from the 6. The 1 looks like he's making up some ground, but he got to the wire first. And now you're going against New Jersey breds, and you see how his ears were pricked at the wire. I almost think like he was playing around a little bit, and he wanted to do a little bit more, and that's why he's 1-2.
Protected. See how he looks today. See how he looks in the post-parade. There's Midnight Story.
Yeah, for Joan Milne and Paco Lopez. When Paco rides for small barns, watch out.
Island Spirit, number 2, 5-year-old debut.
Should show some speed with Sonny Leone. This one for Rory Houston.
7-1, number 3, Smuggler's Gold. Deep closing winner opening weekend.
Yeah, this is the other horse in the race if something goes crazy on the front end here.
Odds on Protected.
Yeah, the horse to beat, Jersey Joe Bravo, gets them out.
Giant James, 6-year-old debut.
Been pretty good on the turf. Dan Ward got a winner today.
Joe Boy's Jedi, idle since last June.
Yeah, it's going to really have to improve in here.
And Post Command to the outside, 2nd and 2 for Chuck Spina.
Yeah, this was a funky morning line because if you look at the turf races, this horse is definitely a player. But on the dirt, I don't see 8-1. You know, so that's why the 4 is 1-2. The other horses that ran on dirt have not run much.
But the gelding you're looking at does have the winning jockey of yesterday's cliffhanger in Axel Concepcion. You don't see this very often. A jockey riding at a track, very first time ever. And he wins a stakes race, does the former Eclipse Award winning apprentice on this ride on an outsider you liked, Otero at 12-1.
Well, the horse
I said the wrong name.
Yeah, the horse kept getting bad trips on the outside, and he actually was dead last. And Concepcion, he did such a great job keeping this horse on the rail and then swung out late and was able to get up. And I know Mig liked it too as well, but he gave this horse such a polished ride going from inside to outside. Total difference from his last 2 races. That's kind of why I liked him, and he got the job done. He was 18-1 going to the gate. He ended up going off at 12-1. But got the money for Kelsey.
Kelsey Danner had Otago, not Otero, Otago, ready, cranked up, ready to fire, and strong handling, strong finish, Axel Concepcion.
Yeah, very strong, and that's what he's known for. Listen, he didn't win an Eclipse Award for the Apprentice of the Year, for nothing, and he gave this horse a really good ride for a horse that had been wide his last at least 2 or 3 trips. Finally saved some ground and got the job done.
Cliffhanger in the cliffhanger, Otago, Axel Concepcion, and excited to see what he does for the rest of the meet here. Some new faces, Sonny Leone as well, riding here full-time at Monmouth Park, and which rider will wind up at the winner's circle following this 8th race. Richie Migliore with about 2 minutes to post.
Yeah, this is a very accomplished jockey colony here at Monmouth Park. The horsemen got to feel pretty good that they can go, 4 or 5 deep, 5, 6 deep, and feel pretty good about who they come up with to ride their horses. Monmouth's always been a proving ground for riders, for sure. I'm only going to talk about 2 horses, guys. I'm talking about the 2 Island Spirit because this horse has speed, and your favorite, Protected, has speed. The good news for Protected is that he's drawn outside of Island Spirit, so he's not in a position where he's forced into anything. He has a lot of natural speed, but it gives Joe Bravo options. There's really no speed drawn outside of him whatsoever. The horse looks absolutely fantastic. Paul brought it up. He beat Open Company in New York, ran fast that day, and I think there's certainly a forward move there, improvement, because I do think he was goofing around a little bit, running a little bit with the emergency brake on and stops and starts. He could not look any better. John Kimmel has done a really good job with this horse, Protected. It's interesting, Dennis Drazen, the owner breeder, who obviously heavily vested here as a senior executive at Monmouth Park, him and John Kimmel have been best friends since they were kids. They both grew up together in basically a stone's throw from Monmouth Park. And it's so great that here they are so many years later, still teaming up with good horses. Their first good horse was a very fast mare called Bodacious Tatas. John, always a little bit cheeky with the names.
I don't get it.
Yeah, either do I.
I don't get it. Could you explain further, Richie? Nothing better in racing than winning. The only thing that's better is winning with family, winning with friends, winning with people you actually like.
This is a cutthroat game sometimes when it comes to that part. So to remain friends and keep on going, it's cherished. I had horses with Doug O'Neill for a long time. That was 20-some years ago, and Doug still texts me every week, how you doing, Paul? He's a big Detroit Tiger fan. I'm always telling me the Tigers are doing well. David Duggan had one of my horses. I talk to David all the time. So, yeah, to have those connections, Pablo Suarez was a big, I know you know Pablo, big owner out in California. He was one of my partners.
Superman Silks.
Yeah, Superman Silks. Thor's Echo, who won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Yeah, so you cherish those connections in horse racing because they are great connections. Because when you win, it's like winning. You are part of a tiny little ownership of a franchise. And when you win, it's the best feeling in the world. I just can't explain it because it's not under your control.
Richie, we're not on just YouTube. We're not on just the Fox Sports app. We're actually back on FS2, so careful with this explanation. As I understand, Bodacious Tatas, yes?
Bodacious Tatas was a stakes winner for John and Dennis Drazen. You have to put an explanation for why you want a particular name for a horse with the Jockey Club. John's explanation of the Jockey Club, and I'm not saying that this was why he named her this, but this was what he told the Jockey Club, was that his grandmother, they called her Tatas, and she was such a great grandmother that he wanted to name a horse in her honor, so he named her Bodacious Tatas.
Not on that, Mig?
That's the explanation.
It's a great story. Our bosses and executives are still sweating, but it's a great story in all these
That is a
years
great story.
later, still competing together and still trying to win here at Monmouth Park together. Dennis Drays and John Kimmel protected 2-5 as they approach the starting gate.
Yeah, and probably should be 2-5. If this horse get out of the gate clean, I would think he's going to be very tough. By maximum security, I have a Mr. Nugget mare, bred by Mr. Drazen and owned too. So a homebred for him, got to be very, very nice. Like I said, this horse lost a really nice horse in Showcase, first time out, and deserves to be 1-5, at least against this group.
No such thing as a sure thing if he's not at his best today, if he stubs his toe, if he just doesn't fire. Who has the most upside to pull off the upset?
The 3 for me on dirt, I just think that horse can come from way out of it, and I think the race would have to fall apart. I just don't think the 8 has dirt races. You could go to the 7 who has a monster dirt race, but that was 17-1. I don't see anything but 4-3, and I think that kid has 4-3.
All weekend. Can't get enough of these kids and the smiling faces among the crowd at Monmouth Park.
Happy faces. Happy, happy faces, and that's what we want to see at a racetrack.
Terrific crowd, fun racing, and here's another, the 8th, live on Fox Sports 2 with an odds-on favorite, Protected, at 2-5. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Favorite, Protected. Waiting for Protected for the John Kimmel barn, the owner breeder, Dennis Drazen, trained by John Kimmel. Dennis Drazen, homebred here. Joe Bravo in the irons. Jersey Joe, as Protected goes in. 3 back, Giant James. Trots into the gate. 2 back, Showboy's Jedi. To the outside, Post Command. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start for all the runners. Protected on the lead right away here. Midnight Story is going to challenge him from the inside, and these two get acquainted. Giant James right behind, 2 lengths off the pace in third with Island Spirit. Then the next pair, Post Command passing stablemate Joe Boy's Jedi, drops to the back. Smuggler's Gold now taking the second last spot, 5 lengths off Dueling Pace Setters. The 1-2 favorite Protected outside of 15-1 shot. Midnight Story right together as they approach the far turn run. 1.5 lengths to Island Spirit, has not been asked for his best yet. Is third on a hold right behind the leaders going into the turn. Post Command, he's shaken up. Now parked outside of him, all the way adjoined third. Smuggler's Gold is 5th, saving ground, 5 off the pace. Giant James gives way. Joe Boy's Jedi's been outrun, and Protected says see ya to Midnight Story. Protected opens up 2 lengths and goes for home. Smuggler's Gold catches the eye. He's making a rally, tipping outside to challenge Protected. Smuggler's Gold with a nice kick. Let's see if he can get by Protected. Smuggler's Gold, Protected, hooking up now. Protected not going away, and he's repelling the challenge. In fact, Protected leads by a length, and Protected wins it with the ears pricked up. Smuggler's Gold took a run at him. Second best, Midnight Story third, Island Spirit fourth.
Wipe of the brow, a sigh of relief. Protected, ambushed by Smuggler's Gold. Joe Bravo realizing, oh, I got competition, goes to work. Protected responds.
Yeah, I think Jersey Joe did not see the 3. This is like unlike him. But watch right here, the 3 goes by, and then Joe goes, oh my God, I better push the button here. And luckily he just had the class. But like I said before the race, he was the only 2 horses that could really run on dirt. And I said, you know, when Paco put the pressure on the 4, the 3 was going to be in this race, but the 4, much the best. That's actually a good comeback race. And like you said, a wipe of the brow for Joe.
Now take us inside the stretch, Richie.
Yeah, guys, you know, I'm just seeing a horse in Protected who's goofing off on the lead. He's running in stops and starts. I like to, you know, say running with the emergency brake on. And then when he got challenged, you could say he kicked into gear again. I think Protected is a very talented horse that hasn't figured it all out. And I think eventually John might even have to think about putting blinkers on him. It's hard to do winning back-to-back races, but he's just waiting on his competition, and then he asserts himself and does more. This was a much more impressive effort than the margin of victory would kind of suggest.
Did you get the sense that Joe Bravo was taken by surprise by Smuggler's Gold and Alicia Ruiz?
Yeah, I actually do a little bit. So Joe got after him a little bit with the crop coming off the quarter pole. He kicked clear, and you're on a big favorite. You don't want to make too much use of him or override them, if you will. So Joe went back to a hand ride, and his horse was idling. And then that horse roars up next to him. Here's a closer with a full head of steam, and then you saw Joe get back to work, and his horse drop his head and reassert himself. This was a really good effort. This is a horse that I think has got a lot of forward movement in him. I think he's going to improve a great deal with racing.
Great stuff, Richie. Protected by maximum security. The horse that crossed the wire in front in the 19 Kentucky Derby, only to be disqualified in a lightly raced gelding, just his 4th lifetime start, Paulie. And the physical ability, his attributes, the talent is there, and as Richie referenced, is still room to grow because he hasn't put it all together yet.
Well, he showed it, like, he basically showed what he showed in his last race. He showed the grit, right? In his last race, he had to show grit to the wire. He's got that extra gear when he sees another horse, so he's got that fight. You got to love him, and he's got early speed, so he's always going to be a horse. By watching that race, he might be able to rate off horses, too. You know, you put blinkers on him, like Richie said, maybe small cut blinkers, he could get even faster. But, yeah, this is a nice New Jersey bred. And don't give anything away to Smuggler's Gold. That was a nice second. Yeah.
He ran, got bet, too. Bet late. Protected. Dennis Drazen protected for John Kimmel. Joe Bravo, 4-3-1-2. Favorite. Delivers in the 8th here at Monmouth Park. Plus, Godolphin's Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty. Strong breeze yesterday at Saratoga. Rested and looks ready for the Belmont Stakes at the Spa in 13 days.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Journalism and sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baeza's third, but it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
And that was Sovereignty beating eventual Preakness winner Journalism in the shadow of the wire for Belmont, who gets his first Derby win that way, I should say, not via DQ as he did in 2019 with Country House.
Yeah, and for longtime clients in Godolphin, I'm sure it was a great feeling for him. And, you know, watching that race, I get this level of satisfaction. I prefer when the Derby is won by either the best horse or one of the best horses
100%.
in the race. It's very frustrating, I think, the other way around, because there's so much build up to it. And Sovereignty was great. And the one thing I'll remember about Sovereignty as we look at him in the mornings is that there was always this thing about him that he wasn't a great workhorse, but then he started to become a great workhorse.
Right.
And then we got to see that big performance out of him on the Kentucky Derby.
Exactly, and he was actually working yesterday 5 furlongs with last year's Whitney winner, Arthur's Ride, looking pretty good in doing so. 102.2 the time recorded, but easily handling that older rival.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great sign. You know, I'd like to think that Belmont and the team are excited about that, and I'm excited about it. I can't wait to see them hook up again, him and Journalism, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And then you mix in some Baeza, some Rodriguez, some others. This is going to be one heck of a Belmont Stakes.
And you know, as we reflect back on the Derby, as you mentioned, it really felt like the best 3 horses of the crop finished 1, 2, 3.
And like I said, it feels good. There's so much buildup, right? We start talking about the Derby. We'll start talking about next year's Derby this summer.
Right.
And when you get those big horses that you follow and that you fall in love with and you love their performances leading up to it, it's fun when they get to run well. And I think the fact that why the Derby is so popular is there's no we'll get them next year. And I think that's why it does feel good when the best horses win, and why it stings a little unless you've wagered when a horse like Rich Strike or something wins.
Yeah, jeez. Let's not bring that one up again. We are looking forward to yet another Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Last year was absolutely electrifying at the oldest historic sporting venue in America. Was truly alive as we saw Dornick win the 3rd jewel of the Triple Crown. Who will it be next this year? It is shaping up to be a great race.
I'm just remembering now from the coverage of last year when you were on the pony and you had the crowd behind you, and it was just so electric.
It was the
awesome.
closest I will ever get to feeling like a rock star.
It was pretty awesome.
It was awesome. As we have horses on the track for race number 8, mile and a 16th here on the inner turf course. This one is a non-2 light for 35. We kick things off with Mazzy.
Yeah, stretching out, but this horse has run okay going longer before.
Mitch Freeman pulling off a upset earlier on the turf. He sends out Rohan here.
Yeah, another one. He's got a couple of races that are okay. Is going to have to improve though.
They think Royal Brown is by far the horse to beat.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy short, right?
Yeah, there's no way this horse goes off at 2 to 5.
Slavian Pratt climbs aboard out of Waterbury.
Yeah, another one who's got some back races, and you know Dave Donk kind of runs his horses into their best performances. Maybe this 3rd start off a layoff will be the one.
Linda Rice sends out Kick a Buck, a major player. Here's number 7, King Freud.
Yeah, getting back to the grass, has been on the dirt basically all winter, but does have some turf races, just probably not good enough to win this one.
Influx of speed with long shot Union Express.
Yeah, has some speed. We'll see if Eric will be aggressive with that position.
Massive price here on this Gary Siaka trainee, Your Mission.
Yeah, turf sprinting last time, but does have some longer turf races. I just don't think he's good enough.
Here's my bomb, Broderick.
Okay, I like it.
I love him on the turf. I'm going to lose a few bucks on him.
I like this.
Here's number 11, Got a Guy.
Everyone's got a guy.
Right? I got a guy for that.
Yeah, I need to find a guy that can get me a Knicks tickets for Game 5. I got to find that kind of guy.
Call JK. Here's number 12, American Grant, 20-1 on a horse who does run races that could win.
Yeah, he just doesn't have any early speed, and with that outside draw, you feel like he's probably going to lose some ground.
And Barnstorming draws in off the A's.
Yeah, it draws in and has a chance. I just wish he was drawn a little bit better, drawn way out there. It's going to have to be perfect for him.
All right, 2 to 5. Is it justified on number 3, Royal Brown?
No, I don't understand it.
Me neither.
I mean,
he's got speed.
Yeah, and he's drawn well. You get the red hot IRAD.
I don't know about you, but I thought there was other speed in here. Yeah, there's other horses that could pressure him.
Yeah, I mean, what I would like to see here, and what you'll likely see, I think, with Royal Brown, is a forward position where he ends up in that pocket trip. And when you get IRAD in there, he's usually pretty dangerous from that spot. But and he's tactical, so he can work out a lot of, he can work out a trip you'd like to think. But I don't know. I mean, what was his excuse last time?
Exactly. Unless he needed it, but I don't know. Is that... He's a horse that, to me, like looking through my notes about him, he's just never looked that fit. So maybe he did. Maybe he'll improve. I don't know. His 2 races, I will say this, in the fall of last year were good.
Yeah, and one of those was off a break. So it's like it's not as if, Rick Dutrow doesn't know what it takes to get Royal Brown ready to run off the break. So it makes me a little bit more concerned about the idea of the excuse being that he need that last race. I suppose it's entirely possible that he did, but I just think this horse is entirely too short.
They're making their way on to the turf course as taking a look at number 10 in here. That is the one I like because, all right, go down the pedigree tunnel with me.
I like it.
The dam, she did one on the synthetic. The dams have to Arklow, okay?
Okay.
Who is multimillionaire on the turf. He's by Arch. That is the grandsire of Broderick. She's also half to Murad, a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, who is by Blame. So obviously this cross works for producing turf horses. And this horse was entered before he even made that debut back on October 24th for a turf race. And I can't remember if it was rained off or he was just a scratch, what have you. But I wrote in my notes, would have been better on the turf. And so at 44-1, I'm going to lose a few bucks on him.
Or maybe win a few. It's a phenomenal case. That's going down the pedigree rabbit hole, but it's a good rabbit hole to go down. And that's really interesting too with the crosses, with the Blame and the Arch business.
Yeah, and they're both good influences. I know that the dam herself, she was a flatter, obviously not great as far as when it comes to turf, but at least she showed, that synthetic affinity, which can sometimes translate to the turf here. So
this horse was originally entered to run on the grass.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why I wrote in my notes, would have loved to see him on the turf. And he looks like a turf horse. So we'll see how he does. It's just,
I like it.
I just can't stomach 3 to 5 on Royal Brown.
I'm going to go outside. I know I talked poorly about the post for the 12 and the 13, but it reminds me of Hit It a Bomb in the Breeders' Cup a few years back at Keeneland, where he just got ignored because he was drawn so poorly, and his price crept up, and he was still one of the best horses. I mean,
how long ago was that? I feel like it was a while back.
I feel like it was Keeneland when so 2015?
15. That's right. You're exactly right.
It happened with Golden Pal too, where he was drawn outside, and I think he drew the 14 at Keeneland. I don't know if it wasn't that year, but it was the second time they were at Keeneland, and he ran well from out there too. I just think that you can sometimes ignore him. So I'm not going to. I'll officially pick the 13, but I think the 12 and the 13 will outrun their odds.
Yes, it's just, we'll see how they do, what kind of trips they're able to pull, but as you said, likely to get some ground saving going on there. Is that they are in line, and Chris Griven has your call.
And they're off. Out of Waterbury is flashing early speed. There's Royal Brown towards the inside. Matsy's in the early mix too. That's the top trio. From the outside stalls, trying to cross over is going to be Union Express. Is trying to be in that early mix with King Freud right there as well. So that's the leading 5 as they are approaching the first turn. It's Royal Brown. Irad Ortiz Jr., the favorite, will control the tempo early. Right to the outside is Out of Waterbury, and Flavien Prat is now stalking, and Matsy corners a touch wide, and they're still the leading 3. At the inside, that's King Freud at a big number, is followed to the outside here by Union Express in 5th. Then a tight hold here on Rohan. Wants to go very keen down towards the inside. Also moving forward, tugging at Romero Mirage's Broderick. Broderick absolutely wants to go. 22.75 for the opening quarter mile. Right there in mid-pack, there comes Barnstorming, who's to the outside here of Kick a Buck. There towards the back end of the field. American Grant is in the yellow cap, starts to rally on. Got a Guy, and the trailer, Your Mission. 44 seconds posted as your half-mile time. It's Royal Brown who's in front. Royal Brown and Irad Ortiz Jr. controlling the way. It's Royal Brown who's got him stacked up in behind. Out of Waterbury, he's trying to engage from the outside from second. Here comes a run at the rail from Matzi. Also running on Union Express, barnstorming American Grant is catching the eye, is circling rivals quickly, is to the outside of there of Broderick. Rohan with nowhere to go is trying to get off the rail. They're still chasing the favorite in Royal Brown. Out of Waterbury is trying to pounce and doing just that. Here comes Out of Waterbury. Still very game though is Royal Brown, who's hanging in there, a neck advantage. Barnstorming is trying to join them, and American Grant continues to sustain rally on the grandstand side. It's Out of Waterbury who's now put a neck in front. Barnstorming is chasing American Grant. Say the same. Out of Waterbury almost there. Out of Waterbury got it. Out of Waterbury won it over Barnstorming, American Grant, and Royal Brown. Faded to finish fourth in 1:42.60 posted time in race 8.
Dave Donk gets the win here with Out of Waterbury, and who else aboard but Flavien Prat.
Look, it's a Dave Donk thing to keep in mind. He doesn't. You might have his horses might not run great. They might not run great, and then they show up and they kind of have their peak performance.
Right.
He was going in the right direction, right? He had that dirt race in the mud as a comeback race. Then he ran on the turf last time on ground that had some give in it. And then he shows up here, works out a nice trip, and gets the win.
And that's what I had written down about him, because he's a horse that has a short run. And you look through and you cherry pick through his performances, and all of his races where he is within 2 lengths, 2 to 4 lengths of the lead early on, that's when he runs best. And Flavien, extremely astute, knew that, and that's where he had him.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's had some turf sprints in his past, so he's got at least a little bit of quickness if he can find himself in the right spot. And he wore down the 4 to 5. I'm not red boardings. We said it. I don't understand why that horse was so short, Royal Brown. The 4,
no,
the 3.
100%. I don't know. At Connections, it had the recipe of Rick Dutrow and Irad Ortiz Jr., and boom, you get 4 to 5. Got some good prices, though. 4, 13, 12, 3 unofficially here at the Big A Race 8. But your Peter Pan winner, Hill Road. We'll talk about him as he heads to the Belmont for his next start.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from NYRA Bets. NYRA Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. NYRA Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is NYRA Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code BELMONT25.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Memorial Day weekend on the Jersey Shore. Paul, lots to do. The beaches, the boardwalks. We're both too old for the merry-go-round. And about 2 miles inland, the racetrack, the Shore's greatest stretch. A great location to spend a long weekend, a holiday weekend.
I think Richie might be out there. That's only about 2 miles from the racetrack. It's very similar to Del Mar racetrack compared to the beach. It's not that far away, and I'll tell you what, the beach down in Seabright down here, and it's just gorgeous.
Not summer yet. If you're a horse racing fan, Monmouth Racing feels like summer. Post-parade, race 9, long shot, sing-along. Kayla, then the favorite, Wildly Speedy. 24-1 debut winner at Gulfstream, not 24-1 today.
Yeah, for Joe Orsino and Paco Lopez, they're a very good team together.
Theodora Grace, New York-bred Monmouth debut. Rosie Cheeks, idle since last February for Chad Brown.
Yeah, but, this horse that won first time out, so can win off a little bit of a layoff and is getting a little bit of action here at 4-1.
February of 2024. Then Tap It Up.
Yeah, I like this horse. I mean, 4 of the 5 starts has been a winner, and you're getting a good price.
Definite Diva. Joe Bravo looking to go back-to-back.
This is a horse that I feel like in between. Gate's been her issue at the, she's been left a couple times.
Quick Florida bred, True Spun. Then the 9 3 times, 18-1 winner at Tampa, late February.
Yeah, I think the 8's the speed of the speed. The 9 comes off a win for Arnell Delacour.
She's fast. I'm wishing on a star and gorgeous.
Yeah, she is. Michael Deeney, and back on turf, I think that's his preferred surface.
And delightful, Ava draws in.
Yeah, for James Frangella, a horse that last been seen at Meadowlands, probably needs a start, but does have 2 wins over this Monmouth turf course.
The runners in this 5.5 furlong turf sprint, fillies and mares, 2 minutes out. The warm-up continues. Richie and all eyes on number 2, Wildly Speedy, 8-5.
Yeah, your favorite under, Paco Lopez. I tell you, she's a lovely filly. She's just so well put together. Beautiful mover. She's dappled out. Joe Orsino does terrific work, and his horses reflect the horsemanship involved. I was kind of taken back just a little bit, guys. Joe Imbisi, the owner, breeder of this horse, was a horse trainer before he turned to more ownership and breeding horses. And I rode winners for him way back in 1981 when I was a 16-year-old apprentice, and I got to catch up with him in the paddock just now. And he's got a nice filly he bred here on his hands. She is giving away a little bit of, experience, right? She only has the 1 start. She was very game there. It was a nice effort with a good buyer figure. But I think she's got to, handle some horses that maybe just have a little bit more foundation, starting with the 7, Definite Diva. You get Joe Bravo. She's got good races. Now, her last 2 efforts at Gulfstream were subpar. She showed a little less speed than she can. But Gulfstream's turf course gets pretty chewed up, and that's very late in the meet. And horses that handle normal turf course sometimes will go the wrong direction on that turf course when it's been used so hard all the way through the winter. So I'll forgive those 2 efforts. She looks outstanding for trainer Kelly Breen. Warmed up nicely under Joe Bravo. I think there's a lot to like here with the 7, Definite Diva at 6-1. And then the 8 horse I thought was a bit interesting. True Spun, daughter of Hard Spun for Kathleen O'Connell. She has good speed, but she's drawn outside what I perceive as some of the other speeds. She has, more foundation in the fact that she's won 5 races. She's quick, but she's also versatile. And I think she's way too big a price at 14-1. Listen, they all got to deal with your favorite, the 2-horse. But I think this filly at 14-1 is one I'm definitely using in my exotics.
Viable options. True Spun. All of them going to lock in on this filly, Wildly Speedy. You'll try and take a shot, Paulie, against the favorite here with Tap It Up, yes?
Yes, and I like the works for this horse. And listen, I know the numbers aren't great, but she just keeps on winning races. Yep. I mean, she's won 4 of her last 5. She's in very good form, and you're getting 7-1. I agree with Mig. The 2's the horse to beat in here, but there's just so many prices. And at 3-2 against multiple winners, I just think you have to pass. If she wins, she wins.
How do you handle, in these scenarios, a 5.5 furlong sprint when you have a lot of quick horses, a lot of horses who are most comfortable forwardly placed? As a handicapper, when you see that scenario, specifically in a turf sprint that handicappers look at a little bit different than anything else, what's your approach?
My approach more to the sprint races on turf is more like handicapping harness races. I want to see where they're going to sit and then go from there. I mean, turf racing is more you want to see where they're going to place and then go from there how they're going to finish. So, to me, the 2 drew the 9-hole first time out at 25-1. Now you're down on the rail. Will that horse be able to save ground? Yeah, probably, but might run into traffic in a bigger field today. So I think the outside draw would be better for her. You don't want to be completely outside. Now, the 5, Rosy Cheeks, who has shown speed before, I think it's a perfect draw being in the 5-hole. And I like where the 6 is drawn because the gate has been her problem sometimes. So if she gets left, at least she can drop to the rail and save some ground.
You mentioned Rosy Cheeks, trainer Chad Brown, 2 wins so far here. The Miss Liberty with Spala Day, impressive first-time starter, growth trajectory. Rosy Cheeks had not raced since February of 2024.
Yeah, but, $240,000 purchase, and Chad doesn't really give up on her, So I would think she's going to fire a big shot. And for a lot of people that really don't know, when you run 5.5 furlongs here or 5 furlongs here in Monmouth, you kind of go right and then you make a tiny little left before you go straight down.
It's about 5.5
yeah,
furlongs.
It's about 5.5.
Yeah, about 5.5 furlongs. And trainer Chad Brown is good as they get off the bench. What will Rosy Cheeks do off the bench? Wildly Speedy, the favorite. Post time 9th of 10 on a Sunday at Monmouth. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
I'm wishing on a star, post position 10. Rosy Cheeks goes it. 3 back. I'm wishing on a star, post 10. 2 more. Tap it up. Delightful Ava to round out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. Wildly Speedy gets into it early as a share of the lead with I'm Wishing on a Star. Definite Diva is there. Rosy Cheeks as well. Those 4 stretched across the track. Sing Along Kayla down on the inside right behind them. 1.5 lengths to Definite Diva is eased off the pace with 3 times. Then Tap It Up, Delightful Ava, and that leaves Theodora Grace to trail the field. Down the backstretch, Wildly Speedy, neck in front of Rosy Cheeks, who's the presser. 1.5 lengths to Sing Along Kayla in third. True Spun parked outside of her. Delightful Diva had to check right behind the speed here. 3 times joins her. 2 back to a weakening I'm Wishing on a Star. Delightful Ava trying to pass runners here with Tap It Up, who stays on the inside and hunts for racing room as they wheel for the judge. Wildly Speedy, Rosy Cheeks side by side. Definite Diva still looking for a way through, all hard ridden on the inside. Sing Along Kayla battling at a price. Wildly Speedy, Rosy Cheeks. These 2 nose and nose coming to the finish. Rosy Cheeks going on. 3 wins for Chad Brown today. Rosy Cheeks out finishing Wildly Speedy, and Tap It Up, who came with a flying finish, was in the photo for the 2nd spot. Sing Along Kayla was next.
So much for Rust. Off the bench, the long layoff. Rosy Cheeks emerging victorious. 3 wins on the afternoon for Chad Brown.
Yeah, sitting in a perfect spot with Sammy Camacho right off your favorite. Frankie Pennington got the 6 out a little late. He had the rail run. I liked the ride, just didn't get there in time. And it looks like it's 5-2-6. I don't know if Paco pulled up late there or he saw something, but he held on for a second.
Looking over to his left on the inside, Rosy Cheeks and Definitive Diva only defeated a couple lengths. She encountered traffic and trouble. A solid effort from her just to be competitive in the end.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, the one come running up the rail, but Chad's just a master. This horse has been off for so long, but you got to look. This horse won first time out, so can win fresh, and that's what happened. This is a gutty win here. You could see Paco looking back right there. I think he was worried that he might have came over on the 1. We'll see if they look at anything, but I think Paco was just making sure that he was clear of the 1.
No question about the winner. Rosy Cheeks for Brown. Spala Day in the Miss Liberty. Growth trajectory, bright future. And here, Rosy Cheeks off the bench, right to the winner's circle, 5-2-6-1-7. When we come back, plus Memorial Day headliner. Hopefully the weather will be better. Mr. Prospector tomorrow, right here. Super Chow, back from the Mideast and seeking an 11th lifetime win. Stay tuned.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just an immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. 1 minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
America's Day at the races. America's Day at the Food Truck Festival here at Monmouth Park.
That's not a pretzel. That's a sausage that's looped around there.
Look at that. Hey, man, where's Richie? It's been a couple of hours. He said something about bringing us sausage and peppers.
Well, he did.
If I do recall.
Yeah, Richie's sneaky. He's very sneaky. That guy's handing out the sausages and peppers like he knows what's going on. And he's drinking a nice little lemonade.
Let
Look at
Richie
that.
know. Text Richie so he doesn't try to Apple Pay. Did you see that? Cash or credit. Cash or credit, Richie. That's going to be his excuse.
Richie doesn't
I
know how to
promise
use
you.
Apple Pay.
Rosie Jeeks. Chad Brown knows how to get him ready off the bench, that's for sure. The World of Trouble filly, idle since early February of 24. And right here, engaging the leader in this exciting stretch duel while we love turf racing and these turf sprints.
Yeah, and the 2 and the 5 went on with it. And you can see the 6 from behind. Look at Frankie Pennington. He doesn't know whether to go inside, outside. He finds the split. But Rosie Cheeks on the grind is just going to put away the 2 here. Just a great training job. Good ride here, too, by Sammy Camacho. Another guy that is so good on the turf course. Him and Sammy Marin, they really own the turf course over at Tampa. And you get 1280 on a Chad Brown runner who's had 2 really nice winners today.
I couldn't tell, what happened that Paco was looking at towards his inside on Wildly Speedy.
Well, when I was looking, the more I looked, I think Paco was being cognizant that he didn't want to come over on the 1 more than I think. Because when the 6 was closing on the outside, he kind of pulled up, and when you see he was looking over at the 1, and the 1 was kind of in a tight spot, and I think Paco didn't want to take that, whatever, and he didn't get pipped at the wire, so it did not matter at all. But I think he was cognizant of the 1 on the inside.
Rosie Jeeks, the winner here, 9 down, 1 left. We're going to kill like 27 seconds here as we await to be rejoined by Fox Sports 1 on what's been just an exciting second day of a long 3-day weekend here at Monmouth Park.
Why not another network?
More viewers, bigger audience, the better. A big day in sports in general. Indy 500, USFL, and the thoroughbred racing that continues. Belmont at the Big A and right here at Monmouth Park. We'll see you on Fox Sports 1. Grab your remote. America's Day at the races. Back on Fox Sports 1. Belmont at the Big A, Monmouth Park on this Memorial Day weekend. Winding down the Sunday program. He's 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. 10th and final left here. But fear not, we're right back at it tomorrow afternoon for the Memorial Day card here in Oceanport.
Yeah, beautiful card for tomorrow, and an absolutely beautiful crowd out here in Oceanport, New Jersey with the food trucks this weekend. And we still got one race here on FS1, and I got my milk, so if I pick the winner here, I'm going to chug some milk.
We're going to need the winner from the Mr. Prospector tomorrow afternoon, the Memorial Day feature here at Monmouth Park. Take a look at the field. 7 strong, 6 furlongs, $100,000 purse. Number 1, Subrogate, he's back. 10-month layoff to revisit his last win. This was 2 starts back. Aqueduct in June of 2024, though, Paul. The thing is, on the strength of this win, he wound up at Saratoga, 3-1 at post time in the Grade 1, Alfred G. Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he was. He was the favorite. You could see he was much the best on this day. When he runs his best race, he's definitely the horse to beat in here. But there's some fast horses in this race, like River Dog and horses like that. But on his best, he can sit. He's not the prettiest mover, as you can see. He's one of those kind of horses that really struggles to switch leads, and sometimes you just leave him alone.
Subrogate back. What will he do in the Mr. Prospector? Super Chow in the mix as well, 2-1, and looking for 11th lifetime win. That's the feature tomorrow, Memorial Day racing here at Monmouth Park, the Mr. Prospector. Welcoming in, saying goodbye to all kinds of audiences, balancing and juggling chainsaws here. Back to Super Chow, yeah. So the trip to the Mideast, running in the Golden Shaheen at Dubai, but before that, Paulie, this stock and pounce victory in the Gulfstream Sprint at Gulfstream Park.
I don't think I've ever seen a rider look under his arms 6 wide. And that's what Emilio did. He did. He looked under his arm like, I got a ton of horse, and I got this horse in front of me pegged, which was amazing that he ran this horse down. This is, obviously Super Chow. I don't know if this racetrack will play to him, but with a short pack of the field, Jaramillo comes in. He's been hot, too, at Gulfstream Park. I want to say he had 5 winners on the card a couple days ago, and he can flat out ride. That horse is going to be coming late.
Some hard-knocking sprinters that know how to win races. Super Chow, the 10 lifetime wins. And I think we're beyond the idea that the Dubai World Cup is going back to the mid-90s now. And I think there was a theory in racing for a long time, like how is a horse going to respond from that long, taxing journey? Will they be the same when they come back? I feel like that narrative has gone the way of the dodo at this point.
It used to be called the Dubai Bounce. If you ran in Dubai, you were going to come back a different horse. But, you know, that was kind of years ago. And I think Lafitte makes a really good point. As a trainer, when you go there, you live and you learn, right? So now these horses and these horsemen know how to ship in, how to ship out, how to take care of the horses, not run them back too quick. It's a process that they have to go through, just like anything else. You know, at one time we used to go to Dubai, we were never competitive. Now we're competitive. Now we're going to Hong Kong. I mean, not Hong Kong, we go to Korea, we're competitive, where before we never were.
Yeah, and tomorrow, Super Chow on the return. Have a chance to see him in the Mr. Prospector, the main event on the Memorial Day program right here at Monmouth Park. We'll have it all for you on America's Day at the Races, and another big crowd expected all weekend. The enthusiasm, the energy from the crowd, this terrific fan base of racing fans at Monmouth. Nightcap is next.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1. We are proudly brought to you by, well, who else? New York Breds. You can check out nybreds.com to learn more. And as always, it pays to have a New York bred. As we see horses hitting the track, they're actually on the track now. This took place a couple moments ago as Jonathan Kinchin, Maggie Wolfendale bring you this post parade for our nightcap. We kick things off with a first-time turfer, Monomoy's partner.
Yeah, just looks like they're just taking a shot with the grass because the dirt hasn't been working.
Here is the horse to beat, number 2, Iron Max.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of turf pedigree, but this horse has run okay on the turf before, so I suppose the switchback could help.
Showing speed in his last start was powered by Cole.
Yeah, and a nice, easy pace last time and still wasn't able to hold on. I don't know how he works out a better trip here.
Stretching out Blue Pill.
Yeah, it's never taken money, and it's not taking money today.
Ragazzo d'Oro.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to go. This horse is closing into a slow pace, one of my favorite angles in turf racing.
5-year-old looking for his win as number 7 is Tap It Easy.
Yeah, the last time this horse was on the grass had some trouble, so that race is a little bit better than it looks on paper.
Number 8, G5 adds blinkers.
Yeah, this horse just hasn't really been doing any running. Even when they had the trouble 2 starts back, they come back and they don't really run in the second start either.
The 0 for 14 maiden, Sweet Tone went by. Number 11, Patronage.
Yeah, I mean, this one's a little bit interesting. Has some nice numbers for Todd Pletcher and switches to the Mike Maker barn.
Oath of Omerta, First Time Gelding, and Dakota Country. Is he getting forgotten about because he draws in off the AEs?
Probably a little bit. His last claim, he got claimed last time, but it was voided. Yeah, he's a half to Dakota Gold, who's a really good turf horse. Ramblin' Wreck, who's a pretty good turf horse. He's drawn outside here. I mean, not at this price at 4-1. I'd probably look elsewhere, but that happens from time to time. Though these AEs get ignored.
Well, I feel like definitely his starts 2 and 3 back on the turf make him very formidable. Now, I would think that when he dropped into that 40 and didn't run quite as well, something happened. Hence the long layoff, hence the voided claim. But if he can run those 2 races, then he can win here.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know if it's like if Danny's kind of dangling, like, you see the voided claim, you see the poor performance, and you see the long layoff. Maybe that's maybe they think they can maybe get a free one here, where I don't know.
Roll the dice.
It just doesn't feel. At a short price, it just feels like he's more likely to run poorly than he is to run well.
And you don't feel that strongly about the favorite here either, who Iron Max, as you said, not much turf pedigree, definitely not on the bottom side. Isa Caravaggio, but you look at the 2 turf efforts, and they were against significantly better horses.
Yeah, I mean, and the horse didn't run too bad last time on the dirt. Flavian Sticks, they put the blinkers on. I mean, there's a lot of things going in the right direction, but the horse still does have to get a little bit better, run a little bit better than he has. And at a short price, I don't have a problem with the individual necessarily. That happens from time to time. It's I'll look at a horse on paper and not like the horse no matter what race they were in. Then there's horses like this where I don't mind the horse, I just don't like the price.
You did go to number 5, Ragazzo d'Oro, who is at 8-1. My problem is that there's several horses that have run back out of that doomed race, and several were in the earlier edition of this condition. I don't think that was a good race. It was a blanket finish. None of the horses that came back out of that race and the earlier one hit the board.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I'm just a sucker for turf horses that were closing in a slow pace. I think it's one little hidden thing still in the game when it comes to all the figures that you can get, all of the workout reports you can get, all of the replays that you can watch on NYRA bets. Everything, it's hard for people to really find any value at times. But I do think that slow pace races on the turf can still be some value, because the final times are always going to be a little bit slow in a slow paced turf race. They can only come home so fast. So the final figure is going to always be a little bit light. And then the hidden running happens within the fractions of the race, so you can still find some gems. But I've heard old school handicappers say there's no trips in slow races. No bad trips in slow races. That could also kind of apply here. If it's not a great race, then it doesn't matter what this horse did in the middle. But at 8-1, I'll pay to find out.
How about Patronage? He's a big price up there at 7-1. First off the Mike Maker claim, but the extended layoff, and actually Mike doesn't have, significantly potent numbers with this type of move. Claiming maidens, getting them back in maiden claimers, going long on the turf.
It's interesting because 3 races back, I mean, the debut, or not the debut, 3 races back for Patronage. I mean, that race was that was like maiden special weight good. Ran pretty well. But then he just kind of seems like a horse that leaves himself a lot to do. But Mike Maker can get horses and work some magic sometimes and turn them around. So let's see what happens. At 7-1, I don't have a problem. I would try to find out. I feel like if he was really live, he'd be a little bit shorter. But, at that price, there's a lot of value because the 2's being a little overbet.
As we see the 8 going through the front of the gate, as it looks as though the assistant starter does have him. He'll go back on the inside of the gate and get reloaded. And good to have now starter Scott Jordan on the team. There he is in the brown coat walking through your frame. It's an excellent job for, nearly, over 20 years in Kentucky, time in fairgrounds as well.
No 20-horse fields here.
It's a walk in the park for Scott. He's like, give me something challenging. No, I'm kidding. But again, pleased to have him on the team as we do see the 13 at 2-1 heading into line. That's Dakota Country, who will break their maiden in the finale. It's race 9, Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Breaking in a tangle there was Iron Max. Had a lot of trouble at the start. The 6-5 favorite was off very slowly. G5 in between horses has speed. Here's Tap It Easy to join them. Out wider comes Oath of Ermerda. Oath of Ermerda is trying to sprint on and now will cross over and is in the lead. It's Oath of Ermerda. Right behind them is Tap It Easy, who's a clear second. At the rail, that's G5. Tight hold here is Dakota Country, who's tracking in 4th, and behind them, Ragazzo d'Oro is in the 5th position as they move to the backstretch. Towards the back end of the field there, mid-pack is going to be Sweet Tone, as here's Iron Max, and Iron Max is caught up with the leading group. Is out in the 2 path there, but had that trouble at the start. In behind them comes Powered by Cole, Blue Pill, the 2 at the back, Monomoy's partner with Patronage. They work up the backstretch, 23.56. The opening quarter mile, Oath of Ermerda is the leader. Oath of Ermerda and Tap It Easy starts to move in closer, 47.4 for a half-mile time. G5, ground-saving journey is to the inside here of Dakota Country, who starts to progress here from 4th. Out wider, Ragazzo d'Oro. Sweet Tone is asked for the effort. Iron Max starts to warm up to the task, and here comes Iron Max, is right in behind horses, now in 7th, is starting to move forward. In behind them comes Powered by Cole, the rest trying to pick it up. Blue Pill starts to launch a rally from the back, 1:13.1. For 3/4 of a mile, the leader is Tap It Easy to the outside of Oath of Ermerda. Dakota Country down the center of the racetrack starts to get going. Tap It Easy is in front. Dakota Country is now sprinting in front, and it's Dakota Country who's taking the lead. Iron Max is going to try one final time to come after this leader as they approach a final 16th. Dakota Country is still there. Iron Max is lunging. Reeves Thoroughbred Racing Silks in the Sunday finale. Dakota Country wins it. Iron Max finished 2nd, then came Powered by Cole and Tap It Easy in 1 minute 43.73 seconds.
No fireworks in the last race here at Belmont at the Big A as the second choice beats the favorite. As number 2 in here, that was Iron Max himself. No favors at the start, but we did see your winner, Dakota Country, get good forward positioning throughout the running of this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that at the top of the stretch that it all looked like it was going to be a real
slug.
Yeah, who's going to win this one?
Yeah.
It looked like none of them really wanted to win. Sometimes you can get that at this level, but it looked like Dakota Country appreciated a little time off after the voided claim, came back, and got it done, 2-1, I think.
Yeah, Joel Rosario in the irons for Danny Gargan. And as you heard Chris Griffin say, for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. That does it for us. Yeah. We'll be reunited later. As guys down at the Jersey Shore, great job today. And you're taking this ship and sailing it the rest of the way home, Lafitte. Good luck.
I like JK's little wave. Hi, JK. Bye, JK.
Let's go, Max.
Taking it right into the rocks.
Yeah.
Right into
Let's
the
go,
rocks.
Met. He was at the Met game last night.
Yeah.
He goes to more Met games than I go to.
Hey, yeah, by the way, Juan Soto struck out on the pitch before he hit for the game-winning double, JK. I don't know where you're sitting, like what angle you had, but yeah, he got – I'd hit 310 in the majors if I got 4 strikes to work with.
Yeah, well, how about your boy Ohtani striking out 3 times, huh?
Man, that was bad. That was
That
not
butt
fun.
is going in the bucket.
Yeah, I'm over here just doing horse shows. I don't know what you guys are talking
baseball
about.
at times on this horse racing
You know,
broadcast.
Maggie, you're the only one that's not going to get yelled at after this transaction.
Guys, thanks so much. Great stuff. Belmont at the Big A. Live
Good
coverage
stuff.
tomorrow afternoon, along with the Memorial Day program right here at Monmouth Park. The 10th and final. Pauling, what do you think?
Tough group. I mean, listen, they're betting the Chad Brown horse, Shifty Gold, the 3. But the 7 in here, Awesome Flay, is a player in here. I like the 4 a little bit, Brooklyn guy. And it's not because I'm from Brooklyn. I just know Diane Marici's horses have been running. But the 3 and the 7, as you see the post spread. Are we? Yeah.
Looking at, let's check in with
that
Richie
was a
here.
post
2 minutes to post.
All right, guys. First, before I talk horses, I did get over to the sausage and pepper stand. I got 2 sandwiches. I brought them back here by the winner's circle. I was going to run them up to you as soon as I had a chance. but I never got a chance, and they were getting cold, so me and my cameraman, Sully, we ate them. They were really, really good, though. I have to tell you, I highly recommend them, although my wife's sausage and peppers, Carmela's sausage and peppers, a little bit better, but they were good, guys. Anyway, getting back to horses, the 3, Shifty Gold. Man, what a good-looking individual this is. Chad Brown looking for his 4th win on the afternoon. Samuel Marin looking for his 3rd win of the day. He's just a really eye-catching son of Twirling Candy. The 4, Brooklyn Guy. How can I not talk about Brooklyn Guy? Come on, I'm a Brooklyn guy. I like this horse. I think he had a hard time getting a hold of the racetrack last time. He was ridiculously far out of it, and he actually finished with a lot of interest. I think on a fast track, he'll be able to place himself a little bit better. And, Paul, we talked about it. Diane Morici, they've been doing good work. Their horses have been running well, and they look good. They're running to their looks. And I thought the 7, Awesome Play, was a major, major player here. You get Melvis Gonzalez. I've been impressed with this kid. He's an apprentice jockey. This is a perfect apprentice horse. Natural speed. Let him use his stride. Get out of his way. An apprentice doesn't have to make as many decisions. So Harold Weiner reaches out to a bug boy who rode him extremely well last time, and he's got races fast enough. Just interesting to see if he's going to be able to control, because I do think there's a little bit of pace signed on here, guys.
He ate my lunch. Like figuratively, literally, Richie ate my lunch.
Although Sully, the camera guy, probably deserves it more than Mig does, because he's working his tail off. The shots he's getting has been amazing. But, yeah, we've been looking forward to those sausages and peppers.
The food trucks that will be back tomorrow here as well, along with the live racing. But what will Shifty Gold do here in this 10th and final? His latest, couple of months ago, Aqueduct, who was coming off the maiden win. Paulie, I know this is an angle that you focus in on. Facing winners for the first time. Shifty Gold facing winner for the first time, and just goes about his business.
Yeah, handled the mile distance and did not have the best beginnings. You know, kind of like scraped the gate at the start, was inside and then got floated way outside and was able to get the job done with Manny Franco. 3 different riders. This will be the 4th different rider for Shifty Gold, but maybe going out to this distance helped this horse a lot. Now going around 2 turns, I think will help even more.
For trainer Chad Brown. Brown looking for a 4th winner on the afternoon. Shifty Gold 9-5. Brown also trains the 5 middle market. It's 6-1. All right, so he hasn't raced since March of 2024. Brown saddled the winner in the last race who hadn't raced since February of 24. So why not another long layoff runner for a trainer who specializes with in these situations?
Yeah, you know, the one thing about middle market, though, this horse debuted at Saratoga at about 8-1, lost to Risk It. I think Risk It came back and won yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But not that good of races. And when Chad usually drops for the 75, it's usually not a good thing. But the horse won, now comes back in this spot. Like, again, they could go back in a 50-2 or some other kind of spot. So I think the 5 could be ready.
Seth Klarman, Chad Brown. Brown seeking a 4th middle market. To the outside, quickly, Awesome Play, second choice, 2-1, last 9 at Parks. Monmouth debut. What do you think?
Got it. He has to beat him with his speed. That's his real good weapon. And I'm in agreement with Mig. Melvis Gonzalez is an up-and-coming apprentice, and he'll give this horse a good ride.
Second choice, Shifty Gold, the favorite, 9-5 for the final time. Matt Ditterman with the load and call, 10th, the nightcap here from Monmouth Park on a Sunday, live on Fox Sports 1.
Middle market. Post 5. 2 back. 3 captains. An Awesome Flay. Here's 3 captains going into the starting gate. An Awesome Flay to the outside post. Here's Awesome Flay. We're ready to go in the finale. And Leroff in the nightcap. Rabbit Hound away a little bit awkwardly. Awesome Flay going right to the lead is hard sent for the front, establishes a clear lead and gets towards the rail. Virginia City taking the second spot with Rabbit Hound. They're moving as a pair going into the first turn run. Three captains taking that second spot with Rabbit Hound and Virginia City to the inside. Shifty Gold 3 lengths off the pace in the green in fifth, 2 clear of his stablemate Middle Market, and Brooklyn Guy is at the rear. Approaching the backstretch run, 3/4 of a mile to go. Awesome Flay is the pacemaker in the nightcap, a half length in front of three captains who runs in second. Virginia City tucked in on the inside third with Rabbit Hound and Shifty Gold, who's a half length off that pair. 3 deep, 3 back to Middle Market. Shown more rain, pushed upon just a bit towards the back. And Brooklyn Guy is a length behind him as they approach the halfway point. It's Awesome Flay still on the lead and neck. 3 captains, has been hounding, goes pretty well on the outside second. A gap of 2 now to that line of 3. Shifty Gold pumped upon. Rabbit Hound is shaken up. And Virginia City as well. He's scrubbed upon down on the inside. In fact, a clear third with Shifty Gold, who's trying to move forward on the far outside. Rabbit Hound under pressure, in trouble between horses. Middle Market is next with Brooklyn Guy. Have a lot of work to do. Top 2 battling on the lead here. 3 captains has asked for more. Awesome Flay still got a head in front. Awesome Flay down the lane. A length in front now. 3 captains lost a length on him. Comes back on again. Brooklyn Guy from the back of the field is launching a final furlong rally. Awesome Flay in front. Here comes Brooklyn Guy. Here comes Shifty Gold. They're moving together. Shifty Gold, Brooklyn Guy, Awesome Flay. And between horses, it went to Brooklyn Guy and Jose Batista by a nose. Shifty Gold a nose behind second, then Awesome Flay in a driving finish to end the day.
Driving finish indeed. Brooklyn Guy surging late in between horses. His 22nd lifetime start, Monmouth debut, a winning one.
What a ride by Jose Batista. He was able to get out of the gate, saved ground, and stayed on the rail most of the way and got the split and ran down your pace setter here. If you had this pick 5, it was 1,800. The 3 and the 7 were heavy favorites in here in the Will Pays. And a great ride here. Shifty Gold got going late, and it's 4-3-7-6.
It's amazing how quickly the race dynamics changed in a blink.
In a blink of an eye,
inside
yeah.
the 16th of a
It
mile.
really was in the blink of an eye. But I told you, I said this 4's got a wicked kick if he can get up the rail, and he showed it. And Mig, you know, that was a good call by Mig, too.
Yeah.
We like this horse, but Diane Marici's horses are running.
Really good day of racing. Spaladay stealing the show in her victory in the Miss Liberty. Onward and upward for an improving filly.
Really was impressive for Chad Brown. I think he's got to be happy with Clarovich Stables as well.
3 wins on the afternoon. Brown, 4-3-7-6-5 in the 10th and final. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, the Memorial Day program here at Monmouth Park. But there she is, Spaladay, unleashing that furious run in the stretch. Big win in the Miss Liberty Stakes. For trainer Chad Brown, Samuel Marin, the winning pilot. And looking ahead to tomorrow, Subrogate, he's back in the Mr. Prospector. Last seen in the Vanderbilt Grade 1 at Saratoga last summer. And the food trucks, they will be here, and I will have my sausage and peppers come hell or high water. We'll see you then.
Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience here as you see prices pending from today's 9th race. 13-2-3-7 is your order finish. Prices will be posted. Slight delay here for the prices pending. Appreciate your patience with our staff, mutual clerks as well. Once the prices are posted, we'll get those to you as quickly as possible.